Jeju finds himself imitating small, fluffy creatures known as popoi. His actions are streamed live for viewers to watch. Despite their cute appearance, these creatures have a bizarre diet, feasting on mana stones and rocks. In an attempt to blend in, Jeju takes things a step further. He starts eating the stones alongside them. This isn't just some stunt for entertainment. It's part of his strategy to climb the tower. To understand how he got here, we rewind to the beginning. Jeju sits across from the head of the orphanage where he grew up, listening intently as she delivers bad news. The orphanage is struggling financially and might soon shut down. Since it's a privately funded organization, it relies on a single benefactor, the director. He has supported the orphanage for years, but with his impending retirement, the entire operation is at risk. Without him, the head lady suspects that the orphanage might not even last 3 more years. Jeju, who owes everything to the director, even his name, feels the weight of this crisis. He has always worked hard, but no matter how much effort he puts in, time is running out. He needs a way to secure a large amount of money quickly, but every option seems impossible. While searching for solutions, he comes across a video about the Awakened. They are individuals chosen to enter the tower and take on its trials. These people are not just adventurers. They are the world's most valuable resource. Additionally, the mana flowing through their bodies is used for magical engineering, powering entire industries. Because of this, companies offer them massive contracts in exchange for their mana. However, the path to becoming an Awakened is filled with danger. 7 years ago, a mysterious tower appeared in the middle of the country, selecting random individuals to participate in its challenges. Only a handful of those who entered have ever returned. These survivors, now known as the Awakened, never reveal what happens inside the tower. What's clear, though, is that those who return are forever changed. As Jeju watches these videos, his phone suddenly receives an unknown message. Suspicious, he assumes it's a virus and moves to turn off his device. But in the process, he accidentally taps on one of the files. What he sees shocks him. It's a video of himself. The footage shows him inside the tower, navigating its trials with precision. He is confused yet intrigued. He analyzes the clips further. From the footage, he spots himself interacting with the popoi creatures, the same little guys that were mingling with adventurers earlier. Observing the footage in detail has him thinking about the other tabs he received, each containing different bits of information. It doesn't take long for him to realize the truth. These videos are from the future. Not only that, they contain step-by-step strategies for clearing each floor as efficiently as possible. Want to know the best part? Since the Awakened heroes love to gatekeep information about the tower, no one knows how to clear floors with the best strategies. But now that our boy has access to these videos, he's got a natural advantage. And so begins his training arc. Knowing the fact that the portal will open in 2 years' time, Bro starts hitting the gym to give himself a head start. Jeju doesn't waste his golden opportunity. He memorizes every detail from the videos, studying every move, every obstacle, every enemy. If he truly has a chance to enter the tower, he needs to be ready. Finally, the day arrives. He's on his knees, praying for his life, desperately hoping that he isn't wrong. Because if the damn portal doesn't even appear, what's he gonna do about the job he quit for the sake of his training? Doubt starts creeping in. The realization that this could have been a misunderstanding the entire time. What if the portal never appears? Everything is riding on this singular moment. His anxiety is getting the better of him because he doesn't know when it will appear. To the point his body gets stiff, and he entertains the idea of stretching to relieve tension. But just as his patience begins to wear thin, the air in front of him distorts, and the long-awaited gateway materializes. From the portal emerges an invitation to step inside. A smile shows on our boy's face. Jeju never needed the portal's consent. He was planning on going anyway. As he steps closer, a screen appears before him, offering different difficulty settings. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. Without hesitation, he selects the highest difficulty and steps forward. With this, the trial begins. In the next scene, Jeju regains consciousness in a dimly lit cave, the same one from the first video he received. Immediately, the system informs him about the livestream, and that his trial will kick off in 1 hour. His current objective is to beat the crap out of every monster he sees for now. Kim Jeju currently has 0 followers or coins for that matter. Being a smartass, he checks his pockets to see if he's got his phone. Unfortunately, he doesn't, which means all those precious videos are gone. But it's not like it's a big deal to our boy. Why? Because he's got every last detail from the videos completely memorized after burning it in his brain. Let's talk about the specifics of the first floor for a moment. Participants of this floor are given a period of 1 hour to engage with the viewers and collect coins in that short time. That brings us to what the viewers are. You see, they're actually other awakened people who are sharing the tower's space. They have the ability to select from a wide list of streams. Typically, they love to check on the newbie streamers in an effort to sponsor them. But why specifically the newbies, you ask? It's because the currency of the tower, the coins, actually have a mutual benefit associated with both the streamer and the viewer. Each time a low-ranking streamer climbs up the floors of the tower, The viewer who sponsored them and showed them support ends up getting coins for it. Long story short, think of it like an investment for money. But in other cases, sometimes what happens is that viewers are simply bored and sponsor streamers for the sake of fun. Which leads us directly to Jaiju's first ever viewer, called User The Love. But since his name is so cringy, I'll call him Noobmaster69 from now on. Jaiju is extremely welcoming of his first viewer and bows in respect. The chatter is really surprising and comments on how he's never seen our boy around. Impressed by our boy's polite welcoming, he gifts Jaiju with an early coin. Feeling happy, our boy thanks him for the sponsor and shares that he can now spend it on the shop. He actually wants to impress the chatter, which is why he's sharing his knowledge of the menu and the system's functionality. The chatter is impressed by his knowledge and praises him, leaving Jaiju feeling grateful for watching those videos again. The chatter wants to know what he'll be spending the coin on. To that, instead of immediately wasting it, Jaiju cleverly shares that he doesn't want to use it right away, since he doesn't have any information of the monsters that will show up in the trial. He nailed this response so hard, in fact, that the chatter actually becomes his first follower. So in the span of a few moments, our boy not only got his first viewer, first coin, but also his first follower. That's a milestone that makes him really happy, as he didn't expect to luck out this early. The chatter leaves the stream to watch someone else, and overall, our boy waves him farewell on good terms. Right away, things are looking great for him, because at this rate, he'll get a follower reward really soon. Speaking of which, let's talk about follower rewards for a second. You see, the concept of following someone is similar to being added to their list of favorites. Because the tower has its own set of rules. One of them is that if you follow a streamer, you're not allowed to follow another person unless you unfollow the first one. Long story short, you can only have one favorite streamer at a time, making every follower matter. Here's the exciting part. Each time you cross over 100,000 followers, you'll receive an awesome treasure chest, a special reward that might amp up your climbing game for the tower. Think of it like a play button that you get from YouTube, except this time it has really cool benefits attached to it. Tapping on the screen, he checks his viewer current. Impressively, Jaiju's already being watched by 15 viewers and has gained 7 total followers. He also has 37 coins now, but I should mention that this scene is taken after a while, because only 3 minutes on the clock remain before the trial begins. There's also one other reason attached to his fast rate of growth. It's because our boy decided to go ballistic and chose the hardest difficulty. This man is trying to play the Elden Ring over here. The chatters are anticipating the trial floor monsters. They really want to see what's going on. Our boy plays along with them, acting like he doesn't know anything. There's also one other thing. The viewers can't really reveal anything. If they do, they'll actually get kicked out. But you guys are probably thinking, by who? Every tower and every game has its own developer and admin. And well, this tower's admin is someone who oversees every activity going on. The admin is so terrifying, in fact, that he's the only reason nothing about the tower has been leaked or spoiled to the outside world. Now that's called being good at your job, because damn, it's tough to play or watch anything these days without 50 spoilers going around. The Awakened didn't just keep their mouths shut because they wanted to be petty about the information. Rather, it was out of fear. The admin's site terrorized them. The only reason our boy even knows this much information is thanks to the videos he received, or else he wouldn't know about the tower's secrets either. 40 seconds on the clock remain, as our boy realizes it's showtime. He prepares himself, and boasts a positive attitude to speak with his viewers, apologizing for closing the chat while he's handling the trial. Even the chatters are astonished, as this guy actually seems to care about his viewers, rather than ignoring them or belittling them. Speaking of chatters, Noobmaster actually returns to see the good stuff. The countdown reaches down to 0 seconds, as the trial commences at last. A few summoning portals spawn next to the mana stone, making our boy nervous of what he'll encounter from the other side. His first guess is a kobold, based on the size of the portals. But then, bro is stunned when he sees glaring eyes from the dark, quickly transforming into puffballs of cuteness. The sudden appearance of the Popoi has completely robbed our boy of his soul, looking at him questioning his existence. By the way, maybe you guys are thinking that this is an easy battle, but here's the thing. Even the commenters are joking around about Jaiju's incoming death. They're leaving the stream because from their perspective, our boy is already 6 feet under the ground. Or should I say in the bellies of these fluff balls instead. Jaiju reflects that though these pretty balls of fluff appear to look cute, they're actually creatures of despair and destruction. For example, I bet you didn't fudging expect their teeth to cut through the hardest metal in existence. That's right, this thing can cut through Thor's hammer probably. Not just that, their rows of teeth quickly turn into a chainsaw while attacking, and they share a heavy grudge when it comes to the death of their own kind. For example, if you messed around with these little dudes, they're gonna go John Wick mode, track you down and kill every person you've ever known. Realizing that this situation is dead lost for this newbie streamer, the viewers start leaving like flies. Their reaction is understandable, as even Jaiju knows that these little guys give everyone a run for their money. To entertain some conversation with his viewers, he asks about the details of the creatures. The chatters point out how their fur is practically the ultimate defense that will stop any slashing attack, and then their teeth is just the annihilator of worlds, devouring everything. Really, this situation is the definition of despair for any unlucky person. Jaiju is starting to realize that his viewers might never return after leaving the stream, but right now, he's got to consider his options and brainstorm a solution. One fact is strange. 3 dangerous popoi appearing on a trial floor is unheard of and impossible to beat, even on hard difficulty. Jaiju does his best to return to his memories, extracting information about the popoi's habits, their behavior and attacking style. But then a realization dawns on him. These fearsome creatures aren't attacking him. In fact, they're not even paying any attention to him. To test his theory, he leads his foot right up to one of them to block the path. But instead of causing any harm, the little dude sweeps around his foot to continue moving forward. This confirms that they can definitely see our boy. They're pretty much aware he's here. The only thing is, they're not attacking him. Questioning what the heck is wrong with them, he steps closer to try and copy their behavior, banging on the hope that it will make him their ally. The viewers are still bullying this man in the chat, realizing that the stream is going to end up in disappointment with the way things are going. Unfortunately, it's the only option our boy has at his disposal. If he fights them here and now, well, that would be no different from choosing death. The scene cuts to the first viewer, the love guy, who is watching another dude's stream after leaving Jaiju's chat. Impressed by another person's abilities, he tries giving him a follow. The system responds with an error message, reminding him that he's already followed someone, so this action is impossible. The chatter laughs, thinking that the system is pretty outdated for thinking that Jaiju is still alive. But when he actually goes and checks our boy's stream, he can't believe his eyes. There are more viewers now than when he left. And not just that, the newbie hasn't become the food of the popoi yet. To satisfy his curiosity, the guy re-enters the stream. At this point, the little guys are jumping about and shouting their name like little Pokemon. This side of them makes them really adorable, even in the eyes of the viewers. The funniest part is how our boy has to act like a slave and copy their behavior, jumping like a clown to save his life. Even the chatters are clowning on him for this, but at least it's saving his life. Jaiju actually notices the first viewer rejoining his stream, but he quickly focuses back on the situation at hand. Firstly, let's address the big-ass blue rock. That thing is a mana stone, and the little fluff balls love munching on them as their favorite mineral. This stone is special, uniquely for its ability to be used as an energy source in mage engineering resources. Since the popoi are known for holding a ritual each time they discover a rare food, the mana stones are no exception. At the same time, because they're so conscious of their surroundings, they don't take it lightly when a stranger nearby is hovering around while they're carrying out the ritual. When that happens, they like to encircle the food source, just like how they were doing now with Jaiju, in spite of people's ignorance. It's their way of showing our boy that they actually acknowledge him as one of their own. Lady Luck is truly on his side, because he's just been invited to an exceptional meal with them. He wonders how the little guys are feeling on the inside, because it seems like they're exploding with happiness. Gosh, I need to use one of them as a stress ball, even though I might end up losing my hand for it. Sweating bullets out here, bro hesitates for a response. Getting impatient, the cute guys decide to show their freaky side by unleashing their alien-like fangs. Yeah, you do not want to fuck around and find out with these little furballs. Even Jaiju is appalled and disgusted. Suddenly, one of them leaps forth to attack. But to his shock, they weren't targeting him, but rather the mana stone. Gobbling the stone down and drilling it with their teeth, the popoi enjoy their meal. But here's the issue. Our boy is scared shitless that he'll also have to eat the rock in order to get on their good side. The chatters think he's crazy if he actually ends up doing that. But this guy thinks it's the only way out, so without further ado, he literally starts chomping down on the rocks. I bet you weren't expecting a rock-eating main character when you clicked on this video. Rock eating is the new aura farming. Strangely enough, the pieces of the mana stone are melting down in his mouth like soft chocolate. The taste is good too, and it revitalizes him with energy. So after a while of eating, his body starts radiating with blue energy. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jaiju stares in disbelief while the little guys are circling him with joy, leaving the chatters worried for his life. One of the little guys leaps to target our boy, causing the commenters to basically drop the F-bombs in the chat. To everyone's surprise, instead of making sushi out of his body like they did with the mana stone, they're actually pretty kind to him. Suddenly, the system screen pops up, informing our boy of the trial completion and commencing a pathway to the second floor. Laughing out of disbelief, Jaiju is glad that he's alive, but his celebration is short-lived as he drops to the floor unconscious. The little guys are worried for him, and even the chatters can't believe how this newbie bested the trial. In other words, this man is built different. So our boy is out cold and suddenly wakes up screaming his lungs off in fear. Luckily, he's all good, and the little dudes are here to support him too. At first, this man thinks it's ridiculous to see the popoi worrying about him, but they're so cute and dandy that it's no longer a threatening situation. He adores them and pats them. and even his viewers think he's messing around with them by not killing these guys. Deciding to return to his chat, he realizes that the messages are going at an incredible speed. Bro is blowing the heck up. Inspecting his stats, he's amazed to learn that his viewer count shot all the way up to 127, and his followers are close to 60. Jaiju loses his mind seeing the number of viewers, questioning how the heck it happened. He considers himself one lucky guy for receiving so much love and support. This is actually good because the viewers really like him for his humble personality. Focusing on the scene of the tower floor, he reflects his earlier thoughts about the mana stone being the favorite mineral of the little guys. But here's an issue though. If he tells his viewers this information, they're going to suspect him and won't take him for his word. So he comes up with the cheesiest excuse ever, that he befriended the little guys out of fear that they would kill him. The viewers think our boy has the worst idea of what a friend is supposed to be like. There's also the issue that the trial specifically outlined to get rid of the enemies, but there's actually a loophole. The task isn't hardwired to kill the monsters, but rather eliminate the threat. That's why he's focusing on understanding the needs of the Popoi, and he's following them so they can establish a deeper relationship. Even though his logic is sound, it seems completely insane to the viewers who have seen just how ruthless these little guys can be. Still, it's not like Jaiju has anything else to say. He wants to present himself as a clueless newbie who also does not know about rewards. Seeing the magical circle open up in front of him, Jaiju realizes that it's time for him to transition to the second floor. It gives his viewers ample amount of time to remind him about the rewards. Once again, he pretends to be clueless in front of them and checks the rewards. To his surprise, the menu pops out a red-ribboned gift. The wrapping is so cute that even the viewers are dazzled by it. Excited, he pops open the lid and discovers a bunch of shiny stuff inside. There's a rock, a bag of coins, and a nickname card apparently. The interesting thing is that this reward is different from what he saw in the videos. He's not getting any fancy sword here, but instead a bunch of resources. As he's checking out the valuable stone, the Popoi start hunting for it immediately. These little guys have a hard time when it comes to shiny rocks. The viewers don't have any clue, but our boy knows that this thing looks like a mana stone, and it's shocking that he's already receiving it on the first floor. Then again, normal mana stones are notable for being blue. This one appears to be white, a color that seems foreign for his viewers. Later down the line, they're easily accessible on the 10th floor's market area. At the same time, our boy doesn't want to waste this piece as food for the little ones. After all, its price alone ranges to 5,000 coins. Apologizing to his new friends, he promises to give them something even better in the future. The chatters also advise him to check the item information option to check details. I love how the commenters are really supportive of him, and it really reminds me of the love and support you guys show for the channel. Using the item information option, he learns about the nickname card's details, allowing him to change his name for free. Of course, using it here would be a waste, so he stores it for later, knowing what's waiting for him on the 5th floor. Next, he's really happy to see that he's getting paid well thanks to the coins. The bag is stored in his inventory in the form of currency. He then alerts his chat that he'll be heading to the next floor. Saying so, Jaiju walks up to the portal, but to his surprise, the little guys pounce around in the opposite direction. Concerned, he tells them that they're going the wrong way, but with the way they're acting all of a sudden, it makes him question what's going on. Even the chatters have no idea, and ultimately Jaiju has to follow them. When he gets to the location, he sees one of them returning a toothy smile. It's hilarious every time because it spooks out his chatters. The chainsaw teeth begin to mow down on the rocky wall, making everyone wonder what they're planning. Our boy realizes they're trying to dig a path to find something, maybe even a mana stone. They're so quick that they've already dug deep into the way, and unfortunately, Jaiju has no choice but to follow their command. Once again informing his chat, he decides to take the lead of the Popoi and trust them. The chatters think that he might be making a mistake by rejecting the portal. Still, our boy crawls his way through, reminding me of cave divers and how I'll never understand why that sport exists. Jaiju's case is different though. He's fine. And so far, even though the rocks are tightening around his body, it's like getting a massage. Unfortunately, he's slow, and his viewers have the attention span of a goldfish and want to get to the exciting parts. But suddenly, our boy's right arm begins lighting up. He freaks the fudge out, terrified for his life as even the viewers make fun of him for having a flashlight arm. Now this feeling is actually familiar to the time he ate the mana stones. The little ones were shining around him too, so he guesses the same must be happening now. Instead of falling short or staying in place, he keeps on navigating ahead. Though the viewers don't know much, Jaiju actually understands everything about his current situation. What he's experiencing is called the power of a knight. The reason the 5th floor is such a huge deal is because it allows one to change jobs and take upon a path. Knights specialize in close combat with an exceptional physique, while mages have various magic spells aiding them in battle. There's also the role of mage engineer to craft weapons and all kinds of tools. Of these 3 jobs, a person can only choose one. Apart from these roles, there are also jobs without the specialty of combat. but nobody cares much about them because they're ineffective during a trial. Anyway, the strength ability he's feeling right now is the same as the power of a knight that strengthens one's physique. It's a concept of aura empowering his strength. Thanks to that, after a long and agonizing crawl, he's finally out to meet the Popoi. Finally, he takes a look at what became such an urgency. To his surprise, there's a shiny necklace here, which means it's a special item. The little guys want to eat the necklace already, but our boy stops them. He draws a closer look at the necklace, using his information ability, and discovers that it's the Talisman's necklace, with the special ability to save the user's life from one death. Now that is one hell of an item. It's basically a free respawn. Jaiju's jaw is left wide open, and so is his chat shocked. It's a precious piece that is rarely ever even found, boasting it the special, heroic rank. From the videos he received, Kim Jaiju was destined to die on the 15th floor. But thanks to the necklace, he lived. But this kind of item isn't even possible to encounter before reaching the 10th floor. And yet he's already acquired it, which is exactly the issue, because how does one explain that to his viewers? Speaking of viewers, his first follower once again donates a bunch of coins and an additional request to put it on. Bro happily places it around his neck. He's glad that they're not swarming him with a million questions about how he got it at least. Keeping himself cool, he tells his chat that he'll be heading to the portal now. After a return trip from the hole, he arrives at the portal leading to the 2nd floor, with all of his Popoi intact. Even Jaiju is amused that the little guys are willing to journey with him, and he's grown so attached to them that he doesn't want to leave them behind. While he's having a nice time, his viewers are concerned and wonder what kind of craziness he'll pull next. Deciding to head right into the 2nd floor, our boy bravely steps through the portal. In the next scene, he emerges to the 2nd floor's stage, amazed to see what he's found. The magnificent view has him dazzled until he inspects around and discovers a bunch of foreign letters. The system thankfully has Google Translate over here, and discovers the message signifying the downfall of the heroes. Our boy thinks it's quite the attempt to make the floor level seem intimidating. Then he searches around and finds another message. This one warns him that noble effort is different from dishonorable effort, and that not all kinds of effort result in the same result. For example, the kid was born in poverty in the real world, but it doesn't matter, since he's going to give it his all and make this opportunity count. The system message appears and tells him about the incoming trial. This time, his objective is to survive for 30 minutes against all monsters. With only 10 minutes left given for preparation, our boy hastens to do what he must. First off, he checks the shop window to get some nice stuff. Now the chatters are already warning him about the incoming red bears. The problem is, the chances of him running into red bears is pretty damn high because of the chosen difficulty level. It could also be serpents. The thing about a red bear is that its body is filled with flames. Basically, they're fire-breathing bears that are huge and a pain in the ass to kill. One method to protect his body would be to use armor and actually survive the 30 minutes. However, if a sea serpent appears, it's going to be a different game. The thing about these annoying serpents is that despite their power, they are a bit useless on the land. So in that case, Jaiju will only have to worry about avoiding its tail. From that perspective, taking down a serpent sounds easier since he can practically kill it with weapons. But all of this is speculation, since he's worried about how it will all turn out, especially when the first floor was full of surprises. Jaiju assures himself that everything will be alright. They can't possibly give him yet another impossible trial, right? Well, we're about to find that out together. The system commences the countdown as a mystical portal appears in the arena. Anticipating what kind of ugly monster he'll face, he guesses that it might be a serpent from the size of the portal. But when the portal expands and becomes even larger, he thinks it's definitely going to be a red bear now. I guess it's time to borrow Captain America's shield if that happens. To his utter shock, the portal becomes titanic in size, causing him to worry about the kind of monster that will appear. Are they about to send Godzilla on his ass? That would be funny to see. Jaiju and his little dudes are visibly sweating, until our boy realizes the fudge is going on. From the portal emerges a dinosaur-like leg stomping on the ground. It's crazy how I was just messing around. They really did send a monster the size of Godzilla. The enormous turtle dragon roars with incredible force, scaring the crap out of our boy. The chatters are damn certain bro is gonna need that necklace to save his life now. Even Jaiju is desperately swiping his inventory to spend his coins as fast as possible, because fighting a creature of this size, he's really gonna need something massive. Luckily, he stumbles across a powerful one-handed axe, costing him 250 coins upon purchase. Bro just borrowed Thor's Stormbreaker using this system. With the battle axe in hand, the chatters think he made the dumbest choice here by choosing a weapon instead of buying something for his defense. Here's the thing though. Jaiju understands that on this floor, if you choose to attack instead of defend, you'll get a hidden reward. That's why he's risking his ass over here. The offended turtle dragon snarls at him while our boy lunges quickly to avoid becoming a sticker by the creature's foot. The turtle dragon smashes its limb into the ground, causing a shockwave and making the chatters believe that Jaiju's cooked for life. But instead of dying, Bro emerges from the mist like a champion. He stops the attack and also injures the creature. Since the wound isn't deep enough, he realizes that this process is going to be tedious. It's not like he can finish this battle in one attack like Saitama does on the daily. Well, the second problem is that he's only pissed off the dragon even more now. The creature ends up unleashing an electrifying breath, just barely missing our boy. Jaiju's strong reflexes have the chatters questioning what the hell he's made out of. Reclaiming the ground, Jaiju reflects how facing a red bear could have been way easier in comparison, since blocking would have worked. But even while facing the turtle dragon, he isn't having much trouble thanks to its predictable attack patterns. With this newfound confidence, he bravely assumes that he'll be able to kill the beast and obtain the reward soon. The turtle dragon, as you can guess, isn't pleased, but it doesn't matter, as our boy Speed blitzes the creature's legs, striking against each of its critical areas. Locking down on his target on the back foot, this guy loads his battle axe and plunges it deep into the dragon's flesh. Shivers of pain make the turtle dragon writhe in agony, causing the viewers to feel bad for the creature. In panic, it tries to eliminate Jaiju using its tail, but our boy is able to get out of the danger, satisfied that he's fooling the creature well so far. Gaining some distance on the side, he predicts that the turtle dragon probably wants to catch him with any methods at its disposal. But to everyone's surprise, the creature retracts its limbs and decides to take shelter in its hardened, spiky shell. This allows the monster to heal. By the way, its annoying healing ability is exactly the reason that the awakened warriors hate fighting the monster. Because once it goes inside, you can't do anything to it, you'll just have to wait until it's back to full health to kick your ass again. While Jaiju is considering his options, more and more viewers are chiming in to watch his stream, questioning how a turtle dragon ended up on floor 2 of all places. Sensing a moment to strike, our boy dashes full speed, carefully mounting on top of its shell and holding on to one of its spikes. It's a good thing that he can freely navigate without worrying about the monster moving. The chatters still think that he's being reckless with this strategy. Here's the thing though. Jaiju knows that getting on the creature's back is dangerous because the spikes detonate upon contact. But that's exactly what he's aiming for. Navigating around the spikes, he searches for a weak spot. Suddenly, he receives another donation from his first follower, who alarms him about the spikes exploding. But this warning concerns our boy, who ends up locating the weak spot at last. Loading his axe with full ferocity, he smashes the weapon against the spike. The spike doesn't break in one hit, so he goes for another shot, this time cutting clean and obtaining the spike for himself. Next up, he sees the creature shooting out of its shell, extremely pissed that Jaiju forced him out. Deciding to go crazy, the monster speeds up to crash against the wall, hoping for the recoil to knock the human down. With no other choice left, our boy places the spike on its vulnerable flesh while charging up his hammer. He's desperately hoping for this plan to work, and finally, the axe nails the spike down into the creature's neck, sending another wave of pain and detonating upon impact. The explosion is so powerful that it knocks the wild dragon down. The creature doesn't move a single limb, indicating to the chatters that the battle is over. From the smoke emerges our victor. Jaiju is injured, but he won the trial. As for the turtle dragon, I have to say, it sustained brutal injuries and didn't make the cut. That entire strategy was a risky gamble, even from Jaiju's perspective. He knew that the spikes are known to explode when mana is poured into them, which is why he released some of the mana he obtained from the mana stone and imbued the spike with it. Next up, he powered up his axe and well, rest in peace, little turtle. The detonation actually nearly took out Jaiju too, so it really was a gamble on his survival. Here's a little plot twist though. Jaiju is surprised when he sees the creature glaring at him, even in his pitiful state. Despite the monster's condition, our boy understands that he is fighting for his survival, which is why he makes the right choice and deals the killing blow. The system officializes the completion of the trial and allows him to enter the next floor, confirming that he's defeated a powerful foe. Thanks to him killing the monster, the system rewards Jaiju with a hidden reward. His efforts finally pay off, and other chatters even donate coins to celebrate the victory. Even the little fluffballs are dancing out in joy because they really want to get their fangs on the turtle dragon's remains. Jaiju internalizes that every creature in the Tower has mana stored inside their bodies, which means they're a natural attraction to the popoi. To them, this is probably like a buffet for free. As such, Jaiju allows his little psychopaths to enjoy the meal. Like the glorious little monsters they are, they begin chopping down on the turtle dragon's hardened shell and spikes. Meanwhile, our boy finally comes to terms with what he's just done. Even though he did beat the difficult boss, what will he now say to his audience? They're accusing him of being a hacker, or being someone with an alternate account or something. Some people are defending him, but at the end of the day, Jaiju understands that he can't bullshit his way out as much anymore. Instead of saying it was a matter of luck, he asserts his point strongly by stating that he just tested out a theory, and it worked. This prideful side of him doesn't have the chatters fully convinced, but it's better than not responding at all. Jaiju analyzes his viewership's interest. The reason these guys are following him is especially because of the way he's tackling impossible trials at the start of the tower. Also, his growth has been alarmingly fast, because now he's at nearly 200 viewers just on the second floor. Even 50 viewers would be a blessing for anyone at this stage. Anyway, our boy accepts the hidden reward for gaining over 100 followers as well. With a couple of rewards racked up, he decides to check out the floor clearance reward first. The same decorated box drops in front of him. Inside, there's a bunch of valuables. 500 coins, which is pretty damn good, and a subspace backpack for him to store inventory. Keep in mind, this is still a special reward, because the backpack usually doesn't appear at this level either. It's a rare item, but it's a good thing because it keeps the viewers entertained. There's also a mana stone, but he doesn't bother using the item description ability on it, and simply stores the stone for now, hoping it will come in handy later. Understanding that he must change topics immediately to make sure his viewers don't bring up the mana stone, he pops open the hidden reward for beating the monster. A rare runestone pops in his hand, glowing a purple aura. This thing is so rare that it's classed as a heroic grade item, and it has the ability to boost the abilities of any weapon by a level. The chatters are stupefied and think that beating the creature head-on may have been worth it after all. Happy with his progress, our boy stores the stone in his subspace backpack. While his chat is going crazy and wants him to use the stone right away, our boy is jolted by a dizzy feeling. His senses are overrun, and the chatters recommend that he head to the third floor right away to heal all his injuries. Deciding to stick around, he checks the reward for reaching 100 followers. They're a bunch of blessings, with one to pick from. Now, the chatters are pretty split on what blessing he has to pick. Some want him to go for health, others agility, and some even strength or luck. Knowing that blessings are passive skills that basically boost a particular stat over time, mana appears to be the most neglected option of all. This is because it doesn't have much use in the earlier parts of the game, but in Jaiju's eyes, it's the optimal choice. He redeems the blessing of mana, upsetting his chatters that he chose to be stubborn instead of listening to their advice. The boost of mana gives Jaiju a pleasant sensation. He thinks about the differences between your average knight and a mage, compared to someone who studies magic and uncovers its mysteries. Knights and mages are strong from the get-go, so they're more appealing to choose. But when it comes to studying magic, it is difficult and requires so much effort that some don't even bother calling it a fighting class. Still, our boy understands that it's not going to hinder him much at the beginning of the game. After all, he still remembers the man he saw in the video. That guy ended up becoming a genius in the art of combat, using his magical engineering technology to his advantage and wiping enemies in one go. Bro appears to be fascinated by it. Long story short, this dude just wants to become Iron Man and shoot beams out of his hands. The thing is, even though he can still make his own weapons like that, they'll never compare to what he saw in the video. To imitate that kind of technology, it's going to require some time and effort. Well, apart from that, the little popoi are done chopping down the turtle dragon's shell, so much so that there's no shell left on that poor creature. Still, Jaiju's pretty damn drained and quickly enters the portal to the next floor so he can replenish his health. In the very next scene, the environment changes to fit the theme of the third floor, and our boy is beaming like a butterfly after regaining full health. As he's walking along, the system informs him of his third trial. His objective is to win a fight against the Guardians who have long been in their slumber. 10 minutes are given for preparation, and this time, a strict warning is given. If he leaves the garden area, bro is going to be trapped here forever. At this point, our boy is starting to question why all three of the floors have been needlessly complicated so far. And if his assumption is correct, and the difficulty is in fact just as high, then it's going to be tough. To his shock, a random dude wearing body armor also arrives on the same floor. A realization hits him, and confuses the other guy as normally, the Awakened don't share combined floors. But now the difficulty makes sense, because this trial requires him to work with another person to succeed. Right away, Jaiju notices that the other guy is shaking, which means he definitely struggled a lot on the second floor. His armor is battered too. The two shake hands, and the other guy immediately becomes a puppy in front of our boy, asking him if he's a steamer. When Jaiju confirms that he is, the guy backs off and apologizes, but his awkward reaction is authentic, given that humans don't share floors in the tower or interact with each other. The poor guy starts bawling his eyes out, stating that he lacks experience. But his reaction is actually genuine for a newbie, unlike Jaiju, who appears so unnaturally composed that even his chat is catching on. Anyway, the guy introduces himself as Ha Yun-seok. Our boy returns the greeting, prompting Yun-seok to remark just how weird Jaiju's name is. Well, it's something he's used to already, so it doesn't affect him much. The inexperienced newbie asks Jaiju if the little fluff balls around him are really the popoi creatures. Answering brightly, he confirms they are, and he's pretty impressed that Yun-seok has knowledge of them early on. Turns out that the viewers educated him early on, so that's how he knew about the popoi running around. Jaiju reveals that the weirdness started from floor 1, so it's a given. As Yun-seok is about to ask another question, suddenly the ground begins rumbling. The stone gladiators start awakening and moving from their positions. Terrified, Our boy recommends postponing their chat to later because they've got company to take care of. The Guardians confront the humans as the countdown hits 0 seconds, initiating the start of the third trial. Jeju whips out his shiny axe while his new friend at the back is horrified. Knowing that the difficulty is the same, our boy is hoping that the Stone Guardians also share the same weakness. The thing about the third trial is that it is known as the definitive floor where the real trials begin. You can tell the difficulty level by the number of statues. 1 statue indicates low difficulty, medium is 2 statues. But even in the case of high, they don't exceed the number of 2. But in this special case, the hard difficulty requires both statues to be taken down at the same time. You can't go after one and then the other, because it leads to the defeated statue to resurrect. Preparing to kick some flat stone ass, our boy awaits the Guardian's first move. Beaming with red, dangerous eyes, the Guardian plummets his lance into the ground, generating a powerful shockwave that sends Yeonsuk tumbling away like a paper ball. The inexperienced newbie is terrified and thinks that Jaiju's already dead. But one way to know that he's still alive is that the stream is still functioning. Rampaging just between both of them, Jaiju is confronted by the shield statue attempting to crush him with full force. The shield makes contact with the ground, once again generating so much power that it sends a shockwave. Yeonsuk roars in worry, because if our boy got hit by that attack and with that force, he's coming out with every bone broken. When the shield guardian lifts the shield, nothing is there. And no, bro didn't just get decimated to 1 trillion molecules, he escaped using his incredible speed. Using the power of the night, he imbues his body with superhuman strength, propelling himself in the air. Finally, he projects his full swing into the Lance Guardian's leg, cutting it clean and dismantling it. The creature collapses, but the Stone Guardian quickly comes up to assist his fellow. Get you a homie like this guy over here. Jeju is concerned that if he wastes too much time, the spear statue is going to end up replenishing back to full health. He can't allow the process to kick in, so he bolts with monstrous speeds to slice down the other one. The remaining shield statue also feels the full force of his swing. But the axe fails to penetrate the creature fully, so our boy puts 100% strength into using a second attack. The axe successfully cuts through, forcing both of the Guardians to topple to the ground. With this, victory is Jaiju's, a rather quick one at that. When the dust settles, our boy quickly leaps off of the severed leg and drops down. Yeonsuk rushes to his side. He can't believe what he saw before his eyes. Jaiju is also a newbie in the eyes of everyone, and yet he's destroying every floor so far. But here's the plot twist. Just when you thought the fight was over, the stone statue's eyes light up again, shocking our boy. He roars and tells the idiot Yeonsuk to duck. The clueless newbie turns around questioning what happened. And well, right as he does, he sees a titanic spear coming over to give him a nice hug. Making haste, our boy jumps in to save Yeonsuk before the spear reaches him. Thankfully, he forces the newbie to duck down just in time, causing the spear to miss its target. But here's the problem. Both of the Stone Guardians are now back to full health, and they're ready to destroy the humans in their path. Even Jaiju is baffled by the fact that the Spear Guardian threw its weapon just to hunt them down. Turns out that a simple knockdown won't be enough to kill these guys, which is common sense if you ask me. Jaiju clings to his battle axe, this time prepared to end the fight for real. The two Guardians are cautious, however, and they're not attacking him right away. Seeing the statues hesitate in front of an ant-sized human is a huge moment for the chat. They think Jaiju has officially become a badass. Playtime is over as our boy races ahead, lunging from spot to spot until he reaches on top of the Stone Guardian. Glaring down the creature, our boy puts himself into position for a wild sprint and rockets ahead once again. The sprint allows him enough momentum to jump off to an amazing height, leaping just over the Shield Guardian's weapon in order to target its body. This time, Jaiju annihilates the creature with a downward slash from the side, crumbling it to pieces as it rests on the ground. Fight's not over as the other one is still left. That one attempts to smash him with its giant hand, but Jaiju maneuvers against the obstacles and dives right down. Unfortunately, because he's in the air, he doesn't have anywhere to dodge the upcoming attack of the Stone Guardian. Knowing that he's out of options and can't waste time because of the revival effect, he gambles everything into this one moment. Jaiju successfully leaps away from the Spear Guardian's slam and unleashes a heavy slash against the creature's arm. This attack crumbles the Stone Guardian's body as it too topples to the ground. With that, our boy has just defeated them for the second time, proving that he's standing on business. The same red eyes slowly dissipate into nothingness as the trial is completed at last. With the completion of this trial, he receives a whole bunch of coins from his viewers. Jaiju doesn't think much of himself and contemplates how he could have used the original strategy from the videos of his future self by only targeting the eyes of the Guardian. But luckily, he didn't have to work that hard since he was able to destroy them anyway. Having cleared the trial successfully, he checks on his viewers and asks if he took a long time to wrap things up. The chatters are actually pretty impressed. They consider it a pretty fast run. But to Jaiju's shock, the portal to the next floor is nowhere to be found. The chatters find it hilarious how this guy is supposedly an experienced fighter, and yet, He can't figure out a basic thing like finding a portal. But that's exactly where they're wrong. Our boy is intentionally acting dumb because in his mind, he has to make it seem like he's a dense newbie who doesn't know certain things. As he's about to leave, the other dude stops him for a little chat, begging for a conversation. It's unfortunate because our boy is already pretty drained, having wasted too much time on the 3rd floor. Jaiju rejects the conversation and bolts ahead, leaving the dude in the dirt. Speaking of the 3rd floor, there's a giant temple here. Our boy makes his way to the top to collect a special scroll, which reveals a frightening tale. It talks about the demise of a city that fell victim to destruction and starvation. The spirits of the soldiers are told to linger around the empire. In the year 957, the psychotic emperor enjoyed beheading one of his own generals that returned from battle. The reason? The general didn't like following the instructions of the emperor and acted on his own during battle. As a final warning, the tale reads that one must never, under any circumstance, offend the emperor. Having finished reading the message, Jaiju understands that it's a clear hint about the upcoming 5th floor. It's time to hit the bus, because the portal to the 4th floor arrives just next to him. Before leaving, he checks the reward for floor completion. The chatters aren't expecting anything great from this reward, and it actually turns out to be true because Jaiju discovers only a coin pouch inside. No weapons or potions or mana stones, just a bunch of coins. It's a bit underwhelming, knowing that this man is tackling the highest difficulty over here. But reality sets in when he checks the coin amount. 5,000 coins on floor 3, he's earned it, and his expression goes from being depressed to being grateful. At his current level, our boy has a total of 211 viewers and roughly 140 followers. The sudden increase in viewers is actually linked to Yeonsuk's personal chat room because they were watching the same stream. He's also got nearly 6,000 coins right now, and his excitement for floor 5th grows because he's going to learn a lot about magic engineering. While that's the case, the chatters bring up an important concern. Just why are the popoi so inactive and quiet on this level? Just to be sure, Jaiju checks around and realizes that the little guys are fainted on the ground. The little dudes are down for the count, making our boy question if they're sick or something. Poor fluffballs can't even move, prompting Jaiju to share his concerns with his chat. Well, unfortunately, no one knows the answer because technically, he's the first ever human to ally with them and carry them along. One guy thinks that maybe it's because they're depleted of energy and need food. But that is one scary thought, because only a while ago, the little dudes literally munched down the shell of a turtle dragon. Deciding to test the theory out, he reaches for his bag and presents the fluffballs with a mana stone. But even that doesn't work since they don't seem pleased to eat. Suddenly, his first follower drops a voice note, telling him that it's a good idea to hurry to the 5th floor instead. It's a surprising recommendation, because the chatters seem to know exactly what the suggestion entails. Of course they can't say anything or reveal the secrets. At the same time, Jaiju realizes that there's actually someone on the 5th floor who can inspect what's wrong with his pet marshmallows. Rising to the occasion, he declares his journey to go to the 4th floor for the sake of his babies. As he's about to head in, Yeonsuk hurries to catch up, pleading for him to stop just a moment. Once again, our boy emphasizes that he really doesn't have any time to spare right now. Yeonsuk understands that he's being annoying by bothering him again, but he just wanted to come and say thank you. Yes, all that for a thank you. Because for a second, I thought he'd actually give some advice about the popoi. But anyway, Jaiju takes it kindly and accepts it. Yeonsuk is pleased to hear his satisfaction and continues staring at our boy until he steps into the portal to the next floor. Emerging from the other side, the system blasts him with an information screen regarding the 4th floor's trial. The objective is to break the seal in order to open an escape door, and the time is pretty generous this time, giving 6 hours for completion. But the system does leave a warning. If he can't break the seal, he'll be trapped here forever. And to clarify what that means, Jaiju fully understands he'll die if he fails. Inspecting the menu options, he wonders if he can do something with his coins. Even purchasing food with coins won't be enough since it only delays his demise. This means he's got to clear the task no matter what. He leaves the babies on the floor and heads up front to inspect the writing on the wall. There are also 100 crystals placed in front of him, because the hardest difficulty. Basically, this is going to be an IQ test, so his battle axe isn't helping much. Deciding to check the shop entries of the floor, he reflects on how the 4th floor's shop is unique from all the others. Instead of giving you useless weapons, it offers food of all varieties to replenish the player. It's a time trial, and even if he's offered plenty of food, he still doesn't want to get comfortable and waste time. Knowing that he doesn't have any immediate needs, he closes the shop to focus on the task at hand. The chatters are shocked that this man rejected the finest meals ever to focus on the mission. But the fact is, Jaiju is waiting for the right moment, and he can't afford to waste too much time because of his fluffy babies too. So he gets to work, assessing that the 4th floor requires the use of letters inside the crystals to create the correct pattern. Aside from the pattern, he also has to match the correct colors. Each crystal shifts into a different color upon every interaction. That's the only basic rule of the game. Recalling his experience from the future, Jaiju can't believe that he struggled so much here. Now, the crystals with each symbol have its own set of colors. Originally, he found himself going crazy, unable to memorize every pattern. But eventually, he came to a strategy. Since symbols are difficult to remember, he translated them into numbers to make the process easier. As he's solving along, he knows that the pattern will only get tougher with time. The one frustrating part about this floor is that some crystals change colors on their own, even without any interaction. Now that's annoying as hell. Even the chatters are fed up with this level. But for Jaiju, he thinks of it like a giant Rubik's Cube for him to solve. Quickly, he smacks many crystals and racking down the possibilities to find the perfect pattern. From his perspective, it seems like he's making progress. But from the perspective of his chat, they think he's just smacking the crystals without any point. A few moments later, an entire column turns green, shocking the chat because they can't believe his ridiculous strategy is working. Jaiju is glad that he's figured out one part. It's not as difficult for him since he memorized the entire thing anyway. At his current speed, he's fully confident that he'll be able to solve this within 30 minutes. With the time limit passing by, our boy keeps on smacking the crystals, forming new crystal colors with each sequence. At the rate he's solving, his chat thinks he's really gonna speedrun this thing down. At last, our boy reaches the end of the puzzle as he smacks the final crystal, breaking the seal and revealing a portal to the next floor. One of the chatters even donated to him and asked if he's some kind of super genius from the Mensa organization. But our boy is humble and rejects the possibility outright. Besides, what he did wasn't a display of genius anyway. Dude had the cheat sheet in his brain. His impressive solving ability causes the first follower to donate 500 coins. It's clear that he's landed himself a whale over here in terms of donation points. Pleased with the results, he announces the opening of the reward box. Inside, all he sees is a pouch of gold coins again. The chat thinks that the tower is bullshitting him with how little rewards he's getting. But it's fair because the bag of coins is worth 5,000, and at this rate, he's already got over 10,000 coins saved up. Still, Jaiju doesn't want to celebrate for long. His babies are struggling to keep up, so he's got to rush fast. Collecting the little dudes, he tells them they're finally going to the 5th floor. By the way, the chatters think that Jaiju is trailing behind the fastest newbie, who is on the 7th floor right now. But that's only because he wasted a ton of time with the Popoi on the 1st floor. It's not like he cares much about speed, because in this upcoming floor, Jaiju is going to prove to everyone why he's built differently. Heading into the portal, the 5th floor's trial initiates. It's a special trial that restricts the viewers from transferring any donations. With a time span of 1 week inside the world of the tower, the player will be tasked to clear the trial inside someone else's body from the ruined world of Astrode. In this world, there's going to be another person just like him, a real user from the tower. There are 2 clear conditions for the trial. The first is to reach the correct ending, and if not, it's to murder the other user in cold blood. Now that's a level I'm looking forward to. The scene cuts to a wealthy estate. Here, a red-haired man appears sat regaining his senses. He quickly navigates to inspect the historical records. In this world, it's the year 944. Currently, the person whose body he's possessing is 10 years old. The kid once asked his father for a magic animal as a birthday present, but in the end, received a hard slap as punishment. There's also his older brother, who appears to despise the child with unfathomable disgust. From then on, the boy made a secret space under his room, unbeknownst to his father. Fordrick helped him and didn't even take the coin as a payment. He's someone reliable, someone who promises to supply him with magic animals. After reading the journal notes, Jaiju lets out a sigh. He knows the identity of the person he's using. He's inside the body of the second prince of the empire, Kaoli du Toprox. His father, the current emperor, actually discovered his son's magic animals and forced the boy to burn them with his own hands. From then on, the prince earned the name of the executioner and is known to be a crazy drunkard seen on the road sometimes. Checking the system details, he learns that the objective of the 5th trial is to become the emperor. The catch is, he can't use force as his method. The time granted is 1 week, but even then, just think about it for a second. Become the emperor is genuinely such a difficult mission. The chat shares that it's the definition of having the hardest difficulty ever. Our boy is seriously annoyed with his chances. Having taken control of the second prince's body, he's going to have to work enormously hard to get to the throne. And here he was expecting himself to become a magic engineer by chance, all for it to end up in flames. From this point onwards, the viewers are restricted from switching streams. The interesting thing about the 5th floor is that time flows differently here compared to the rest of the floors. The viewers are stuck with him for the entire trial until he reaches a clear condition. Obviously, he could go with the chosen ending route, or he could make things easier and kill the second player. The system warned him with a terrifying message, reminding the player that he'll feel the world's destruction if he fails the task. With the idiots in the chat were already fighting against each other, our boy threatened to ban them if they kept arguing. Before entering the world of the 5th floor, he was granted the ability to choose any power he wanted from a list of options. Now, our boy knew that whatever ability he was going to select, it would have an effect on what kind of body he'll possess in the next world. He's already handling things on high difficulty, which means only the important figures of the Empire will be assigned to him to make the task more challenging. If magic abilities are chosen, then the person is assigned to become a chief wizard of the Empire. Magic engineers, on the other hand, are supposed to become the platinum engineers of the Empire. Lastly, the physical powers, resembling the power of the knight, force you to become the Empire's guard. Then there are some other paths, such as the assassin path or the non-combatant path. However, their abilities are typically not as powerful as the main three types, so people hesitate on choosing them. As for our boy, he's already made up his mind, so he doesn't have to think this one through. The people in the chat clearly want him to be either a knight or a wizard, even assassins are promising. But our boy is a simp for the magic engineering class and decides to roll with that option, frustrating his chat. The funniest thing is, the system thought he wanted his power to be linked to magic animals instead of magic engineering, so it auto-selected for him and confirmed it too. Even the chatters think that the system pulled a fast one on the newbie. Jaiju is seen ranting in frustration, like a child whose candy got stolen. But he can't do anything about it as his body is sucked into the portal gate. And well, now he's sitting depressed because things ended up in the worst way imaginable. Even though he clearly stated magic engineering, he ended up with a shitty magic animal role. Still, there's no point for him to lament his chances over what happened. It's time to come up with a proper strategy. Reflecting on the two win conditions, our boy is happy to chase the ending if the path to it appears straightforward and easy. In normal cases, for example, if he became a magic engineer, the stage would auto-clear the moment he came up with any new invention. To be honest, that seems way easier than just become the effing emperor. Still, Jaiju is ready to kill the other guy in case things get really difficult for him. Because when it comes to a crazy objective like the ending he is assigned, it's much easier to look for the second user and kill him instead. Now normally, of the 7 days that are provided for this trial, the first day is for the users to become familiar with the character that was assigned to them, meaning they have to discover their character's powers and learn more background information about them. Reflecting on what to do, he calls for his servant and orders to summon Fordrick at once. The chatters are pretty impressed that this man is already blending in pretty well. Meanwhile, Jaiju fully understands that Fordrick's objective still appears shady, and he has to figure out what kind of guy he really is before moving forward. Arriving before the prince, Fordrick Diomeron awaits the prince's orders and wonders if the meeting is for a new magic animal. It's a good thing that he took initiative of the conversation himself, because Jaiju was struggling to come up with an excuse to talk. Fordrick snaps his fingers, presenting the magic animal in a cloak, having already prepared everything for the prince beforehand. In all hilariousness, when the cloak is lifted, it turns out they're his own babies, the Popoi. And here I thought it was going to be some kind of badass dragon or something. The poor dudes are sick as hell, and internally, our boy is screaming in fear because he totally forgot about his babies in the middle of all this. Jaiju comments plainly and wonders why the creatures appear to be sick. Fordrick expresses that the hunters also don't know the reason for their painful state. But having checked on his own, he learned that these monsters ended up consuming way too many mana stones. Yeah, their condition isn't because they are hungry. It's apparently because they ate too much. The chatters also come to the same conclusion. In suddenness, Fordrick passionately shouts the prince's name and grabs him in worry after sensing mana from his body. He can't believe what the hell happened in the short period he was away from the prince. Jaiju brushes it off, acting composed and stating that there's nothing wrong. But Fordrick highlights his concerns, pointing out how mana is a curse, and possessing it leads to people's body exploding. But here's the thing though. In Jaiju's case, his mana energy is stored in his brain instead of his body. Hence, even when his judgment is clouded by emotions of fear or rage, the mana forces him to become rational at once. But a downside is that he could potentially break his emotional state if he's not careful. Fordrick begs the prince not to consume any more mana than he already did. From his concerned reaction, Jaiju assures the guy that he'll follow the advice so that Fordrick won't have anything to worry about. Hearing that, the man bows to take his leave. Before that, he warns him of the suspicious activities of the first prince, Kaoli's older brother. Thanking him for sharing the update, Jaiju intends to move the little magic animals to the basement on his own. Now, based on that interaction, our boy understands that Fordrick is actually the second prince's one and only aide. Having served as a guardian knight for the boy's mother, Empress Perdesa, he swears loyalty to the little boy. Fordrick ended up retiring right after the Empress passed in order to become the servant of her son. Apart from that, the only reason Jaiju didn't feel any fear against the guy is because he's already faced immensely powerful opponents like the turtle dragon before. Otherwise, he would have shown signs of fear. As for the older prince, it seems that the game has already begun if he's acting suspicious. In 1 week's time, Jaiju has to make sure he defeats Kaoli's older brother in a battle to seize the throne and claim his position as the emperor. Though it's true that he could always kill the other user by hunting them down, he thinks that the clearance rewards for reaching the ending would be way better. According to the information he learned from his diary, he discovers the secret book that opens a pathway to the secret room just underneath. The chatters have no idea what the heck is going on, and they're left questioning if this is some kind of new ability. Jaiju descends down the stairs with his little guys, and here he finds many other cages like the one he's handling. The system presents him with a message, and all his other friends, the magic animals, are pleased to see the second prince again. They're really happy to see their owner, and joining them will be the little dudes, the popoi, who appear to be frustrated and confused. Like a proud father abandoning his children, he leaves with great regret and tears in his eyes, because he needs to keep them away for a while to figure out his plan. Even the little dudes are giving him a sad yet cute look. I don't think I'd be able to leave them after that adorable look. But it's just the right thing to do in this situation. He has to keep them away from danger. Realizing he could buy a skill book for the little guys, he contemplates on his choices. The good thing is that he doesn't even have to read the skill book fully. The only requirement is to choose from a list, because the contents are directly transferred to his memory anyway. The system winds up creating a basic animal magic skill for the little guys, but honestly it's pretty shitty according to Jaiju, because it will barely help the little guys. Well, the good thing is that it's a cheap purchase, so he didn't lose much anyway. He comes out of the basement and seals it back shut, realizing that he's got one more place to explore now. Based on his calculations, our boy predicts that his opponent chose the Knight or Wizard class. And if that is the case, then the competitor is going to be hanging around in the research room to research magic, or exploring the training grounds as a Knight captain. To make sure there aren't any interferences from the other player, Jaiju intends to make the first move. In the Knight training grounds, a warrior is making sushi as he dices away at the wooden doll. This guy is actually the second player, by the way, and after using a bunch of skill books, he's become so powerful that it feels like his body has been training for decades. Speaking of which, this guy is Lee Seonjae, and he's excited as hell because he can level up by just swinging his blade around. Seonjae's run so far has been lucky. Because of him choosing the hardest difficulty from floor 1, he earned a crap ton of coin donations from his followers. Thanks to that, from the second floor, he began using his kendo skills to slay any monster in his way. Arriving on the third floor, he actually used his teammate and sacrificed the guy's life so that he could complete the trial. This is how you know this guy's messed up. At first, he was under the impression that maybe his viewers would abandon his stream, but it turns out that people really liked him killing others and stayed the part. As for the fourth floor, he was at the verge of collapse and only had 30 minutes left when he solved the puzzle at last. Seonjae appears to be busy in his training when suddenly, the red-haired prince comes to meet him personally. The chatters inform him that this is the second Prince Kaoli and that he must be wary of him because of his royalty. The chatters quickly remind him to get on his knees to pay respect, which he does right away. Of course, Seonjae is pretty upset that there's a damn prince interrupting him all of a sudden. Jaiju plays his part like a professional and tells the knight to stand up, commending him for his efforts to serve the empire. Seonjae responds casually, but in the back of his mind, he's wondering if this guy is supposedly the second stream he should be wary of. But then he thinks that nobody in their right mind would choose anything other than being a wizard or a knight, so it doesn't make sense. Seonjae's character is actually the Black Lion Grandmaster, a sword user with tremendous abilities, a man known to despise liars and is always honest. The streamer faced difficulty mimicking his behavior initially, but eventually he copied the other knights and learned to blend in. Naturally, Seonjae questions what the prince is doing in the training grounds of all places. In response, the cheery prince casually brings up an old memory, talking about how Seonjae loves alcohol. He even brings up an incident from last year, causing the guy to get flustered. The logic here is simple. Our boy is trying to trick him into answering a question, deducing whether or not this guy is a streamer or not. Cleverly, he asks for the name of the drink that the Black Lion Grandmaster favors so much. Here's the catch though. Seonjae is literally sweating bullets right now. This man clearly didn't read his character notes properly, and he desperately turns to his chat for help. But of course, not even the chatters have much of a clue, and instead they think he should name any drink that comes to his mind. Nervous as hell, Seonjae responds with the drink's name called Pure Tile, an answer that pleases the prince, as he promises to send it over tomorrow. Once again, he's glad of the Black Lion Grandmaster training valiantly to serve the Empire's best interests. This makes Seonjae confident because he was able to bypass the test. Or did he? Because Jaiju smiles and drops a bombshell of a question, inquiring for the man's Korean name. This confirms that Jaiju was able to piece together the guy's identity right away. Off-brand Toji over here laughs, realizing that he's dealing with a psychopath as a competitor. He adopts a rude tone, questioning who the hell he is. Maintaining his calm composure and continuing to mess around with the dude's feelings, he emphasizes that he's the second prince, of course. Seonjae's annoyance grows, and he threatens the prince, calling him a fool for not having any guards around him in case he gets into trouble. Gripping his sword, he also questions how the man was able to uncover his identity just now, even though he gave natural answers. Our boy simply turns away, stating that he doesn't have to give a proper answer. The funny thing is, the real Kaoli was such an introvert that he wrote the smallest of details in his diary, so that's how he knew exactly what to ask. Suddenly, Seonjae's chat starts telling him about how lousy the second prince truly is, and that it's going to take only a single attack to end his life. Of course, this isn't exactly wrong. Jaiju returns the verbal jab with double the damage, insulting Seonjae in his own way. The sword user is done playing around and wants to finish the game right here. But right as he's about to execute his first move, Fordrick comes rushing to stop them. He checks on the second prince, asking if he's alright. As for the other guy, Fordrick is extremely wary of him, because he could see that the Black Lion Grandmaster was readying his blade to attack the prince. Jaiju plays it off casually, stating that he just wanted to check the skills of the swordsman with his own eyes. Following the same excuse, the other guy agrees with this statement. Fordrick isn't having any of it. He smells bullshit from the swordsman, having sensed his bloodlust earlier. But the prince does his best to assure that nothing like that happened. Before leaving, Fordrick reminds the young man to be more careful next time around, or else he'll be charged with a heavy crime for an attempted assassination. Oh, and he makes it clear that it won't be a simple punishment. Seonjae's limbs will be cut and his body will be dragged around the empire by horses. Now that's a threat. The swordsman shows fear and submits, and Fordrick is only letting him go because of the prince's decision. Later that day, he shares his concerns with the prince. The Black Lion Grandmaster has never acted so strangely before. Seeing the amazing knight act in such a filthy manner makes him seem pathetic in the eyes of Fordrick. The young prince comments how his aide appears to share nostalgia for the past. Fordrick brushes the comment off and expresses that he only remembers the good things after serving Empress Perdesa, the boy's mother. Jaiju alleviates his worries and tells the man to go his way, since he'll be okay from here on. Still, he reminds the young prince to be wary of his older brother, who might be a pain in the ass to deal with. Saying so, he leaves on his own. Meanwhile, our boy assesses that he wasted far too much time doing nothing. No matter what happens, he's got to head to the magic engineering workshop as fast as he can. His audience is curious though, especially after his interaction with the second streamer. They want to know how he's going to handle the floor's conclusion. To that, Jaiju makes his declaration with confidence. He'll still go for the chosen ending. The chatters can't believe this man is speedrunning becoming an emperor when he's only got 6 days left in the bucket. It'd be a hell of a lot easier if he just killed the other guy and was done with it. However, our boy understands that every problem has a solution, and he's going to look for it no matter what happens. The scene cuts back to Seonjae, who has requested more information on Fordrick to know just what kind of guy he is. Getting his hands on the official documents, he considers himself truly lucky once again. Despite that, he acts like a bitch in front of his viewers, pointing out how he's absolutely fudged if the prince orders a hit on his head. And even after everything, the fact that Jaiju spared him tells a lot about his intentions. One of the chatters is bored seeing Seonjae quiver like a little bitch. He's got a serious plan to destroy the second prince for good. All ears, the streamer listens to the chatter, who instructs him to head to the admin office, find some info on the second prince, and then work from there. Inspecting Fordrick's datasheet, he learns a bunch of things, especially about his possession of the magic animals called the Popoi. Based on this information, the rest of the chatters are convinced that his opponent is Jaiju, the newbie who faced Popoi in his first trial. Some of the chatters found the fluffballs disgusting and left his stream to come to Seonjae's stream. Anyway, it seems like Seonjae doesn't know just how much of a big deal it really is. The chatter explains that the prince's identity is important for what he's about to say. He then instructs the streamer to the outskirts of the gates. He follows the instructions and discovers a chapel here. The chatter then tells him to head inside the chapel. Realizing what the plan is, Seonjae is confident in his victory because his strategy involves knowing the other person's identity. And since his chatters were kind enough to reveal that information, he's damn certain that he's going to crush Jaiju to the ground. But we're going too fast. Let's go back an hour and see what really happened. Seonjae saw the prince walking in the hall and chose to confront the guy with confidence. Jaiju stood fearless in front of him, his arms crossed, and he already knew that the other guy did a background check on him. But Seonjae quickly shuts him down by revealing Kim Jaiju's streamer identity. From the look on the prince's face, it confirms Seonjae's suspicions, and before speaking another word, he bolts away from him. This guy thinks that he's already won the battle, and that he'll easily survive with this little piece of information. That's how he came to the chapel, after discovering the hidden place his chatters told him about. The idea is, if you confess your opponent's name in the chapel, you can clear the trial immediately. But that also means he'll miss out on any bonuses to level up and advance his skills. There's also a serious penalty if he fails. Even though he'd care about raising his level in any other circumstance, right now he's in a do-or-die situation. That's why he enters the chapel with confidence, while his chatters think that it's going to be an easy run from here on. Reaching for the shiny key within the holy water, He uses it to kneel in front of the chapel, revealing the system to inquire for the other user's name. At once, the guy reveals our boy's name. The system rushes to verify the name and asks for a final confirmation. After all, he won't be able to change his answer after making a decision. Clicking yes, his body shudders in shock. The reason is actually going to surprise all of you. He got the name wrong. The system curses him with a penalty for getting the name incorrect. With this, he's going to lose every skill he learned so far. The feeling of victory is replaced by a feeling of frustration and loss as he questions what the hell happened. Seonjae is on his knees, roaring in disbelief, failing to comprehend the situation. Time for the reveal. Let's cut to Jaeju's perspective and see what really happened. His chatters thought that our boy was officially cooked, now that the swordsman would reveal his name to the chapel and get an instant clear. However, the prince actually wanted the other streamer to fall for his trap. In reality, he's got everything under control, and he plotted the entire strategy for his own convenience. First, he went looking for his bag, the same subspace inventory where he keeps his valuables. Then, he checks for a little something that he acquired a while ago. Some of the chatters caught on with his strategy. Jaeju whips out the nickname change card, shocking everyone's expectations at how much of a mastermind this guy really is. He planned everything, bro is Aizen's son. Ripping the nickname card prompts its activation, allowing Jaeju to enter a new nickname to use. Funnily enough, he simply adds the number 2 next to his name, without coming up with something original. The chatters are a bit underwhelmed, but it won't matter. Our boy's got everything covered. Knowing that Seonjae has at least 5 sword skills under his belt for being the finest knight in the empire, it's a delightful feeling, knowing that he's going to lose all of them. The trial of wisdom is going to be expensive for the guy, which really does end up happening from what we saw. By the way, after a skill is lost, the players have to reinvest into skill books and start from scratch. And that takes some serious donations, so unless that guy has Andrew Tate sitting in his chat for a donation, he's not getting anything. Jaeju believes that not even Seonjae's own chat is going to bother donating to the clown after his stunt. To deal with his own annoying chat, bro shouts at them for making him feel guilty about the name. It was all he could think of in the little time he had. The chatters are regretting the countless missed opportunities still. Jaeju thinks that he's not at fault, given the situation. Suddenly, he hears Seonjae's voice from the other side. The chatters can't wait for this golden interaction. Our boy steps out of his chambers to see what's going on. The guards are actually holding the angry swordsman, who wishes to speak with the prince. He's so adamant in speaking to the prince that he's refusing to come at a later time. Boiling with rage, Seonjae pleads with the prince for a chance to talk. Jaeju is in the mood to see what he's gonna say and allows the guy to have his moment. The knights free him, and before long, the door slams shut as they talk inside his chambers. Jaeju stands fearless against the violent knight, who curses at him for tricking him. Seonjae is filled with excruciating rage, unable to infer Jaeju's true identity. The second prince simply smiles at him, bringing up the fact that he should know already. Pissed off, the violent knight slams the furniture in frustration, roaring at him to stop messing around. Our boy pulls an ultra instinct dodge, cleanly evading the chair. I can't express just how awesome he looks while dodging. Toji is really not having a good day. He thinks that there's no other option left but to draw his weapon and end the trial here and now. In a battle against death, he rushes to attack the vulnerable second prince, hoping to get an easy victory. But here's the thing, bro is moving at a snail's pace. He's extremely predictable because his skills are gone and reduced to dust. Jaeju casually dodges him and overwhelms the attacker, pinning him down. Seonjae begs to be freed, but let's be honest, he's not in any position to make demands. Jaeju forces his grip so hard that Seonjae drops his sword in agony. His chatters are in awe of our boy's impressive battle IQ. The second prince emphasizes that the only reason Seonjae's pathetic existence is repeatedly being given a chance to live is because our boy is aiming for a different outcome. At the same time, he punishes the bastard and reminds him coldly that he can easily change his mind anytime he wants. Being the little bitch, Seonjae cries and accepts the prince's words, causing Jaeju to release his grip and toss him to the ground, right where he belongs. He then tells the scumbag to get the fudge out if he knows what's best for himself. Running away in fear, Seonjae reaches for the door, humiliated more than ever. As for Jaeju, he's glad that he was able to make an important point by showing him the difference in their abilities. With this, the guy won't be a threat to him for a while. The chatters are curious about his next move, now that he's eliminated the threat of his competitor acting up again. If he becomes a pain in the ass to deal with, Jaeju intends to unalive him to prevent more issues. Anyway, with the day coming to a close, the second prince plummets to his bed in exhaustion, realizing that he's going to have to plot the emperor's death. After all, if he doesn't have the emperor killed in some way, how is he going to seize the throne for himself? But then, if that happens, the first prince will become the automatic heir to replace the emperor. That's not good either. In his final thoughts, Jaeju thinks that it might just be a good idea to kill the other streamer on the final day, after he's finished learning magic engineering for himself. But if he chases that outcome, he won't get the rewards for the ending. As he drifts off to sleep, he remembers the future Jaiju, the one who ended up with a completely different role on this floor. He was busy swinging around his axe, training his abilities. In this timeline, Jeju actually listened to his chat and chose physical strength above all else. He promised to work hard and trained for 6 whole days on floor 5. It was during that time that he found himself distracted by the people of the Empire. They were carrying something, or rather something. Caged and arrested, it was the second Prince Kaoli being taken away. And maybe this is the clue that our boy needs for his second run. In his first run, since he was clueless, he begged his chat for some information, but they didn't reveal a word. Instead, they encouraged him to check it out for himself, causing him to celebrate and catch a break for once. Jaiju made his way to the men discussing something of importance. As he's walking along, Count Sion stops him and realizes that he's speaking to the Black Wolf Grandmaster, Alec. Jaiju inquires for information, asking about what's causing the commotion. He's shocked to discover that there's an imperial trial underway. This means someone from the royal rankings is being held for trial. Count Sion carefully checks his surroundings before whispering the gruesome reveal. The second prince has been arrested for the assassination of his father, the emperor. Jaiju couldn't believe what he heard, while the count continued to talk about how it's for the best, as there never was a need for a second prince anyway. Jeju realized that the crowd before him was actually because of the prince's trial. Many nobles and royals have come to see for themselves. While he's still processing his shock, someone bumps into him. It's actually Froderick, who looks depressed and apologizes for stumbling. The man's face tells you all you need to know. He's devastated, as he was the sole supporter of the prince. It kills him to see the second prince on trial. As for the emperor, since he was notorious for not trusting anyone, the man snuck a platoon of knights everywhere just to prevent any mishaps. This is exactly the reason why his sudden assassination is a mystery, especially when all of these knights are beastmen who protected him at all times. As a weakling, the second prince couldn't have done anything to lay his hands on the emperor, let alone kill him. Anyway, Jaiju chose to wait, to see what the trial had in store for him. Everyone in his chat had the same assumption. The first prince concocted a scheme and killed the emperor and then accused his brother for it. In any case, Jaiju couldn't be bothered. What he was really surprised about was how filled the courtroom was. Grands wizards, grandmasters, and nobles were all gathered here. Funnily, there wasn't a mage engineer among them, making the chat conclude that they all suck anyway. The competent judge responded to the commotion and warned the higher class that even if they're competent, they will be judged equally for their actions, so causing any disturbance will lead to a punishment. Seeing his charismatic state, the chatters are envious of the guy. Firstly, he addresses the representative of the common res, Kane. The chat makes fun of Kane for being nothing more than a decorative piece. Then he announces the Marquis Kreutz for representing the nobles. Even though this guy is acting classy, the chat makes fun of him for wearing a wig. It's hilarious because even Jeju laughs after hearing that one of the chatters once took off his fake hair and revealed his bald-ass head. Finally, the man representing the high seats is the Grand Duke Magnus. With 3 people in the jury, they are obliged to follow the teachings of justice. The 3 take an oath to proceed with the trial without any personal connection. While Kreutz and Magnus respond prim and proper, the commoner Kane is like, "Yep," which is hilarious to the viewers. This guy really is a normal dude. The judge emphasizes the urgency of the trial because they saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. The defendant has yet to confess or admit to any of his crimes, and in light of that, the judge emphasizes that this trial will be on official grounds. Jaiju wonders about the implications of his words, because it basically means the defendant won't be given a chance to defend himself. They've already accepted the crime happened because of him. The second prince is instructed to take his seat. The weak and cowardly boy struggles to state even his name. The judge reminds the prince that the crime has been confirmed, so they won't be challenging or questioning him on the culprit's identity. Furthermore, the boy won't even be given a lawyer to defend his case. Now that's fucked up. Poor kid simply says yes in response. With a reaction like that, anyone can tell that Kaoli couldn't even kill an ant if he wanted to. The judge then reads the details of the crime, revealing how Kaoli went to his father's room at night to speak with him. Sharing an audience with his father, they spoke for about 30 minutes. The judge asks one of the Beastmen Knights as the witness to the scene, who confirms the details discussed so far. He adds that there weren't any sounds from the room, so the knights thought that something was wrong. They opened the door to see what happened, but when they got there, the emperor was already done, collapsed and coughing blood. The only person there at the time was the second prince, quivering before his father's body. This detail shakes the courtroom and makes the second prince so nervous that his body can't stop shaking. After some further investigation, they come to learn that someone drugged the emperor's tea with lapla leaf powder, which was also found on the second prince's clothes. The leaf is known to be a tool of assassins to eliminate their targets. As for the judge, he gives the young prince a chance to correct him on any of the details shared so far. Unable to defend himself, Kaoli caved and agreed with the account. The judge concludes the trial. causing the courtroom to grow furious, while Jaiju can't believe that this short conversation was a trial just now. It's a brutal ending for the prince. As for the Grand Duke Magnus, he appeared not only upset, but so furious at the mocking of the Empire's name that he ordered a brutal punishment on the boy's head. Kaoli was to be hung on horses and dragged across the Empire. Every citizen would know of his crime. Hearing this only broke the poor boy's heart even more as he awaited his cruel fate. Krauts and Kane both supported the Grand Duke's conclusion. The only person there that found this whole thing to be a sham was Fordrick, who rose to the prince's defense, pointing out the ridiculousness of the whole thing. The Grand Duke questioned if he found something troublesome with the trial. To that, Fordrick countered that the court appears to rush the process out of a need to shut the case down quickly. It's almost like the case has been specifically planned by someone, leaving no room for discussion. Fordrick even talks about the boy's nature and his lifestyle to gain sympathy for the second prince, but Grand Duke Magnus shuts him down, countering that Fordrick is letting his personal emotions get in the way of the trial. He doesn't care about hearing anything anymore, and orders the second prince to be taken away at once. Fordrick collapses in frustration, while Jaiju is in so much shock that even his chat comments on it. The guy is sitting in despair at the injustice of this world. His reaction is normal, because most users feel this way after being on the 5th floor. Breaking his silence, Jaiju roars his declaration to conquer and destroy the tower, as well as the administrator. It was then he received one final message, questioning if Kim Jaiju was ready to face responsibility for his actions. My theory is that the admin personally messaged him. Anyway, our boy wakes up from his nightmare at last. He dreamed about the prince's trial, and remembered just how enraged he became in the videos he saw of his future self. Our boy has made up his mind. He's not going to cave or stop. This time, he's got a plan, an opening to exploit so he can reach the right ending. Flipping through the pages, our boy is uncovering information about the Beastmen, while his chatters remain in mystery about his incoming plans. Now Jaiju already understands that the very reason Kaoli had an exaggerated interest in magic animals is because of the Emperor. After all, the second prince never actually had any interaction with him in the videos, so this time, our boy's all on his own. Which is also pretty frustrating because he can't find anything worthwhile. He complains about how short the contents of the diary are, making him wonder if he should ask Fordrick for help. The funny thing is, the man is literally summoned the moment he utters his name, giving our boy a jolt of shock. Bro was stalking him right outside the door apparently. Anyway, the exhausted prince has a request to make and inquires about his past. He brings up the time his father slapped him for asking about a magic animal for his birthday. Jeju wants to know if the second prince was crying or not. To that, Fordrick confirms that he remembers the smallest of details surrounding the prince, and that he was indeed crying. With how considerate this guy actually is, the chatters are starting to theorize that maybe Fordrick is the secret dad all along. On a more serious note, Jaiju is concerned why the prince's father became mad during the time he made the request. He wasn't told the reason then, but now he wants to know. Realizing that it's time to reveal the secret, Fordrick begins describing the event in detail, which is purposefully kept ambiguous as the scene transitions into Jeju marching towards the Emperor's room. The chatters are really concerned, warning him against the decision. Our boy fully understands that his viewers are reacting negatively for a reason. Their reaction is valid because the Emperor is no longer the man he was. Not after his wife, the Empress Pradesa, passed away. It drowned him into madness, as he still feels great regret over the passing of his wife, which is also why he doesn't trust anyone anymore. It's also the reason why Jaiju is confused. Why does the Emperor neglect the second prince, Kaoli, the only thing that was left of his wife after her death? Going back a few paces, we come to learn about Fordrick's side of things. At the time, the young boy happily requested a dangerous-looking magic animal. Far too dangerous for the little boy to handle. Jaiju is spacing out in his thoughts and quickly catches himself when he spots the Emperor's guard standing just outside. Before heading inside, he makes sure to close the chat to focus 100% on the task. Poor chatters are angry at him, but he promises them a good show. After closing the chat, he prepares himself mentally for what's to come, reminding himself of his identity as the second Prince Kaoli. But this time, he's no longer a shy boy, but a changed person who has the capacity to surprise and impress his father. Talking to one of the beastmen, the young boy requests an audience with the Emperor. At first, the guards are strongly opposed to the decision, emphasizing that it's not possible this late at night, even if he is the second prince of the Empire and his son. Realizing that the beastmen aren't going to change their stance, he changes his approach and roars his demands loudly, calling out the Emperor himself to make an audience with him. The guards still stand firm, but Jaiju can hear the footsteps of the Emperor approaching the room. The trick worked, as the beastman guard tells the boy to wait in the reception room. Shortly afterwards, they take him there. An intimidated Jaiju sits before the Emperor, consistently reminding himself that he's Kaoli, the second prince, the son of the Emperor at this moment. Radiak Du Toprox, a blonde-haired man, is the Emperor of the Astrode Empire, and he's surprised to see his son meeting him at such an hour. Cowley pays his respects, emphasizing that it's just a meeting between a father and a son. The Emperor is displeased with the idea because he always thought that the young boy never thought of him as a father, but Cowley emphasizes that he's always thought of him as such. Annoyed, the Emperor reminds him that the boy should have evidence for every word that comes out his mouth. In an effort to impress the Emperor, the second prince reveals his knowledge of the secret beastmen around him to track down his every action. This shows that the Emperor shows concern for the second prince in his own way. Jaiju continues to hammer his point, stating that he wants to believe in his father's love because of his actions. The funny thing is that our boy only discovered the hidden guards thanks to the chatters talking to each other, so it's not like he went out of his way to conduct an investigation or anything. Impressed, the Emperor makes himself comfortable and inquires if that's the only thing the boy came here for. The second prince makes a request to his father, wanting the beastman to exit the room for what he's about to say in confidence. As every action requires reason, the Emperor demands to know why. The boy smiles at him and states that it's uncomfortable and embarrassing for him to say. Tension looms over between the father and the son. The Emperor decides to respect his request and sends his men outside. With them gone away, he wants to know of the real reason why the boy requested to send them away. The second prince shares his knowledge that he knows his father's magic ring controls the beastmen according to his will. But not just that. He also goes as far as to say that the ring his father is wearing at this moment is actually a fake. Taking it as an offensive remark, the Emperor demands evidence for the boy's claim, and if he's wrong, he's going to receive ultimate punishment for being arrogant. Jaiju, or in this instance Kaoli, reveals that his father possesses a second ring. Going off of the information he has, the first prince, Sloane, was praised by the Emperor just 3 years ago because of his valiant victory in a battle. When that happened, there was a wine spilling incident. Sloane threw his alcohol on top of his father. The Emperor finds himself annoyed and questions if a piece of writing is the only thing being presented as Kaoli's evidence. Jaiju doesn't back down, stating that what he's read so far has been the content of the document, but now he'll add an additional detail. Right after Sloane wiped his father's clothes, he cleverly took the ring off of him using his handkerchief. At that moment, he replaced the ring with a fake one that was covered in the handkerchief itself. Fully annoyed, the Emperor talks down on the boy's words as nothing more than mere speculation. After all, there's still no evidence presented. Even though Jaiju is being pressured by the tense situation, he chooses to maintain his composure, knowing that the Emperor shouldn't get angry about the situation. He tells his father the truth. The Emperor already knows this information, but the boy simply wanted to prove a point, that he also knew about his father's secret. Hearing this, the Emperor roars in laughter, having never heard something so amusing before. Jaiju presumes his reaction as a positive one. The Emperor confirms his shock, having no idea that Kaoli knew about such sensitive information. Now that the boy has revealed everything before him, the stage is set. The Emperor knows that his son came here to make his demand. Boldly enough, Kaoli declares his desire to claim the throne as the Emperor. Hearing this, his father reminds the boy that there can't be two emperors at the same time. Kaoli accepts and agrees with that fact. So our boy pulls another zinger that you should never pull in front of your father. He tells him to die. In the next scene, a viewer is watching Jaiju's stream from the comfort of his home and finds himself marveled at his portrayal of the prince and his bold declaration against the Emperor. It impresses the viewer so much that he doesn't even think a second time about donating 1,000 coins straight up. The user One Punch has only one demand: to crush everyone in his path. The rest of the chatters can't believe what they're hearing, while our boy is enjoying receiving free money from his viewers. Thankfully, he's escaped the tense interaction between the Emperor and him. He turns on the chat and discovers that a few more crazy chatters are donating loads of money to him. Apparently, the plan he discussed with his father is so grandiose and clever that it makes Jaiju appear like a god to his viewers. But for now, our boy just wants to have a quick breakfast and focus on learning a few more skills before things get rolling. In the next scene, Jaiju finds his way to the workshop. At long last, his dream of finally being able to learn magic engineering is coming into fruition. Suddenly, the older brother appears out of nowhere. Sloane taunts Kaoli for being around, but his little brother returns the same exact question. Even the chatters are confused why this guy is hovering around the workshop. The first prince is rather surprised by his little brother's tone, and wonders if their father took pity on him with some privileges. Despite Sloane's comment here, Jaiju perfectly understands that Sloane must have received intel about what happened. The only thing he doesn't know about is the subject of his conversation with the Emperor. That's why he personally came to pay his little brother for a visit, and to find some clues. Thinking over to himself, the second prince casually remarks that he did indeed meet the Emperor today. But he also points out that Sloane appears unsurprised, as if he already heard about the information. This puts a heavy hit on the first prince, causing him to grow tense, because it basically proves Sloane's dirty plans in secret. He can't believe that his younger brother has the gall to speak to him in such a manner. To educate his younger brother, the scumbag blonde raises his hand, ready to unleash the slap that knocked down Will Smith. Luckily, the master craftsman of the imperial household, Bran, puts an end to their conflict and questions why the hell they're meddling around in front of his shop. Sloane adopts an arrogant tone, but the workshop owner reminds him that they're causing a disturbance in front of his business. The first prince remarks Bran for being rude, but the old man clobbers him back by returning the same sentiment. After all, Sloane is out here demanding respect from people for no reason, even though he hasn't even become the emperor yet. The chatters are impressed, because they know the emperor is humble enough to treat someone talented with respect, unlike his son over here. Bran emphasizes that if the first prince doesn't want people to call him out on his bullshit, then he should take his matters elsewhere instead of causing a scene in public. I have to say, Bran has balls of Jupiter to say all of that without reaping any consequence from it. Insulted, Sloane promises not to forget what happened here today, especially when his ass just got humbled in front of his little brother too. Bran doesn't give a damn, having already accepted that he's gonna die of old age anyway. But when that happens, he's gonna leave behind a final saying on his tombstone. It will talk about Prince Sloane being a piece of trash who is good for nothing and relies on everyone around him to do his bidding. I think if someone insulted me like this, I would just bury myself 6 feet under for crossing them. Sloane's practically seething. Every fiber of his being wants to kill this man. He promises to end his life the moment he seizes the throne. But for now, he eats his own words and turns back, acting as if he's the one controlling the situation. Bran leaves a final remark in, calling him an unpleasant face to be around. I don't know, man. This old dude better have some top-level security, or else he is about to get assassinated. Anyway, Jeju is quite grateful for Bran butting in and helping him like that. But the guy is so humble, he doesn't even take any credit for it and states that he's just doing it for some morning peace. As he's heading back, the young prince makes a request. The funny thing is that Bran declines without even hearing him out, thinking that Kaoli is plotting an assassination plot against his older brother. Jeju is out here trying to convince him that it's nothing like that. The good thing is that Bran can see that the young prince is interested in his workshop. He allows the boy to look around as he pleases. So, Jeju does exactly that. And though he was excited to learn mage engineering, he's not as much excited after inhaling the smell of grease from every corner of the shop. Well, the chatters are displeased with him, knowing that he's still pursuing the path of mage engineering. But there's not much they can do to stop him at this point. The boy inspects the shop. A system screen pops up, informing him about the area and highlighting a potential purchase for a skill book. Our boy is rather surprised that he already has a starter pack of mage skills under his belt, likely influenced because he chose mage studies in the beginning floors. He checks on a certain skill, something that his viewers boldly advise him not to pick. But without hesitation, this man commits the purchase, making the chatters feel betrayed. All of a sudden, they want all their coins back. Seeing some of the annoying people causing trouble in the chat, our boy becomes a Discord mod and starts banning any troublemakers. With the first user banned, it sets an example for the rest of them. Focusing back on the system, he uses the skill book right away, allowing him to create a wheel of basic skills in mage engineering. Among them, there is basic magic engineering, basic thermodynamics, and basic ingredient mechanics. Since he just got them, they're sitting at level 1. The system also increases his proficiency with the skills, but it induces a tremendous load on his body. Learning all of the skills at once not only makes him dizzy and gives him a headache, but it's also coupled with nausea. Even after memorizing the skills, he doesn't have much to grasp from them. There's a lot for him to learn with his half-baked knowledge. Still, it's a start since he can at least imitate the process for some skills, even if he doesn't use them fully. Apart from that, because of the massive headaches and strain on his body, Jeju strongly believes in the idea of increasing his skill level. The chatters have already given up on giving him advice, seeing as he doesn't care about their opinions. Deciding to stick around in the workshop for a bit, he goes up to the owner's room and gives it a knock. Bran pops out, questioning if the boy wants something from him. The beaming young prince makes his request, politely asking for a favor. Unable to resist the prince's charm, he invites the kid inside. The boy follows him closely. The scene cuts off to the first prince, Sloane, who is convinced that his little brother plotted nothing in the meeting with his father. All he's acquired is a bunch of attitude, but the older prince isn't intimidated by that. In fact, he pities his younger brother, as a malicious smile forms on his face. Sloane thinks his little brother made a huge mistake by interfering with his matters, and that's why he's going to assassinate Kaoli as his first target now, using the original magic ring of his father. Going back to the talk between Bran and our boy, Kaoli tells him that he wants to use the workshop for himself. The owner thinks that magic engineering is dangerous as a hobby and shouldn't be used to pass time. However, the boy assures him that he's already got some basic grasp on the fundamentals, so nothing will go wrong. He admits having some knowledge of thermodynamics and mechanics. Intrigued, Bran takes his pen and writes down a bunch of stuff on the paper. There's a diagram as well, and the task is for the boy to interpret the idea being discussed. It's quite the pressure, but our boy accepts the task anyway. Bran offers him a seat and explains to the kid that the circle shown in the diagram is a common mechanism used in the Empire. The boy's job is to solve it. Labeled Leighton, the circle appears to be a mineral used as steel in engineering. Knowing that there are 3 materials being used inside of the circle, our boy quickly gets to work while Bran watches him from afar. A while passes, Jaiju's finally done with his solution notes. When the shop owner comes around to check it, he shares the bad news. The second prince only got half of it right, the rest of it is in shambles. Hearing this, Jaiju gets disappointed and wonders if this is the end of the road for him. However, it appears that Bran has taken a liking to the child, and believes that Kaoli's interpretation was a good attempt. He likes it so much that he allows the boy to enjoy the wonders of his workshop. At the same time, Bran leaves a warning for the kid, emphasizing the importance of the boy's nobility, and how a craft like magic engineering could end up in his demise. However, Jaiju is the most excited he's ever been, and pleads with Bran to guide him along. The kind workshop owner assures the kid that he'll keep his annoying older brother away from the shop. It's a good thing because it's in Jaiju's best interest to avoid distractions. As for his chat, he's hoping they're not getting bored to death, because the pursuit of magic engineering doesn't seem as exciting to them. Unfortunately for them, they can't even switch streams since he's stuck on floor 5 right now, so they don't really have a choice. Days passed, Jaiju's typical life as the second prince continued. His horrors persisted, and finally, there was only 1 day left until the end of the trial. Working hard in his room, the boy is interrupted when Fordrick comes to inform him of some shocking news. The Emperor's crucifixion is here. It was always going to happen on the 5th day, so Jaiju was mentally prepared to hear the news. The chatters are celebrating in joy because now they won't have to sit through boring-ass magic engineering sessions anymore. Fordrick informs the young prince that they've yet to conduct a deeper investigation. Interestingly, Jaiju inquires about the suspected culprit behind the deed. Apparently, just like in the original ending, the high nobility assumes that it's Kaoli, the second prince, and they want to seize him for it. In fact, they barged in to collect him. Fordrick roars at Bailiff, the man who brought his guards to seize the young prince. Kaoli's crime? The assassination of Radiak du Toprox, the Emperor. They're so quick on his arrest, putting the shackles on the young prince and emphasizing that the criminal must confess his sins in the interrogation room. The interesting and yet suspicious thing is how, even before the trial started, these people are already treating Kaoli, or in this case Jaiju, as the criminal behind it all, practically confirming that Bailiff is a servant of his older brother. Bailiff roars at the guards to take the criminal to the investigation room. The boy's trusted friend and servant Fordrick attempts to stop them, emphasizing that it's ridiculous to seize the prince without evidence. Unfortunately, he couldn't do much, because at the end of the day, the same scenario runs down in the courtroom. The judge begins the trial, saying the exact same words as last time. Jaiju catches this detail, knowing that Kaoli is destined to fall. The judge inquires for the boy's name, who was held on trial as the second prince, and the suspected murderer of his father. Sensing the incredibly violent eyes piercing him down and looking at him with disgust, Jaiju pities Kaoli for being trapped in such a way. In Fordrick's eyes, unfortunately, this is the worst outcome imaginable. The high nobility here are all friends of the first prince, so naturally they'll support him. Not just that, Kaoli is being regarded as a criminal without being given the opportunity to prove his innocence. The big question is how the young boy will escape this life or death outcome, and he rests all his hopes in the prince's hands. The judge starts off by mouthing the same words about the confirmation of the crime, and how the boy isn't here to defend his act. The judge continues with the same account, using the same beastman as a witness. The beastman repeated the same exact words, stating a false account, because this time Kaoli didn't even have a meeting with his father on the same day. From this, Jaiju infers that everything in this trial was planned from the very beginning, in an effort to bring about the demise of the young prince. Some ongoing investigation later, the actual cause of death was discovered, being the same exact lapla leaf powder from the first instance. Before moving on, the judge allows the defendant to object to the words spoken. This is where Jaiju breaks loose and asks for a chance to be heard. Firstly, he roars his declaration. He did not murder his father. But the moment he does this, the Grand Duke Magnus fires up in anger and slams his hand, frustrated at the boy's attitude even after the crime was proven. He wants to rush the ending of the trial, but the calm prince holds his ground, emphasizing that he has one final witness. And he's so confident in his witness, in fact, that he's ready to give up his own life if any of them distrust their words. The viewers are getting excited, and I am too. Magnus throws a fit, slamming his hand again. I think he might break his hand if he keeps up. Anyway, he challenges the kid to bring out whoever it is he's got. For the grand reveal, a man marches forth, wearing his royal attire as the entire courtroom holds their shock. They can't believe their eyes. This entire trial has been a fabrication from the start. Wearing the same rare necklace that grants you a second chance at life, the man reveals himself. The witness that Kaoli has summoned is none other than the person he is accused to be the murderer of, Emperor Radiac du Toprox. The courtroom falls into complete silence as Emperor Radiac makes a dramatic entrance, definitely alive, unlike everyone had assumed. His sudden reappearance shocks the crowd. Radiac goes around the courtroom and observes everyone present there. He finds them all looking rich and healthy, which puts him on edge, slightly, because it was clear to him that they all were enjoying colluding with Sloane while he was absent. If the sudden reappearance of the Emperor was not enough, the cracked pendant that is only worn by the Emperor is enough to prove he's not some royal impersonator. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke Magnus, who is also present in the courtroom, looks at the Emperor like he just saw his tax records go public, and becomes horrified. Radiac locks eyes with Magnus and comments on how good he's looking since the last time they met. But then he throws some subtle shade, asking when Magnus got important enough for the Emperor to look up to him. Hearing these words sets panic into Magnus and his entourage as they rush to the floor and drop in full grovel mode, petrified to even look up to face the Emperor. Jaiju watches the chaos unfold, which the Emperor low-key seems to be enjoying. The chat too has nothing but praise for Radiac's aura because they all thought he was just some couch potato. Radiac doesn't miss a beat. He openly criticizes the recent spike in regional taxes, calling it disappointing, just as much as the image of the Grand Duke groveling in front of the court. He tells Magnus to get up. His face dripping with sweat, his pupils grown thin, Magnus awaits his next instructions. Radiac questions him about the rightful owner of the throne, so the horrified Duke immediately answers that it is none other than the Emperor. Reclaiming his throne with all the flair of a returning hero, Radiac calls on Marquis Kreutz to state his accusations. Kreutz is visibly sweating bullets and clearly regretting his life choices. Flashbacks show how Magnus had sweet-talked him with promises of safety and a pricey bribe. Radiac doesn't have the patience for weak-side characters, so he turns to Kane for a recap. Kane explains that Prince Sloane had accused Jeju of killing the Emperor and now stands on trial. He was even given the right to summon a witness for trial. Radiac shuts that nonsense down immediately by declaring Jeju innocent. He addresses the crowd for any objections, but none dares to defy the Emperor's ruling. Everyone nods, relieved and impressed. Radiac rises again, this time to call out Magnus directly. He announces that in his absence, Magnus has done enough shady stuff to warrant an interrogation. As punishment, Radiac strips him of all judicial authority granted by the goddess, Mir, and commands Magnus to accept this. Magnus, shaking in his royal boots, agrees. Then comes the trifecta of royal justice. Strike 1. Radiac reminds Magnus of his oath to be impartial, then smacks him in the face like it's a scene that caused ripples in the room's atmosphere. Everyone gasps. Strike 2. He scolds Magnus for failing to keep an eye on the nobles and ignoring the general public's opinion. The smacking continues, this time much harsher than the first strike. Strike 3. Radiac drops the hammer, calling Magnus a traitor for conspiring with Prince Sloane and acting like a rat eating away at the Empire. Radiac flails his stiff wrist from all the smacking and expresses his disappointment. Magnus, now ugly crying, pleads that it was all just a misunderstanding and claims he was only thinking of the poor. Radiac, not buying it, brings up a certain signed order, one that raised grain prices and was conveniently sent to Sloane. Magnus is speechless. With zero remorse shown, Radiac gives the final order. 4th Grandmaster Alec and 5th Grandmaster Linehigh are to arrest Magnus immediately. Labeling him a first-class sinner, Radiac demands he be thrown in the dungeon like a dog. Magnus screams in denial as he's dragged away, insisting it's all a setup. Seeing Magnus whine about being framed takes Radiac back, because that is exactly what happened here. He looks at Jeju with his peripheral vision and thinks about what happened 4 days ago. Jeju had met with Radiac privately and asked him to fake his own death. The reasoning? Jeju knew Sloane wouldn't be able to resist trying to eliminate him if he thought the Emperor was out of the way, because this sibling rivalry has turned into pure hatred. That would lead to Sloane making his move in a public trial, trying to pin Radiac's death on Jeju. Radiac, clearly intrigued by this 4D chess plan, agreed to go along. Back in the present, Radiac touches his pendant again and announces that the trial is over. Jeju is officially cleared of all charges. As for Prince Sloane, he's now under arrest for the attempted murder of the Emperor. Prince Sloane throws a tantrum, demanding his release. But Jeju simply watches as the knights bring him in. Sloane repeatedly yells at the guards to let him go, but to no avail. Viewers online can't help but notice the irony. Jeju, who was previously accused of treason, got a more respectful escort than Sloane, who's now being dragged like a dog without even handcuffs. Desperate, Sloane turns to Emperor Radiac, calling him father, and accusing Jeju of orchestrating everything. Radiac, completely unfazed, speaks only, but to remind him of the place they are in right now, so Sloane should respect his title. Sloane backs down immediately, apologizing and switching to formal speech. The chat goes wild at Sloane's sudden change of tone and brace themselves for the show that is about to begin. Meanwhile, Jeju notices a 500 coin donation from a viewer named Luca. who apologizes for previously criticizing Jaiju's choice of magical engineering and begs to be unblocked. Jaiju smiles, then casually dismisses the system window. Priorities. The rest of the chat continues to enjoy their unbanned privileges. Radiac prepares to resume the trial, but Jaiju steps forward, stating that he still feels insulted after being falsely accused. The room freezes. Did this guy just interrupt the Emperor? Everyone braces for impact. But Radiac takes no offense from the interruption, smiles, and allows Jaiju to speak. Jaiju bows respectfully, then asks for permission to reveal the real criminal and prove his own innocence. The audience is stunned again. Radiac agrees. Jaiju, internally smirking, knows that a typical Emperor would have had him exiled for such boldness, but Radiac is already in cahoots with him for this plan. Jaiju begins his cross-examination. He casually asks Sloane if that's really his name. Sloane, red with rage, effuses to break to this mockery. Jaiju, however, presses the arrogant prince for an answer, or one will be given by the judge, according to the rule from the will of God. Sloane clenches his fist and grits his teeth to restrain himself, and complies with Jaiju, confirming that Sloane is his actual name. Then, without beating around the bush, Jaiju hits him with the question of whether he plotted the assassination of the Emperor. Sloane is frozen. When asked again, he pounds the podium in anger, denying the accusation by calling it a farce, without any proof to back his claims. Jaiju asks if he can present evidence of not planning it at all, trying to push Sloane's buttons. Suddenly, Sloane starts to laugh hysterically over this absurd situation he finds himself in. The chat seems confused by the sudden outburst. He mocks Jaiju, saying he's trying too hard to act like the Emperor, but just comes across as an arrogant boy. He gets up in Jaiju's face with no regard for personal space, trying to shift the topic by accusing our boy of aiming to become the Emperor. He even rests a smug hand on Jaiju's shoulder, offering mercy if he begs to get out of this situation before things get bad. Jaiju smacks his hand off his shoulder and reminds him to respect the trial. If this was still the naive Kaoli, he would have believed Sloane's lies. But Jaiju sees through all deception. Jaiju recalls entries from Kaoli du Toprox's secret diary, an emotionally raw timeline that reveals just how manipulative Sloane has always been. Feb 19, 944, Kaoli's birthday. His father seems down. Sloane suggests Kaoli ask for a magical animal to cheer him up. Feb 20, Kaoli asks for the magic animals, now that he is 10 years old but gets slapped. Feb 21, Fordrick comforts a heartbroken Kaoli, curled up in his bed, drenched in tears. The comfort made Kaoli even more vulnerable. Feb 22, Kaoli creates a hidden space under his room and offers Fordrick a gold coin for helping with room and supply of the magical animals, which he refuses. Kaoli slept well that night. Feb 29, magical animals now fill the secret space. Kaoli wonders why Fordrick wants it kept from their father, because Sloane told him that Radiac likes these animals. May 12, 948, Radiac finds out about the animals and orders Kaoli to burn them himself. Kaoli is devastated and suspicious of Sloane and Fordrick, as they are the only two who knew, but dismisses the thought due to shock and disbelief. May 23, Kaoli burns them all by his hands and gets drunk at a commoner's bar, but gets beaten up by a bunch of magical animals hunter because he threw a cup at them for being proud of their hunt. Fordrick finds him sobbing. June 23rd, Kaoli bonds with another magical beast, deciding animals are more trustworthy than humans. Back in the courtroom, Jaiju ends the flashback and proceeds with the trial. Sloane agrees to hear the so-called evidence, even offers to call up the Beastman to the trial because they guarded the reception room. The Beastman comes up after Jaiju calls him forth, but Sloane takes the questioning in his own hands. Why? Because he tries one last trick. He subtly activates a control ring hidden in his handkerchief, confident it will force the Beastman to lie for him. He starts to celebrate his victory way too early, because when the Beastmen open up his mouth, it is not for Sloane, but instead, against him. Sloane's confident smirk turns into panic. Sweat drips, and his fingers tremble as his final trump card failed. It does not help his case when the Beastman doubles down on his testimony. Radiac, fully aware of the reason, messes with Sloane by asking him about the long face. Sloane shockingly looks up at the Emperor, only to see the device that faulted his plans. The real ring of the Emperor that controls the Beastman, capable of overpowering the first copy Sloane has. Sloane realizes that it is too late for him now. In despair, he drops it. It rolls to a stop at Jaiju's feet. Jaiju picks it up, announces that Sloane just offered the final piece of evidence against himself, and formally accuses him of attempted regicide. Sloane lowers his head in silence, as he pictures his life in the depths of prisons. After Sloane drops his guard and the ring, Jaiju picks it up and presents the fake control ring to Emperor Radiac, who recognizes it immediately, a cheap knockoff of the original masterpiece crafted by Master Bran. To add to the humiliation of Sloane, Radiac casually explains that the fake was probably made by some greedy student who wanted quick fame and money, so he made this sorry excuse of a copy. The chat finds that analogy hilarious, unlike Sloane who feels like a dagger stabbed him. Radiac turns cold and tells Prince Sloane to stop dragging his name through the mud. Jaiju, not wasting the moment, requests the Emperor's permission to deliver the final sentence, to which Radiac agrees. Sloane, defiant as ever, clenches his teeth and shouts that neither this courtroom nor Jaiju has the authority to judge him. He lashes out at the audience, accusing them of taking his money while pretending to be innocent. In doing so, he accidentally confesses to bribery without realizing it because he is much too blinded by rage and envy. Since Sloane addressed the audience, Jaiju uses the opportunity and asks if anyone wishes to defend Sloane. Silence. Everyone averts their gaze. Not a single ride or die in the house. Jaiju makes sure that Sloane sees it clearly that all his allies were only around for the gold and are nowhere to be found now when he needs them the most. With the attempted regicide charge confirmed, Jaiju gives the command to arrest Sloane. The knight sees him, and he starts screaming about his wrongful arrest and tries to retaliate his arrest, further ruining his case. The chat finds the situation absolutely hilarious, demanding that even the guards looking down on Jaiju be taken into custody. Before Sloane is taken away, Jaiju asks Radiac for a final moment with him. Some personal payback for being treated wrongfully. Radiac, clearly enjoying the show, agrees. The chat gets hyped, Sloane gets further agitated, and Jaiju prepares to blow off some steam. Jaiju walks up to Sloane and tells him that this is only a portion of his past torments, and then he slaps him, hard. The impact glows with mana, which the chat understands is not an average smack to the face. It's one that is delivered by their son. Then Jaiju lays out the charges, one by one, while repeatedly slapping the traitor son across the face, mocking the imperial court and the goddess of justice, abusing his royal status for selfish gain. Another mana-charged slap draws blood and tears on Sloane's face, attempting to murder his own father out of greed, an act more than disappointing. It's disgusting. The chat is in awe of this vicious display by Jaiju, or rather Kim Jaiju too, as if it's his other persona. As Jaiju speaks, Radiac silently examines his broken pendant, lost in thought. Jaiju finishes up his personal message for Sloane and lays down the official verdict. Sloane has committed crimes no prince should ever dare. For the public to understand the weight of betrayal, he sentences Sloane to be tied to horses and dragged through every settlement in the Astrode Empire. He adds more to the weight of Sloane's sins by acknowledging the gods of this crime and seek their forgiveness. Jaiju closes up his remarks and waits for his plan to be completed now that he has laid the final piece. Radiac adds his seal of approval and turns to the audience for any objections, but no one dares to do so. With a calm but chilling voice, he announces, Sloane will be paraded through all cities, and his head, yes, his actual severed head, will be displayed at each city's highest point for a month. Chat explodes with mixed reactions. Some think it's too much. Others say attempted murder of the Emperor earns you that kind of punishment. Sloane is dragged away screaming, while Radiac delivers a mic drop line that all are equal before the law of the Empire. Just when you think it's over, Jaiju pulls one last surprise. He turns to Radiac and, in front of everyone, and asks for a few more moments of his time. Radiac, intrigued, asks if it's related to the trial, but Jaiju says that it is something else which is equally important. Jaiju first apologizes for this not being about the trial, but with confidence, Jaiju declares, in front of the courtroom that has all the officials of the government, that he wants to be closer to the gods, to be the son of the Astrode Empire. What he truly means by this request is for Radiac to step down as the highest power, the son of the Empire, and give Jaiju his spot at the throne. Radiac pauses and then bursts out laughing. He rises from the throne, admits Jaiju's pitch wasn't exactly persuasive, but says it's the first time he's liked hearing such a bold request. Then, placing a hand on Jaiju's shoulder, he turns to the crowd and says that this is my final command as Emperor. He steps down and announces Kaoli Dutaporox, the second prince, the new Emperor of Astrode. The chat erupts in celebrations because their boy finally achieved his goal. The courtroom explodes in shock, then celebration, as Radiac officially passes the crown to the second prince, Kim Jaiju. The audience cheers his name, and the chat floods with emotes and applause. For a moment, Jaiju believes it's all over. But just as the cheers reach their peak, everything halts. The world around him turns grayscale. His body starts to break apart, dissolving into glittering particles. The scene vanishes completely. He's suddenly standing in an empty void. No noise and no floor, just himself. That's when he realizes, this is the space of the administrator. A message flashes into existence, congratulating him for clearing the 5th floor. Another message follows, offering Jaiju a terrifying upgrade. The chance to become an administrator himself. Multiple windows pop up, pressing for a yes or no. The system begins flashing red, warning him that rejection means death. Instead of folding, Jaiju sweats, his head ringing with pain, but he still chooses refusal. The windows vanish. The space dims further. A final message appears, asking if he really isn't afraid of what comes next. Jaiju mentally calls out the administrator's death threat bluff, and the space goes silent for a beat. Then, The administrator, with only his white eyes showing through the darkness, says he'll be waiting on the 10th floor. The system confirms Jaiju's progression and presents him with option to continue the trial until the time is up. Jaiju chooses to stay on the 5th floor. In a blink, Jaiju reappears in the Imperial Court, now once again in Kaoli Dutoprox's body. The chat, who thought the stream lagged or crashed, collectively gasp and joke that they just sat through the world's worst mid-fight ad break. Radiac, ever charismatic, slaps a hand on Jaiju's shoulder, noting that even after getting everything he wanted, he still looks shell-shocked. Jaiju shrugs it off, still adjusting to the whiplash of dimension hopping, and tries to act natural. After helping Jaiju catch up his breath and relax a bit, assuming that becoming the Emperor put our boy in shock, Radiac bursts into celebration mode, declaring a feast in Jaiju's honor. The entire court follows, and even the stream chat calls Radiac a W Emperor for the vibes. Meanwhile, in the castle's depths, Lee Seon-jae, the mysterious knight, drags a broken Prince Sloan to the dungeons. Sloan, barely coherent, mumbles paranoid accusations, asking if Lee Seon-jae is mocking him. Lee Seon-jae sighs but doesn't bother answering. Internally, he's troubled by Jaiju's accomplishments and tries to gather his thoughts while holding Sloan down. Even his own chat is against him for being such a boring and monotone streamer. Then, a system message appears before Lee Seon-jae's eyes, declaring, "Mission failure." The Emperor Astrode ending has already been claimed by Jaiju. As Sloan reaches for him in desperation, another system warning blares. For failing the mission, Lee Seon-jae will face the end of the world. Sloan's eyes glow with eerie light. Lee Seon-jae stiffens, eyes wide in panic. Before he could react, a splash of blood covers the area, signifying his demise. Back upstairs, Jaiju strolls alone through the palace, system notifications trailing behind him. He has 1 day and 11 hours left before the 6th floor begins. Viewers call this chapter legendary, while others jokingly act like they're the ones who became emperor. Nobles bow deeply as Jaiju passes, ironic, considering most of them wouldn't even give him the time of day before. Pausing by a window, Jaiju wonders if the party has already begun. He smiles to himself, thinking of Radiac cheering him on with a drink in hand. But instead of joining the celebration, he takes a detour. He enters a long hall lined with regal paintings. The viewers, puzzled, flood the chat with confusion. Why is he skipping the party? Jaiju walks past several portraits until he stops before one in particular. Here he lingers. He remembers a time before the tower, before the test, when he saw Kaoli's tragic fate and silently promised to help him. This was that moment. He closes his eyes, honoring that vow. Maybe this world isn't real, and maybe he isn't truly Kaoli. But if anyone deserves peace, it's him. After a quiet moment, Jaiju opens his eyes, places a hand over his chest, and turns. It's time for the party. With a calm smile, Jaiju walks toward the celebration, leaving the portrait and Kaoli's pain behind. With 17 hours left on the trial countdown, Jaiju wakes up looking like he fought a war inside his head, and lost. The hangover is brutal. His viewers immediately notice the aftermath of last night's drinking. He recalls being unable to turn down drinks, with Bran egging him on and Radiac basically shoving alcohol into his hand. He calls them demons and abruptly sits up, trying to hold back the urge to vomit. One viewer even pleads for him not to puke on stream. To avoid further embarrassment, Jaiju activates invisible mode, which cuts off both video and audio. The chat jokes that he's prepping for his funeral. Stream ends. After a bath and some recovery, Jaiju reflects that invisible mode is pretty handy. It lets him vanish entirely from the stream. When he turns the camera back on, viewers immediately bombard him with questions about his next move. They remind him he's completed the stage and still hasn't used his donated coins. Confused, Jaiju apologizes. He doesn't remember any of it. A viewer reminds him that he did say he wouldn't remember donations while drunk. Another just says the chaos was totally worth the fun. Still groggy, Jaiju opens the system and freezes. He has 16,592 coins. Shocked, he just stares. The chat erupts with laughter. One viewer confesses he blew all his pocket money buying Jaiju virtual fried chicken. Then a system message pops up. The Love donated 10,000 coins, praising Jaiju for his performance. Both Jaiju and the chat are speechless. He bows deeply to thank everyone and promises to do even better. For him, the Love's generosity feels like long-awaited recognition for his efforts on the 5th floor. He's smiling now, ready to wrap things up. He says he'll visit a few more people before clearing the stage. The chat hurries him along, reminding him about his clear reward. Cut to Radiac in his office. He looks up, startled by Jaiju's unexpected visit. Jaiju casually sits down, saying he's happy to see him. Radiac closes his book, suggesting Jaiju rest before what's ahead. But Jaiju insists, this talk matters more. He brings up Kaoli's diary, specifically the part where Radiac got angry when Kaoli was caught with magical beasts. Jaiju asks what really happened that day. Radiac sighs and leans back. He's surprised Jeju still doesn't know, apparently. Fordrick never told him. Radiac decides it's time to come clean. Cowley had collected magical beasts that were on the brink of going wild. At the time, Radiac blamed Jeju's inexperience. But later, he learned someone else was pulling strings, and he knows Jeju knows who. Radiac admits he saw Kaoli's mother in him, but watching her be manipulated so easily filled him with helplessness and shame. It made him resent her, even if he didn't want to. After pouring his heart out like that, he coughs, reopens his book, and tells Jeju to leave if that's all he wanted. Jeju stands and agrees. Before leaving, he turns around, bows, and thanks Radiac for raising and loving that disgusting Kaoli all the way until the end. Radiac doesn't reply. He slowly covers his face with the book, sits quietly for a moment, then says that Jeju has changed a lot since becoming emperor and still has much to learn. He smiles faintly behind the book. Outside the palace, Jeju runs across the gardens as he wants to say one last goodbye before returning. The chat makes small talk while he is at it. One asks why he didn't take a knight's weapon. Physical strength still matters after all. Jeju shrugs it off. Others joke about his choice of gear, a quirky mechanical glove, and call it adorable. Jeju simply says, magical engineering is cool. He finally reaches the person he wanted to bid farewell to. Master Bran is stunned when Jeju shows up. He now refers him the son of the Empire, asking if he's descended from heaven just to thank him. Jeju smiles and says that's exactly why he came. He wants to express his gratitude and ask how Bran's doing. Bran brushes it off, teasing Jeju for losing their drinking contest. Jeju laughs and apologizes for getting carried away. Bran asks if he came for the custom gloves he made. Jeju nods, he needs them. Bran warns that the device is unstable and probably dangerous, but lets him have it anyway. Jeju thanks him again. When Jeju bows and wishes him good health, Bran mocks his dramatic tone, confirming if he really an emperor now before standing tall and matching the bow. Jeju gives an awkward smile. Bran notes Jeju is acting like they'll never meet again. Jeju just smiles in response. Leaving Bran's workshop with a box full of magical engineering gear, Jeju sees the system. 13 hours remain. He thinks quietly. Once the test ends, all of this will disappear. Kaoli's death will be just another forgotten tragedy, but at least maybe what he did on the 5th floor will leave a mark. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, user 4902, Baek Jin-ha, barely finishes his trial, exhausted. His viewers clown on him for picking the hardest difficulty. He asks where the portal is. A viewer tells him to look at the scroll nearby. It opens the exit. Jin-ha grabs the scroll, muttering curses. He reads, "The year is 957 in the Astrode Empire. The ruler is just wise and beloved. Celebrations echo through the land. Travelers are warned not to trifle with the kind heart of our emperor, Kaoli." The viewers are confused. One points out this isn't the right lore. Another says they've never seen this text before. Some think it's a glitch. Others demand proof. The scroll is signed, Fordrick. Elsewhere, Fordrick sits quietly, finishing the last stroke of his pen. A faint smile appears on his face. As Jeju strolls through the castle halls, he casually asks to check on the Popoi, then loudly calls for Fordrick. To everyone's surprise, Fordrick shows up instantly, like he was summoned with a cheat code. Jeju asks if he knows what's wrong with the Popoi. Fordrick doesn't, but reassures him that they aren't sick or mentally affected in any way. Jeju seems satisfied and lets him go, announcing with a grin that he's going to see the Popoi. The audience erupts in cheers, hailing Jeju as the best emperor, and screaming the Popoi's name like it's K-pop fandom night. Jeju heads below his room to their cage. As he crouches near them, one Popoi blinks awake and immediately reacts with joy. The rest soon join in, bouncing with excitement. The viewers melt, declaring they'd have rage quit long ago if it weren't for the Popoi's cuteness. Jeju notices they're well cared for, props to Fordrick. One Popoi eagerly licks his hand. He opens the cage, and the little fluff balls explode out like confetti, clinging to him, squealing happily. He gives one a head pat, amused, while viewers wallow in jealousy. Someone jokes that maybe magic school isn't such a bad idea after all. But Jeju's got work to do. He tells them he'll be busy. The chat isn't having it. Someone jokes that he might as well cause some chaos before the curtain falls on his emperor career. Others beg him to play with the Popoi longer. Ignoring the banter, Jeju enters his room, sets the Popoi free inside, and sits down with tools, staring at an incomplete glove. It's dangerously unstable, just like Bran had warned. One wrong move, and it could blow up in his face. But Jeju is determined to finish it, even if the magic circuit inside keeps breaking apart in different ways, every time he fixes it. He finds himself admiring Reynold, the legendary magical engineer who literally split tower history into before Reynold and after Reynold. Jeju might not be a genius, but quitting isn't in his vocabulary. The system flashes a 10-minute remaining warning. As the countdown ticks, the magic circle at the glove's center lights up. Jeju puts it on. It works. There's a slight delay when he flexes his palm, but overall it's more stable than expected. He's proud. Then the system announces that the chat function is back online. Jaiju blinks, realizing he totally forgot about the viewers. One viewer panics in surprise that the stream is back. Another calls Jaiju stubborn. The love claims she nearly fainted and tells him to go touch some grass. Someone else wants to know what his stunt's consequences will be. With 5 seconds left, Jaiju starts disappearing into a portal. The system announces he's completed the trial. Welcome to the 6th floor. Suddenly, his chat restrictions are lifted, and every other streamer's chat pours into his stream. Some viewers suggest welcoming the newcomers, while others leave it up to Jaiju to handle it. A few are clearly from the rival Lee Seon-jae's stream and are not impressed, calling Jaiju a rookie loser. His loyal fans clap back, demanding bans. Jaiju, seeing chat go full battlefield, disables messages from users who joined in the last 12 hours and manages to bring peace back to his chat. His OG fans praise the move. One even empathizes, admitting they'd probably be annoying too if roles were reversed. Jaiju rubs his hair nervously and tells everyone to chill while he checks the reward. He taps a system window and a massive box slams down in front of him. Both he and the Popoi are shocked. User Money Hedgehog throws in 10 coins asking what's inside. Mirror Bubble joins in with another 10 coins, joking about cursed rewards. Jaiju, being the capitalist he is, hikes the voice donation threshold to 500 coins. Surely no one would pay that. Until Luca drops a ridiculous 1,000 coin donation, begging to be unblocked and even offering to shave his head. Jaiju grins but keeps him blocked. He announces he's opening the box. Inside, he finds a set of clothes. The chat is disappointed to see plain old clothes. The love tries to stay optimistic, maybe they're enchanted. But no, they're just normal clothes. Someone asks if this is all being the Emperor amounts to. Another says the administrator is clearly trolling. Jaiju agrees, remembering the bizarre message earlier. It's like the admin is testing him, daring him to prove he's not just another NPC in someone else's story. He puts the clothes aside. A Popoi bites one, thinking it's a mana crystal, only to be disappointed. Jaiju tells it to stop snacking on fashion items and opens the next reward. Now things get interesting. It's a pair of heroic grade leather boots, the shoes of Latanto, master of the 7 snakes. Abilities include hardness control, size shifting, invisibility, and texture color camouflage. The leather of the boot if from one of the 7 snakes that Latanto commanded. But this one died during giving birth. Jaiju slips them on, but immediately wonders if the admin is playing 4D chess. The chat goes wild. Heroic items aren't just cool, they're notoriously difficult to handle. Jaiju recalls a video where he tried to run in these kinds of boots and ended up like Hao and just fell off the cliff. He narrows his eyes, takes a breath, and checks the fit. The boots morph into casual sneakers. The chat sees them morph into Jaiju's attire and wonder who claimed that they were hard to use. Jaiju shrugs. He's built different. He notes they're comfortable, just cursed with a bad reputation. He adds that eating a mana crystal makes them easier to handle. Snow. A viewer wonders how 5,000 suddenly feels like pocket change. Turns out most people burn all their cash on skill books before even reaching this point. Jaiju plans his next move. He could invest the coins in skills or gear on the 10th floor. But first there's the 6th floor, an actual team challenge. He imagines the other players losing their minds when they meet the Popoi. He looks at the creatures, opens his bag, and tells them to hop in. The chat protests, because all they want is gaze at the cute little creatures. But the Popoi are more than happy to comply, bouncing into the backpack. Jaiju slings it on and says he's heading out. The love wishes him luck. One user worries about the team-based mechanics. Another is still stuck on wanting to see the Popoi again. Jaiju steps into the portal. The system begins counting players. 4 have arrived. The 6th floor trial begins now. The location is the Forest of Evil Spirits, and the mission is to survive 5 enemy waves. The timer for the first wave to arrive is 59 minutes. Jaiju sees a bonfire. 3 others are already there. Young Kang Hyuk, the tanky knight type, greets him and waves him over. One viewer complains about muscle guy stereotypes. Jaiju guesses he's the last to arrive. He sizes up the group. Kang Hyuk's the knight, Park Jin-soo's the mage. Then there's Lee Sai-ha. Jaiju freezes when he sees her. Before he can gather his thoughts, Sai-ha frowns at him, underneath that mask, and asks if he has never seen a woman before. Jaiju nervously tries to smooth things over with Lee Sai-ha by commenting on her unusual mask. He finds her blunt personality a bit too much. Meanwhile, the viewers are buzzing. Who does she think she is, talking to the Emperor like that? Some think she needs to be put in her place, while others point out the mask she's wearing must have cost a fortune. Kang Hyuk, all smiles, raises his hand and suggests they introduce themselves. They'll be working together to clear this floor after all, especially since they have a rookie on board. Of course, some viewers immediately hate Kang Hyuk's vibe, mocking his shifty eyes and predicting he'll be the first to die. Kang Hyuk introduces himself as a 26-year-old health coach who's also a knight. He chose hard mode and got the role of a great swordmaster on the 5th floor, so at least on paper, he's supposed to be good with a blade. Next up is Jinsu. He introduces himself as a mage, assures the team he'll handle his role, and lets Jaiju know not to worry about him. But he also makes it clear he doesn't plan to get chummy with anyone. Jaiju immediately senses tension between Kang Hyuk and Jinsu. Kang Hyuk claps, clearly eager for the student's turn to come. The viewers groan, already anticipating a power struggle. Some switch to the other members' streams to scout them, while streamers like Wakanda Forever, Baby Dinosaur Paduri, and Help Girls Donut log off. One even leaves a donation on the way out. Lee Saiha then introduces herself. She doesn't go into details, only saying she knows a bit about giving and taking punches. Finally, it's Jaiju's turn. He flinches when addressed but introduces himself calmly. In real life, he's just a store clerk. In the tower, he's a magical engineer. Everyone is stunned by how underwhelming his class is. Magical engineers, after all, aren't frontline fighters. Kang Hyuk sarcastically wonders if Jaiju's viewers are villains for letting him pick such a useless class. Jaiju clarifies that it was his own choice. His chat immediately jumps to his defense. One user tells everyone to look at Kang Hyuk's smug face, saying he's clearly judging. Another admits they did try to convince Jaiju not to go down the magical engineer route. Kang Hyuk facepalms dramatically, like he's been cursed. Saiha shrugs it off, confidently saying that the three of them will handle it. She casually calls Kang Hyuk an old man for worrying too much. He tries to defend himself, but she's already moved on, thinking magical engineering sounds terrible anyway. Jinsu agrees and tells Kang Hyuk to stop wasting time, they need a strategy. Jinsu breaks it down. They're surrounded by fog acting as a wall and marking the floor's boundary. Since Saiha and Kang Hyuk are melee fighters, they'll hold the front. Jinsu will stay mid-range as a mage. Jaiju will hang back, offering support. Kang Hyuk accepts the plan for now, but still doubts Jaiju's usefulness. Jaiju smiles, understanding why magical engineers are seen as dead weight. Still, he's confident things will work out. Then the countdown starts, 15 seconds until the first wave. Tension rises. As the fog thickens, a strange silhouette appears. One viewer, the Love, senses something's off. Another mentions that soul observers are usually ghost-type enemies that float. So why does this one look like a foot giant? Kang Hyuk grips his sword, ready to go. Saiha tells him to wait, it's weird. Jinsu confirms his chat is freaking out too. But Kang Hyuk throws caution to the wind, shouting something about how striking first gets you victory. He rushes in like a classic shonen protagonist. He lands a hit, but nothing happens. The monster's paw doesn't even flinch. Kang Hyuk is disarmed in a flash. The monster grabs him and pulls him toward its massive jaws. He screams in pure terror. Blood flies. Saiha shouts for him to back off. The chat goes wild. Some are concerned, and others just laugh at the health coach's health bar dropping in an ironic turn of events. Kang Hyuk clutches his injured hand, trying to escape. The monster looms over him, a massive armored insect. Someone in chat yells that it's a cleaner, a cockroach-like beast straight out of a nightmare. Another jokes that Kang Hyuk soiled himself. One viewer even roasts him for bragging about being the 6th Grandmaster. Jaiju's heart sinks. He recognizes the monster. Cleaners aren't supposed to be here. They're devil-type creatures from at least the 25th floor. There's no way newbies on the 6th floor are meant to fight something like this. He glances at Jinsu, who is paralyzed in fear. It's clear now, this isn't a standard team mission. The administrator is messing with the difficulty. Again, the cleaner raises its antennae, spreads its wings, and lunges at Kang Hyuk. Frozen in place, he watches death coming straight for him, until Saiha steps forward. She stops the cleaner's jaw with one palm. It trembles under her grip. She clenches her free hand into a fist and punches. The monster explodes. Spectators scream. One viewer deadpans that Saiha just punched a cockroach. Another jokes she's half a tank in schoolgirl form. The system confirms first wave complete. Next wave in 30 minutes. Saiha looks down at her now bloody clothes with disgust. Someone in chat calls her One Punch Girl. Another guesses she's from a military academy, that knowing how to punch wasn't a metaphor. She turns to Kang Hyuk furious. She scolds him for rushing in, reminds him she warned him to wait. She labels him a weak adult who talks too much and does too little. As she walks past Jaiju, he recalls her face from a famous clip of an awakened fighter, and that's when realization hits him. Viewers whisper about how terrifying she is when angry. Some are just grateful she didn't start swearing. Then Saiha frowns, staring at Jaiju's gauntlet. Her eyes narrow when she realizes it's a magical engineering device. She sighs and looks away, writing him off as another pathetic non-combatant, but something nags at her. She pauses, turns back and stares a little harder. There's something about him that seems familiar. Jaiju stood back, relieved he didn't have to jump into action yet. Then came the alert. Wakanda Forever had joined the stream. That could only mean one thing: the return of the schoolgirl spy squad. They have brought with them information on Saiha. Viewers were buzzing with curiosity, asking what the girls were doing this time. Wakanda Forever described Saiha's stream as being the total opposite of theirs, more like a proud dad watching his daughter level up. One viewer joked that Saiha got treated like a precious daughter by everyone, constantly showered with donations. Another chimed in. Jaiju wasn't her dad, he was their emperor. Jeju, flustered by the sudden praise, awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Jinsu casually asked Saiha what she was doing on the 5th floor. She brushed him off like disgusted to even dignify that question with a response. Just then, another familiar user, Baby Dinosaur Paduri, popped into the stream. The report from Jinsu chat? Grim. Apparently, people they were busy debating if the cleaner monster was actually some kind of arthropod. Jinsu gave that far too much thought. Kang Hyuk, on the other hand, was physically shaking. Jaiju noticed and asked about his injuries. Kang Hyuk insisted he was doing better. Jaiju wasn't so sure and asked to see his hands. The chat noticed too. Someone pointed out Kang Hyuk's missing finger. Others weren't feeling too sympathetic, blaming him for his own recklessness. Still, at least one viewer felt a bit bad, given Kang Hyuk's arms were already a mess. The chat offered a small donation to help the poor girls instead, while Kang Hyuk, on the verge of tears, held out his injured hand for Jeju to inspect. One viewer straight up admitted they enjoyed watching Kang Hyuk lose a finger. Our boy is not a miracle worker, but at least he can subdue the pain that the injured knight faces. So Jaiju activated his glove and warned him this was going to hurt. The glove glowed and got hot, which then Jaiju used to close the wound on Kang Hyuk's finger. The poor guy screamed and then collapsed, but it was necessary to halt any further issues as Jaiju explained it was to stop the bleeding. Jinsu asked if the glove was made using magical engineering. Jaiju confirmed. Jinsu looked stunned. It wasn't exactly beginner stuff. Jaiju, ever the unbothered genius, suggested Jinsu pick up the basics when they reached the 10th floor. Saiha, arms crossed, still looked unimpressed with magical engineering. Jinsu, meanwhile, praised Saiha's combat skills and proposed a new formation. She'd take the front, he'd support from the middle, and Jeju would cover the rear. Everyone agreed, except Kang Hyuk, who was deemed too shaken to fight. Then came the second wave. The system announced the incoming danger, and 2 cleaner-type monsters appeared. Viewers panicked, begging for help. Saiha didn't wait. She leapt forward and made quick work of both enemies. Just 2 hits, 2 kills. The chat exploded in awe. With 30 minutes left on the clock, Saiha muttered about how her clothes were getting filthy. Jeju quietly admired how she'd just solo cleared the entire second wave. He remembered her old streams, back when she climbed up to the 4th floor relying mostly on luck and donation boosts. But everything changed on the 5th floor, where she met a mysterious, reclusive master. That encounter awakened her potential and earned her the title Melee Prodigy. Jaiju always knew they were part of the same generation of Awakened, but he never expected their paths to cross like this. Suddenly, Jinsu showed a projected image. 4 cleaners were approaching. He asked Saiha to hold the front line again. Jaiju was to cover anyone that slipped past. Wave 3 kicked off. Only 2 cleaners appeared at first. Saiha, sensing something was off, went for the initial targets anyway. Jaiju also felt something weird. Even Jinsu admitted he had a bad feeling. Just as that thought hit, a massive paw swiped out near Jaiju. More monsters were coming. Jinsu reacted by casting a fire spell, but it fizzled out, completely ineffective. He froze. The chat roasted him for his basic spell work. Jeju quickly told Jinsu to fall back. He'd take care of the threat. Meanwhile, Saiha took down another monster but grew concerned about the chaos behind her. She turned just in time to see a creature lunging at her, but it was too late to dodge. She braced for impact, but instead of pain, she only felt warm blood splatter across her face. Jaiju had struck the monster from behind, saving her at the last second. The chat lost it, showering Jeju with praise. The Emperor strikes again. From the start, Jaiju knew magicians had a tough time against cleaners. They were fast and had tough exteriors, but beyond that, there wasn't much to them. One charged in to attack. Jaiju intercepted it, activated his gauntlet, and took it out cleanly. The second didn't last much longer. He figured Saiha could handle the rest, but when he spotted a monster sneaking up on her, instincts kicked in. He modified his boots for extra speed and took a giant leap to close the distance, and then struck from behind, saving her at the last moment. The viewers were split between awe and memes. One even joked that people would be bowing to Emperor Jeju by the 10th floor. Saiha, meanwhile, looked stunned. Jaiju caught the serious stare she gave him, but decided to pretend he didn't notice, all to avoid getting an earful. With about 30 minutes left, the group gathered around the fire. Jaiju casually asked Jinsu if he had any more powerful magic up his sleeve. Turns out that weak fire spell earlier was his best. Jinsu asked if Jaiju was a magical engineer, and after a nod from Jaiju, pointed out that his speed was faster than most knights. Jaiju downplayed it, of course, as to not oust himself as an anomaly. Kang Hyuk, still recovering from earlier trauma, chimed in with a cheer of encouragement. Jaiju and Jinsu just stared. Saiha let out an exhausted sigh. With 2 minutes remaining, they braced for the next wave. Kang Hyuk guessed 8 cleaners, and Jinsu confirmed they'd be attacking from both sides. Jaiju realized the number of enemies was increasing exponentially. It was clear now, this test wasn't meant to be passed easily. They all circle around with their backs to each other, facing off in every direction to intercept the cleaners. The fourth wave hit. Jeju and Saeha fought together while Kang Hyuk ran for his life again. Saeha bailed him out. He tried to show that he is embarrassed, but Saeha knows that he is just not up to the task. With this, they clear the wave number 4 and now await the next one with 30 minutes to go. Sitting around the fire again, Jaiju did the math. If the enemy count kept squaring, then that meant potentially 256 cleaners next. Just the thought made everyone more miserable. Jinsu vented about how useless the admins were, and the chat surprisingly sides with him because this is too much of a challenge for everyone involved. Then came the warning. 26 seconds left until the next wave. Jaiju told the others to lay flat on the ground as he activates his gauntlet in preparation of firing a devastating AoE attack that may harm friend or foe alike. The fifth wave began, and so did his counterattack. Dozens of cleaners swarmed. Jaiju released a devastating light beam from his overcharged gauntlet. The recoil pushed him backward, but his upgraded sneakers fired out tentacle-like anchors to stabilize him. He focused everything into this one strike to take out all the cleaners coming in from every direction. The dust cleared, revealing a small patch of untouched ground. Every cleaner was gone. Jinsu stood there, wide-eyed. Saeha stared at Jaiju, unsure what to even think anymore. Jeju pulled off his glove and started coughing up blood. The chat lost their minds. One pointed out that Jaiju just did what the supposed mage couldn't. Another asked if he was okay. The magic stone in the glove wasn't enough for the strike, so all his mana from his body got depleted. Had he lacked the blessing of magic power, he would have passed out way before the attack finished. The system confirmed. The test was complete. Jeju dropped to his knees, overwhelmed but relieved that this hellish trial is over, at least. Comments flew in, calling for a full revaluation of magical engineering. Someone cracked that it looked a lot cooler when he did it. Another asked if Jaiju was seriously alright. Saeha approached, concerned. Jinsu noted Jaiju had pushed himself too far. Jaiju waved it off, saying it was just the cost of burning through so much mana. Jinsu helped him up, mumbling something about magic engineers needing a buff. Chat users kept asking if he was really okay. One said that if he could still talk, he'd survive. Another reminded everyone he wasn't even a real mage. Jaiju reassured Saeha again. Saeha, clearly being a tsundere, crossed her arms like she doesn't care. Viewers caught on fast. Someone joked she was going full anime. One even asked if she'd take her mask off next. A donation popped up, asking who Jaiju really was. He ignored it. Jinsu asked one last time if Jeju was fine. Jaiju nodded, then noticed something. The portal had opened. He said he'd go check the reward. But the rest of the team stood still. Then, slowly, Saeha stepped forward. In an unexpected plot twist, she began removing her mask. Viewers were buzzing with theories. Some thought Saeha was mad that Jaiju had taken the final blow. Others figured she should be grateful. Both sides had a point. Then, Saeha casually pulled off her mask and called Jaiju a weird uncle. The chat exploded. One viewer commented that this finally explained the strange energy in her stream chat. Curious, Saeha asked Jaiju for his real name. Jaiju froze. He insisted he'd already told her, but Saeha said no results came up. That's when he remembered. He'd used a rename card and changed his name. Someone joked that Jaiju wasn't even Jaiju anymore. Viewers noted how loyal Jinsu and Saeha's audiences were, unlike Kang Hyuk's slowly vanishing fanbase. To fix the search issue, Jaiju said they'd need to slap a 2 onto the end of his name. His viewers laughed, blaming the search engine. Jaiju's stream was now flooded with new viewers, so he shut off the notifications before his brain melted. Kang Hyuk apologized, admitting his viewers were jumping ship. Jaiju expected it. One loyal viewer proudly claimed they didn't want those people anyway. Jaiju agreed and blocked the defectors like a seasoned mod. He chuckled, realizing he wouldn't qualify for a subscriber reward on this floor. Then a viewer named Papa Saeha donated, thanking Jaiju for saving Saeha. Jaiju tried to play it cool, but the awkwardness was real. People in chat noticed the donor's name, instantly suspicious. Meanwhile, Kang Hyuk, trying to hold on to his audience, promised to do better. He was clearly panicking about losing subscribers. Jinsu reminded them to check the rewards and move on. Jeju hesitated. Jinsu asked what the delay was. Jaiju reassured him he'd check his rewards soon. Just then, Saeha started to say something about meeting Jaiju before but stopped short. She noticed something strange about his reward box. Jinsu and Kang Hyuk also noticed it. It was completely different. Jinsu asked if this was really the 6th level contribution reward. Kang Hyuk pointed out that Saeha's box was just a normal one. The viewers? They were already bowing to Emperor Jaiju, spamming for him to open it. When he did, he revealed the leather gloves of the Master of the Seven Snakes, a heroic rank Latanto item. Crafted from the hide of a snake that died giving birth, these gloves had unique powers, controlling temperature, enhancing magical energy. Someone in chat, frustrated, cursed out the system admin. Meanwhile, Jaiju equipped the gloves. A system alert popped up. Set effect activated. He had now collected 2 out of 7 items from the set. With 2 pieces, the gloves granted abilities like Magic Zoom, Enhanced Mana, and Camouflage for both color and texture. Kang Hyuk was skeptical. Heroic rank? They looked like they came from a bargain bin. Jinsu said his viewers thought the item looked useless. He went to check his own reward. Kang Hyuk then tried to convince Jaiju to lift the entry limit so his viewers could rejoin. Jaiju rejected the idea. It would go against the loyalty of his longtime followers. At that point, someone in chat completely lost their mind over Saeha. Kang Hyuk accused Jaiju of trying to steal his audience. He didn't believe Jaiju could keep streaming with such wild viewers. Jaiju received 5,000 coins as a bonus. Once all the rewards were collected, the boxes vanished. Jinsu thanked Jaiju before leaving the floor and expresses his newfound respect for magical engineering. Jaiju gave a faint smile. Jinsu said they'd probably meet again on a later floor. Kang Hyuk narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and walked off. The chat was not impressed. Jaiju knows that this was only their first meeting, so the next time they can really be enemies. Taking off his backpack, he let the gloves cool down before heading up. But then, Popoi suddenly jumped out of the bag. Jaiju flinched, wondering if it had smelled the magical energy from the gloves. He grabbed Popoi and told it to knock it off, because what they think is food is just his glove cooling down. Popoi whimpered, but Jaiju wasn't budging. Then he noticed Saeha hadn't stepped through the portal yet when she comes to him after recognizing the Popoi he is struggling to control. She caught his attention, clearly embarrassed. Jaiju stared in confusion. Saeha glanced awkwardly and fell in love with the Popoi's charms. Embarrassed to get caught like that, she bolts into the portal without even saying her piece. The chat exploded after seeing her cute side, an effect that happens to everyone after seeing the Popoi. Still confused, Jaiju picked up his gloves and the Popoi, stores them in the same bag, hoping the fluffy monsters won't eat his glove. He prepares to enter the portal now. Someone asked if his body could handle it, reminding everyone about the side effects of drained mana. As he approached the portal, a viewer noted that Floor 7 was infamous for its psychological battles. Everyone stops the viewer from spoiling Jaiju's experience like that, even if he is ignoring them all right now. Meanwhile, somewhere on the next floor, a mysterious figure smirks as he examines some sort of rock, clearly eager to begin the psychological warfare. Jaiju already knew what the 7th floor test was about. He'd seen it in a video. As he steps into the portal and crosses dimensions, a strong gust of wind hits him. The system alert popped up that the total numbers of users have been met after the remaining 2 users arrive at the floor. The test was starting. Viewers couldn't exit the stream now, and no violence was allowed. The one running this show? The Statue of Liars imbued with the devil's joke. 30 minutes till the trial begins. Naturally, the viewers found the Statue of Beezers creepy. A 6-handed giant figure, a different weapon in each. Someone suggested Jaiju check the rules, while another wondered if this was just a glorified guessing game. Jaiju ignored the chat. He noticed a shady figure with a pale face and tired eyes standing by the statue. His name, Han Jiseok. Jaiju immediately recognized him. In one of the videos, Jaiju remembers Jiseok calmly saying he wouldn't mess with Jaiju, advising him to mind his own business. Jaiju, pointing to the bodies around them, asked why Jiseok had killed unrelated participants. There was no reason, just senseless violence. Jiseok casually asked if Jaiju wanted to join the dead. That was enough of a red flag for Jaiju to not complain anymore. When Jiseok asked for Jaiju's name, Jaiju gave it, and threw the same question back. Jiseok introduced himself. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery in the chat was busy speculating. One viewer wondered what his private chat room must be like. Another joked he had a permanent poker face. Someone else called him your classic indie gamer turned psycho. Jaiju asked what Jiseok did before entering the tower. Jiseok was surprised, almost amused. Was Jaiju profiling him already? Jaiju admitted, at least to himself, that Jiseok was the person he most wanted to punch in the face. At least now he knew who he was dealing with. The 7th floor test was a psychological game, a lie detector challenge. The rules were simple but brutal. Each participant stood in front of a board. When the board changed color, the statue would point to someone, and that person had to ask a question. The chosen target had to answer truthfully. Silence was considered a lie. If someone thought the answer was a lie, they could place the statue's eye onto the board. If the eye lit up in the respondent's color, they were lying. 3 eyes of the same color? The statue would awaken. False accusations also counted as lies. One viewer joked that just reading the rules gave them motion sickness. Another asked the real question, how can Jaiju defeat an emotionless guy like Jiseok? Jaiju began. He asked Jiseok if he came to the tower voluntarily or was dragged here. Jiseok replied that he came of his own free will. Jaiju thanked him, but silently doubted the answer. He eyed Jiseok suspiciously, thinking about what kind of question might force him to slip up. With a minute left before the statue activated, they both pick their appointed slates and stand on it. Time of the trial comes, and the statue raises its finger to point at Jiseok. He got granted a minute to come up with his first question, but all he needed was a moment of thinking before coming up with it. He asks Jeju if he knew him before entering the tower. Instead of wasting time on how Ji-seok could possibly figure that out, he just assumes that he slipped in his initial behavior. Jeju said no, thinking that even if he had, Ji-seok couldn't prove it. For now, denial was the safest move. Ji-seok declared that was a lie and placed an eye into his board. The chat thinks that Ji-seok made a mistake, already deeming him as the loser. The statue's result, one eye lit up blue. The audience gasped. So Jeju did know Ji-seok? Then it was Jeju's turn. He asked if Ji-seok would still kill people even when the test didn't require it. Ji-seok responded affirmatively, without hesitation. The eye lit up blue again, meaning that his intentions are real. And now the chat worries for Jeju. Ji-seok fired back. Had Jeju known what the 7th floor test would be? Jeju replied it was nonsense. Ji-seok called it out as a lie and added another eye. The statue lit up another blue eye. Jeju was stunned. How did Ji-seok know this much already? He figured that letting emotions taking control of him after seeing Ji-seok led him to get caught so easily. After calming down, Jeju realizes that Ji-seok figured it out because he noticed our boy never checked the trial's rules. Then, trying to turn the tables, he asked Ji-seok a hypothetical. If Ji-seok had to kill his wife, could he do it? Ji-seok dismissed the question as irrelevant, but Jeju pressed harder. Could he do it? Ji-seok snapped that Jeju didn't even know whether he was married. Jeju repeated the question more forcefully. Eventually, Ji-seok replied he couldn't kill someone he loved. Jeju instantly called that a lie and placed an eye on the board. Ji-seok's lips tightened as the statue processed the answer. A third eye lit up, this time red. Ji-seok panicked. He is shocked to see that Jeju already knew that he is married and has a wife. Jeju confirmed he did. The viewers were left spinning. How did Jeju even know Ji-seok before the tower? Even Ji-seok himself didn't seem to recognize him. Jeju continued. He asked Ji-seok, if your wife followed you into the tower and became an obstacle, would you kill her for that? Scatter her body in the streets? Ji-seok told him he was crossing the line. But Jeju wasn't done yet. He kept pressing. Was it possible? He knows that the statue checks fact when processing a lie, but also considers the user's mindset and intentions for it. Ji-seok, visibly shaken now, finally said no. He couldn't do something like that. He closed his eyes, shaking his head. Jeju nodded. That was the expected answer. But love or not, he still called it a lie and placed another eye down. He believed Ji-seok hesitated not out of love, but calculation. He thought about it, and that alone told Jeju the truth. The statue processed it. The result? Another red eye. The audience collectively gasped. Ji-seok's mask was crumbling. The chat erupts with vanishing sentiments for this psychopath who does a very good job hiding it. Everyone immediately realized that this is bad for Jeju. Ji-seok laughed bitterly, hiding his face. Taking in the sweet moment of victory, Ji-seok asks Jeju if it is his second time entering the tower. The contrast in faces of the two of them is stark. Ji-seok puts on his psychotic smile while Jeju froze, lips tight, eyes wide, denying something the system claimed about him. But Han Ji-seok, ever smug, smirked like he knew the truth. He tapped a platform, prompting the system to run a verification check. Suddenly, the stone statue clutching an axe came to life, its eyes glowing an ominous red. A system alert popped up like a jump scare in a horror movie. The devil will apply punishment to the player Han Ji-seok. Now it was Ji-seok's turn to panic. Meanwhile, Jeju recalled a mysterious voice from his phone, a tempting offer to take over as administrator and achieve his dreams. But Jeju had already rejected it. He understood that this test was psychological. If he had believed the illusion, that he was reliving this moment, then Ji-seok would have won. But he stayed grounded. That version of him in the video? Just a shadow, not the real deal. Ji-seok, however, had already lost. Dark tentacles slithered toward him and coiled around his limbs, yanking him in all directions. The stone statue, now looking way too happy with its mace, hammer, and sword combo, stared him down like it was ready for some Mortal Kombat fatality. Terrified, Ji-seok turned to Jeju, trembling, and asked who he really was. Jeju gave him the most dismissive response, asking if it was even necessary at this point. A commentator chimed in, half amused and half horrified, calling Jeju a psycho for being so chill during someone else's execution. Jeju simply told Ji-seok he didn't know who he really was anymore. Suddenly, flashes from the video filled Jeju's mind. He remembered Ji-seok sitting on a massive tree root, looking dead inside as he explained that life felt meaningless and nothing moved him, not even murder. He washed his blood-soaked hands under running water, calm as a monk. Jeju had questioned him back then. Did he not realize he'd killed his own family? Bloody and blank-faced, Ji-seok had brushed it off, arguing that relationships held no meaning in the tower. Jeju advised him to stick to that line of thought. And right then, the stone axe descended like karma on fast forward. Ji-seok, still confused, barely had time to react before the axe split him in half. His body crumpled, blood pooling dark on the floor. Jeju turned away, not wanting to witness it. Even the commentators felt a twinge of guilt after Jaiju's cryptic reveal. One viewer questioned if Jisuk had any worth at all, given how easily he dismissed human bonds. Another agreed, watching the lifeless body with discomfort. The red-stained floor reflected Jaiju's silence. He thought of his wife. Would entering the tower have made her happy, or just broken her more? A commentator guessed whether Jaiju was so intelligent that he crossed into sociopathy. Another brought up a bizarre monkey experiment. The monkeys learned to pull ropes for bananas, then used the same ropes to hang themselves. Jaiju's situation started feeling eerily similar. As the stone statue prepared a final mocking blow with a spear, Jaiju coldly concluded that all he'd really done was eliminate a future filled with misery. No regrets. Some viewers laughed at the monkey bananas reference. Others urged Jaiju to keep going. The system confirmed he had passed the test and opened the way to the 8th floor. A glowing portal appeared. Jaiju, ever practical, decided to check his rewards first. A viewer donated to him with an apology, begging to be unbanned from chat. Other banned users chimed in with fake knocking sounds. But Jaiju wasn't having it. He suspected these were Lee Se-ha's followers. Letting them back in would only spell trouble. His loyal fans applauded his composure. Inside his reward box, he found the armlets of the Master of the Seven Snakes, Latanto, a heroic rank item made from the skin of a snake that died after childbirth. Brutal origin story aside, these armlets could nullify spells, making them incredibly useful. Reactions from viewers were mixed. Some groaned about more Latanto items. Others acknowledged these armlets were top tier. Jaiju equipped them and immediately appreciated the spell immunity. A system notification blinked. Set effect activation, 3 out of 7. His active effects now included zoom, boosted magic power, camouflage, and the new spell nullification. He stared at the armlets, wishing they were white, and poof. They turned white. Magic drip customizable. Viewers chuckled at the fashion show mid-dungeon. He also received a sack of 5,000 regular rank coins, automatically deposited into his account. Some users joked about the weirdly specific amount always showing up. Others pointed out he was now rich. One annoyed viewer complained, only to be told off by a commentator who reminded them they could leave any time. They didn't. Another asked whether Jaiju had been in the tower before. Someone else clarified. The statue had confirmed he hadn't. Jaiju turned toward the portal. His viewers rallied behind him, joking that they were literate coin investors who didn't care about his past, just the profits. They pushed him onward toward the floor number 10. As he entered the portal, everyone braced for the next trial. He landed in a lush green forest, 8th floor. A system message echoed that the test had started. There were no more entry restrictions for the chat. Jaiju was exhausted. Mentally and emotionally drained, he gazed at the trees ahead. The system warned him, defeat all enemies. A countdown appeared. 10 minutes left. Annoyed by the harsh sunlight, Jaiju squinted. A viewer joked that this was exactly why higher floor players ignored first floor noobs. He dropped his backpack by a tree and slumped down, trying to catch a break. But the system reminded him that time was ticking. Suddenly, the familiar sound of popoi creatures filled the air. He opened his eyes to find himself surrounded. The popoi weren't their usual cutesy selves. These ones looked serious. One lunged toward him, yelling. It melted into a cuddle, purring with delight. The rest quickly followed, nuzzling and climbing all over him. Jaiju couldn't help but smile as he hugged them like squishy magical plushies. Commentators watching the stream were baffled, and a little jealous. One even questioned if they were really envying a guy being swarmed by furballs. Jaiju wondered if this was because of his connection with magical creatures, or if the popoi just had a thing for him. Either way, their joy was contagious. Nearby, more popoi frolicked on the grassy field. But then thud. His original trio of popoi launched themselves from his backpack, landing on him like furry missiles. They angrily climbed on his shoulders, glaring at the local popoi as if they'd just caught their boyfriend cheating. Viewers speculated wildly. Were the original popoi jealous? Was this a magical beast showdown? Were popoi secretly overpowered? One thing was clear. Jaiju's popoi were not thrilled about sharing their human. Jaiju let out a tired sigh. Yep, they were jealous. And adorably so. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Test complete. The path to the 9th floor had opened. Jaiju turned toward the portal, popoi still clinging to him like decorative scarves. In the chat, someone cried foul, calling him a cheater. Others argued that if he wasn't breaking rules, maybe he was just a popoi whisperer. One loyal viewer clapped back, reminding everyone they'd only joined after the 5th floor, amateurs. Jaiju gently asked the local popoi to hop off. They obeyed, and his original trio immediately struck a proud pose on his shoulders, victorious in the battle of cuteness. He now realized what had happened. Just like on the 1st floor, because the popoi weren't hostile, the system counted them as cleared enemies. With a grin, he opened his rewards window. A portal shimmered open, and a scroll dropped from it. Jaiju and the popoi eyed it curiously. The scroll read a cryptic passage about lives born from the broken world tree, inheriting its will, mourning its death, and striving to grow a new one. The names Foreen and Forden, names of the world tree, stood out, terms connected to the fate of the Astrode Empire. The scroll vanished in a puff of sparkles. Viewers tried to make sense of it. Some thought it was deep lore. Others rolled their eyes and called it a glorified fortune cookie. Jaiju looked up at the towering world tree, recalling how it fell after suppressing the devil's spirit, leading to the Astrode Empire's descent into chaos. He knew the 25th floor test would be there, where brave souls saw tragedy as an opportunity to rebuild. Surrounded by the cheerful Popoi, Jaiju suddenly flopped down and stretched out on the grass, announcing he'd take a nap. He dozed off instantly. Popoi slowly gathered around him like living blankets. Eventually their squeaks woke him. He cracked an eye open to find them playing King of the Hill on his chest. After about an hour, he sat up, brushed off the Popoi, and grabbed his backpack. As he approached the portal, he heard sad squeals behind him. The local Popoi were watching him with mournful eyes. The chat exploded with emotion. Would he take them with him? Could he even do that? But Jaiju knew he couldn't. His path lay ahead, toward the world tree. With a heavy heart, he waved goodbye and stepped into the glowing portal. The world turned blue. A system message pinged that the required participants number of 2 has been met when the other person arrived. The 9th floor test was starting, a sealed temple with rune locks. The goal: break the seal to escape. The chat groans and whines about another brain teaser of a trial. Someone noted it was a 2-player test. Another grumbled about the 4-hour time limit, until the system coldly displayed 2 hours. If they failed, they'd be stuck. The challenge? Synchronized colored crystals on the temple walls. Not all the walls needed to match each other, but each wall's crystals had to be uniform. Usually this was a 2-wall setup, but now there were 4. Cue panic in the chat. Jaiju, dead-eye and tired, mentally cursed the test administrator. Couldn't they let him nap a little longer? Then he noticed someone by one of the walls. A girl. She spun around, startled, and then smiled brightly. She pulled back her hood and excitedly asked if the Popoi on his head were real. Without warning, she grabbed his hand and fawned over the Popoi like she'd discovered the first ever cute-looking creatures in existence. Jaiju, flustered, suggested she focus on the test. Viewers immediately spotted the flirtation. Some weren't pleased. One referred to Jaiju as the Emperor and gasped at the audacity of the girl touching him. She quickly stepped back, apologizing for being too forward. She introduced herself as Jin Hyeon for short. Jaiju recognized her name from his group, but didn't expect to meet her here. Spectators were in full gossip mode. Wasn't she that streamer from the 1st floor? The one with the dangerously enthusiastic fanbase? It doesn't help their worries that she was better known by her nickname, the Witch. Jaiju recalled infamous clips of her playfully asking opponents whether they wanted to be roasted or drowned. She was sharp, confident, and had a smile that lured challengers to their doom. He asked if she could manage all 100 crystals on her own. She clenched her fists dramatically, saying her viewers helped her, so she'd give it her all. Jaiju's chat collectively rolled their eyes. He turned to his own wall, tapping platforms with practiced ease. He figured he could manage alone. Still, maybe he was drawing too much attention from Hyeon. After a while, a system message showed 1 hour 21 minutes remaining. Commentators asked if he was stalling. Someone joked it was a ring light challenge. But Jaiju was genuinely puzzled, nearly 40 minutes in, and nothing was working on Hyeon's end. He glanced over. She was struggling, claiming confusion. He didn't buy it. She was definitely stalling. But he also couldn't call her out yet. With renewed focus, he sped up. His chat begged him to stop holding back, reminding him the 10th floor was right around the corner. Jaiju finally approached her and politely asked to take over. She hesitated, embarrassed, but agreed. Within moments, the wall turned red. 1 wall down, 1 hour 3 minutes left. Jaiju finished the remaining walls swiftly. With just over 21 minutes left, all 4 were done. Hyeon stared in disbelief, then ran up and hugged him tightly, calling him a genius. Viewers lost it. Some accused her of being manipulative. Others were just plain jealous. Jaiju's expression turned cold. He quietly reminded her that she knew he wasn't a genius. She looked confused. He pushed her away, his face serious. With the Popoi still perched on him like tiny royalty, he confronted her directly and out how even an hour was too long for her to solve all of these walls by herself if she really wanted to do so. In response, Hyeon's fake innocence dropped, and a sly and scary smile spread across her face. Jaiju flashed back to an old video where he once asked Hyeon how long it had taken her to clear the 5th floor. She played dumb for a moment, then casually claimed it took her around 30 minutes, blaming luck. But then, a male viewer exposed her, saying she'd actually cleared it in under 10 minutes. So much for just lucky. Hyeon, ever the trickster, just smirked and laughed. Then, with that trademark glint in her eye, she asked Jaiju if he was on his 2nd run through the tower. That hit a nerve. Jaiju, playing it straight, asked what she meant and whether such a thing was even possible. Hyeon admitted it sounded ridiculous. but said her curious viewers had tipped her to ask anyway. She added with a grin that her chat was feeling generous lately, throwing coins like candy. One of Jaiju's own viewers joked that maybe these were the same folks who couldn't track him down on Han Jiseok's stream. Another viewer wondered aloud if people could really enter the tower twice, and whether the administrator was just a figurehead. Jaiju coolly replied that it didn't matter either way, and if it were true, well, Hyeon would have been toast by now. She faked fear, then accused him of being way too careful to be a second-time player. Pushing her theory further, she suggested he was either reincarnated or had regressed. Jaiju tensed up. Was she just fishing, or did she know something? She revealed that her viewers had given her a rewatch coupon, letting her review his trial from the 7th floor. Even though he didn't seem to know the future, he clearly knew a lot about the person in that video. She wondered aloud if she'd failed her little investigation. That's when it hit Jaiju. This wasn't just Hyeon being nosy. She was the witch, the infamous streamer who obsessively chased after anything that caught her curiosity. Definitely not the kind of attention he wanted. If he played this right, maybe he could redirect her interest. Grinning, he told her he'd spill the beans if she gave him something in return. She perked up. "In return?" was written all over her face. Slightly irritated by her reaction, Jaiju looked away and asked for her robe instead. Hyeon blinked, confused. Was he serious? His answer said yes. Chat immediately erupted, some disappointed, others amused. One viewer sighed, thinking Jaiju was just another simp. Hyeon narrowed her eyes and gripped her robe. If he was joking, she'd make him regret it. Viewers bantered wildly. One even mocked him with the classic 10 billion won or go back a year hypothetical. As Hyeon began removing the robe, comments piled on. Was this his second chance? Was he just in it for the loot? Standing there in a short t-shirt, Hyeon held out the robe and asked if he'd seen enough. One viewer got overly excited about her exposed belly, prompting another to call them all perverts. Someone else pledged allegiance to Jaiju. Another begged him to ban the creeps in chat. Without even looking at her, Jaiju clarified. He didn't ask to see, he asked for the cape. She was a witch after all. Temptation was part of the game. Irritated, Hyeon cursed and tossed him the robe, explaining it was a high-end cape with mana amplification. Exactly why he wanted it. As Jaiju slipped it on, Hyeon reminded him she'd upheld her part of the deal. Now it was his turn to answer. Jaiju took a breath and looked at her. It wasn't about second chances, or reincarnation, or time travel. It was something worse. He explained that he understood the tower's system better than anyone else, and that system was rigged. Everything about streamers was public, and without viewer donations, climbing the tower became nearly impossible. It wasn't just a game. It was survival of the most entertaining. Take the 6th floor, for instance. If the player was doing badly, sadistic viewers, those who enjoyed watching streamers suffer, would flock in. Streamers on lower floors? They were at the mercy of those viewers. Jaiju looked at Hyeon from beneath his hood. He wasn't some chosen one. He just knew how the tower really worked. That alone made him dangerous. Hyeon crossed her arms unimpressed. Did he know about user information too? Jaiju turned away and left it hanging, saying she could figure it out. Clearly annoyed, Hyeon muttered that he hadn't explained how he knew all this. Jaiju shrugged. It was a secret. But at least he has answered her one question about reincarnation. Some viewers hyped him up, calling his confidence Emperor tier. Others debated whether this kind of knowledge was even allowed. After all, talking about the tower outside the tower was taboo. Hyeon hunched over, breathing out sharply. Her popoi, the little fur ball, hid behind Jaiju, visibly shaking. Hyeon burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, wiping tears. She hadn't had this much fun in ages. Then, with a teasing look, she told Jaiju she liked men with secrets. Chat exploded. She likes bad boys, one user wrote. Another advised Jaiju to just ignore her and move on, time to hit the 10th floor. Jaiju smirked and said something vaguely poetic. Then he spread his arms and his popoi jumped into them. Looking at Hyeon, he thought, yeah, no one's doubting she's a witch now. Conversation over, he turned to leave, but Hyeon tried to stop him. She asked him to at least share his real name. Surely Kim Jaiju was fake. He paused, confused, as chat roasted him with Kim Jaiju 2 jokes. Without a word, he jumped into the magic portal. Hyeon shouted after him, still trying to learn his name. Chat pointed out that he'd forgotten to check his reward. Another viewer asked if he was just stuck on the 2 part. Once on the 10th floor's free zone, Jaiju was greeted by a system message. Community features were now unlocked. He could now switch broadcasts and watch other streamers, though those below the 20th floor couldn't see his stream anymore, but can tune in on the streams of users below the 10th floor. The system also explained that coins would now be distributed based on watch time, donations, and floor progress. Chat reappeared. One user joked that Jeju was already going to the moon, while another said the small coin payout was laughable for a superfan like Love, who was apparently his very first viewer. Jaiju turned serious. He apologized to his viewers and said he'd take a look around. Then he turned off the stream. He told his Popoi to hide in the backpack for now. They'd both earned a break. Once the creature was tucked away, Jaiju pulled up his hood, eyes scanning his surroundings. The city streets were bustling with people in all kinds of outfits. Something felt off. Just then, a small girl in plain clothes accidentally bumped into a richly dressed noble and fell hard onto the stone pavement. Jaiju expected the worst. A commoner touching a noble basically means death in such places. But surprisingly, the nobleman bent down, patted her head gently, and asked if she was okay. He even told her to be careful in crowds. The girl apologized, still in shock. The nobleman told her not all nobles were scary and encouraged her to work hard. Maybe she could rise to his position someday. After all, the Astrode Empire was ruled by Emperor Kaoli du Toprox. Jaiju stood frozen. Was this real? A noble treating a commoner with kindness? Something about this world had changed. Later, near a fountain, an elderly man was feeding pigeons. As they eagerly gobbled breadcrumbs, he smiled gently until he looked up and saw Jaiju staring at him silently. The stare down between the old man and our boy is intense enough to stop the leaves from rustling and the pigeons from munching. Jaiju politely asked if he could sit. The old man gave a vague nod to imply that he can do whatever he wants. As Jaiju settled on the bench in the quiet park, he remembered this exact moment from the video he once saw on the 10th floor, where he had met the administrator. Without turning to face the man, Jaiju asked how long he'd lived in this place. The man smiled faintly and said he didn't remember. Time for him had stopped mattering. Then Jaiju asked bluntly if he was happy. Still feeding pigeons, the man responded like a depressed teenager of the 20th century. They sat by a bubbling fountain, water gently falling as echoes of the past filled Jaiju's mind. The offer to become an administrator, his own hesitant yes. Then suddenly a bag of breadcrumbs hit the ground, startling the pigeons. One unlucky bird wasn't fast enough. With an almost theatrical snap, the man caught it by the neck. The air shifted. Jaiju smiled confidently and finally turned to address him properly, calling him out as the administrator. The man's hand tightened around the bird's throat. His eyes gleamed unnaturally. A surreal sound cut through the air, and the next thing Jaiju knew, he wasn't in the park anymore. Out of nowhere, Jaiju is faced with a vision. He stood on a hill overlooking a battlefield. Below him, a warrior on a stone platform was rallying troops, demanding who would dare underestimate Taruha. The soldiers responded in unison, raising fists and roaring. Jaiju recognized it instantly. This was Taruha, the site of the 15th floor trial, the one that had supposedly fallen to the demonic monsters. And yet here it was, alive and full of warriors who radiated power beyond anything 15th floor users could handle. These were no cannon fodder, they were built different. Then the monsters came. Towering abominations thundered across the plains. The warriors met them head-on. One sliced through a beast's flesh with grim determination. Another lodged an axe in a creature's gut. The clash was intense, cinematic even, but not a single warrior fell. Jaiju gawked. These fighters were somehow surviving the chaos. But it wasn't over. On a cliffside, Jaiju spotted what looked like a grotesque flower blooming from stone. Its giant fleshy petals opened like a Venus flytrap from hell, and it was about to unleash wave after wave of demonic monsters. Jaiju realized that the nightmare wouldn't end until all of Taruha fell. Bigger, meaner monsters followed. One warrior screamed a battle cry to the gods and charged. Another swung at a hulking beast, only to have his weapon casually slapped aside. Blood burst from a soldier's skull. Another warrior was shredded by fangs. This time, the monsters didn't just fight back, they devoured. One demon crawled up the wall Jaiju was standing on. A shadow loomed overhead. Jaiju turned too late. A mouth full of layers of fangs closed in on him and opened, and then blood spills everywhere. He jolted awake, back on the park bench near the fountain, face twisted in pain. Still holding the pigeon like it owed him rent, the administrator asked how it felt to glimpse his destiny. Jaiju leaned against the bench, calmly declaring that no matter what sick show the administrator staged, his answer wouldn't change. He wouldn't accept the offer. The administrator gave a chilling grin as he isn't toying with Jaiju. He insisted he'd only shown Jaiju the future. Jaiju clenched his jaw and shot back that he'd already changed one future shown to him, since he was clearly watching. That earned a smile from the administrator as he called Jaiju by name and said that was exactly why he should take the mantle of administrator. Jaiju snaps at the senile old man and rejects loudly, so it reaches his old ears. When asked if he knew why he'd been sent those videos, Jaiju admitted he didn't. But it didn't matter. He wouldn't be blackmailed into this role. He would beat every trial the honest, frustrating way. At that, the administrator twisted the pigeon's neck slightly, threateningly. He offered Jaiju a deal that if he really wanted to understand what the videos were hiding, he'd tell him. Jaiju, disgusted but intrigued, agreed. The administrator let the pigeon go. It flew off, thanking the lords it was finally free. He asked Jaiju about his definition of administrator. Jaiju gave the obvious answer, someone who manages the tower. But the administrator wasn't talking job titles. He wanted to know if Jaiju thought the world they were in, The Asteroid Empire was fake, just a stage for users to grind levels and gain nobility. But if Jeju really believed that, he wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of role-playing as Prince Kaoli. He'd have offed Lee Seonjae's without blinking. The administrator smirked, confirming Jeju didn't truly believe it was all just a game. Then he revealed something bigger. Jeju wasn't the only candidate. Others had been considered for the administrator role, even before he arrived at the tower. When asked if that meant there were multiple administrators, the man clarified, there could only ever be one. Anyone who stepped down died. He described the effort he'd poured into managing Asteroid, building the tower, placing administrators, launching the live broadcasts. Each time he tried to fix the broken world, but every time he succeeded, it fell apart again. Losing patience, the administrator stomped the ground, scattering stone chips with a burst of mana. He ranted about trying to fill a bottomless vessel, comparing himself to a jug constantly refilled with Asteroid's chaos. Each time he patched something, something else cracked open. Jeju, watching this mental breakdown unfold, asked gently if he meant it was just impossible to fix something already broken. The administrator chuckled and snapped his fingers, teasing Jeju for getting all philosophical. He then explained that being an administrator was like being the jug, and Asteroid was the water he had to endlessly pour. His expression turned vacant. His skin began to fade and distort. In place of his human face, a pigeon's head emerged. He admitted he had no emotions left, no love, hate, or sadness. Just the robotic urge to keep pouring the water. Jeju, now staring at a literal pigeon-headed man, asked if the other administrators had ever changed their minds. The administrator said every one of them had this same unshakable sense of duty. They tried, failed, and either overflowed the jug or shattered it. But he was different. He claimed he'd succeeded in containing Asteroid without either extreme. Jeju frowned. If this guy had it so together, then what was the point of the videos? The administrator calmly explained, those clips were from Jeju's future, or his past, or maybe both. Either way, he'd sent them to himself. Jeju asked why. The man replied with something a depressed poet would say, about looking into someone else's soul is a terrible idea. So basically, he didn't know. And if he did, it still wouldn't help. Then, in true cryptic fashion, he reminded Jeju that all versions of him, the one in the video, the current one, the potential administrator, were still him. That fact didn't change. But Jeju wasn't buying it, not entirely. He believed the person he was now was fundamentally different. Still, he had one last question. He asked why the 10th floor's vibe had changed since he'd passed the 5th floor test. Just then, a strange energy surged, and the administrator, now glowing with an intense purple aura, reached out a hand. He reiterated that he, meaning Jeju, had handled the administrator role better than anyone before him. His efforts had finally brought order to Asteroid. Then, stepping back toward the bench, the administrator slumped and looked up from beneath his brows. He concluded that whatever any version of Jeju does, the result will be the same as the administrator Jeju wanted. This smug remark pushed Jeju to the limit, as he gets the administrator's attention and flips him off. Hyeyeon's fingers flew across her keyboard, a smirk on her face as she muttered something about liking men with secrets. The atmosphere was oddly light, with laughter floating in the air. Meanwhile, Kang Soha, better known by her screen name Love, and Jeju's very first subscriber, urged him to stop wasting time and climb to the 10th floor already. Jeju, now seated comfortably, let out a relieved sigh. But Hyeyeon wasn't done. She suddenly burst out, demanding he at least tell her his real name, insisting Jeju couldn't possibly be it. Her frustration boiled over to the point her veins popped as she cursed and questioned who this mysterious girl was that had suddenly gotten close to him. Ignoring the chaos, Jeju leapt up as a voice off-screen pushed him to keep climbing. With all the grace of someone who's done this before, he struck a confident pose to showcase that he is better than everyone, albeit jokingly, only to immediately cringe at the words that came out of his mouth. The administrator nearby seemed unamused, growing increasingly irritated. Suddenly the man stood up in a daze, mumbled incoherently, and then collapsed forward. His body began to vanish, clothes falling to the floor, until a pigeon shot out of his shirt, let out a loud cry, and flew away. Jeju blinked in disbelief. The administrator had disappeared, leaving only the fluttering bird behind. It hit Jeju then. Those strange videos he'd received hadn't been from the administrator after all. So who had sent them? He remembered the lost expression on the man's face from the video that showed his confusion. But if he wanted answers, he'd have to keep moving. Jeju adjusted his gear. His Popoi companions popped back into view. One even slithered out of the backpack to give him a supportive lick on the cheek. He glanced sideways at the tiny creature on his shoulder, wondering if they were trying to comfort him. With a firm nod to himself, Jeju hardened his expression because sitting still wouldn't change anything. Right then, an information window appeared. To his surprise, it showed a larger subscriber count than he expected. 227 subscribers, 42,950 coins, but 0 active viewers. He reflected on how his count had dropped from 235 on the 5th floor to 227 now. That meant only 8 viewers had followed him to the 10th floor. Apparently, viewers couldn't tune in to other players' streams while also on the 10th floor themselves. Many of Seonjae's fans had already dropped off due to this. He chuckled awkwardly at the memory of people still sticking around after seeing him dance with his popoi on the 1st floor. The popoi, perhaps feeling called out, let out ominous little noises in response. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. Because it was his first time broadcasting on the 10th floor, he could apply a rare trance effect to boost visibility. 2 options appeared, start or cancel. Jaiju hovered his finger thoughtfully. The popoi watched him struggle with the decision. He knew going live came with risks. Other players like Han Ji-seok and Jin Han had huge audiences, and opening himself up too much might attract the wrong kind of attention. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked cancel. Then, bam, chat windows started lighting up with familiar usernames. His fans were already flooding in. Jeju cracked a shy grin as messages poured in. Recurring users like Cray, Warino, and Love popped up first, and worryingly asked why the stream had been turned off. Jaiju looked around clearly flustered. He brushed it off with a vague excuse, apologizing for the sudden break. What followed was a barrage of teasing, fans asking if their boy had finally hit puberty, laughing at how fast he'd grown, and half joking that they'd basically raised him and made him rich. Jeju barely had time to react before another window appeared, this one containing a message. It was a clan recruitment letter. The sender, part of the Crimson Clan, addressed him by name and promised support if he accepted their offer. They invited him to officially join their ranks. The chat had thoughts, of course. One user mocked the formality of the invite, while another claimed the clan was probably filled with weaklings overcompensating for their insecurity. Jaiju considered it briefly, but decided he didn't need a clan just yet. He was still finding his path. Another user jokingly noted how the Emperor wasn't even reading their clan requests anymore. Meanwhile, his popoi began crawling back into the backpack one by one. The chat argued back and forth while he stood surrounded by a glowing pillar of light. He tapped the next interface, and the familiar world of Astrode flickered into view. Warano noticed the setting looked like Forest Sky Park, cleaner than before. Someone joked that now the 10th floor players wouldn't be able to track him because of the ring channel. The bustling street around him was filled with NPCs going about their everyday life in a typical depiction of market area. Jeju quietly walked through the crowd, wearing a cape to avoid drawing attention. He stopped in front of a building with a glowing sign, Cray's Workshop. This was the Empire's hub for magical engineering, and someone in the chat exclaimed in disbelief, wasn't this supposed to be Brand's workshop? Others were confused too. Was this an alternate universe? Why did the building suddenly look so new? Without hesitating, Jaiju pushed open the door. A man inside, Cray, stretched lazily, barely opening his eyes, and greeted him with indifference. He assumed Jaiju was a customer and said they weren't accepting orders. Jaiju clarified he wasn't there to commission anything. He was looking for Bran. That caught Cray off guard. Why would someone search for the Empire's top magical engineer here? Bran was practically a royal treasure. The chat exploded again, questioning whether this was all a prank. One user complained the administrator kept rewriting everything and ignoring feedback. Another asked the real question, was Bran dead? Cray, trying to get rid of him, asked again if that was all. But Jaiju said he needed to fix something and asked if he could borrow the workshop and its materials. He mentioned he had studied the basics of magical engineering himself. That piqued Cray's interest. Most travelers weren't into this kind of thing. Introducing himself as the workshop owner, Cray asked for Jaiju's name. After hearing it, he chuckled and said today's travelers had some strange naming conventions. Jaiju laughed awkwardly, while chat users had a field day debating whether this was Jaiju 1 or Jaiju 2. Cray then asked what he wanted to fix. Jaiju snapped to attention, grabbed his backpack and pulled out a damaged iron glove. Cray studied it closely. It had been made quickly, clearly unstable, and the flow of mana within it was dangerously chaotic. But repairing it? That sounded fun. Cray said Jaiju would need to buy a mana crystal so they could test the repair's success. Jaiju thanked him and promised to find one. Meanwhile, the chat was divided. Some called the glove a masterwork of engineering. Others rolled their eyes at Cray's sudden change of heart, first denying help and then jumping into the project. One asked, so what's Jaiju really planning to do? Jaiju, now more focused than ever, was ready to take the next step. Jaiju arrived at the auction house and walked up to the reception desk, where 2 attendants were stationed. One of them greeted him politely and asked if this was his first visit. He nodded and was handed a form for identity verification, standard procedure before entering the auction. But when it came time to fill in his name, Jaiju hesitated to once again fight the urge to not write his real name. Commentators watching the stream chuckled. One joked that Jaiju should just write Popoi and call it a day, while another teased that even writing his own name seemed awkward for him. Still, after a moment of internal panic, Jaiju managed to finish the form and handed it back confidently. The receptionist smiled and said they would run the verification. As soon as the paper went through the scanner, an error popped up. Invalid submission. Cue another mini heart attack. The receptionist, trying to stay professional, asked him to double-check his information. Jaiju calmly added a 2 to the end of his name. Clearly the name Jaiju1 was already taken, just like on every gaming server ever. The receptionist ran the form again, and this time, it worked. With some time left before the auction started, the receptionist directed Jaiju to the waiting room. He also asked him to hand over his coat for security reasons, which Jaiju did hesitantly. The waiting lounge was brightly lit and filled with nobles and high-ranking figures engaged in casual conversation, an unusual sight for someone used to the rigid class systems. One nearby girl mentioned that Emperor Kaoli Dutoprox had lowered income taxes for commoners. Jaiju thought that sounded nice on paper, but maybe creating more jobs would have been more useful. As he descended the stairs, he was struck once again by the sight of nobles and commoners mingling freely. No matter how often he saw this, it still felt strange. The conversation nearby shifted to Prince Sloan, with one person suggesting that he should have been the emperor. Jaiju's ears perked up. Wasn't Sloan dead? Even the commentators were confused. Soon, Jaiju spotted a familiar face, Lee Saiha, in the game. She looked surprised to see him, and asked why he was there. Jaiju gestured toward the auction table and said he was here to buy something. He asked if he could sit next to her, and she agreed. The stream commentators immediately noticed how friendly she was being, with one joking that she probably turned off her stream due to embarrassment. Jaiju sat down next to her with a beaming smile. An attendant approached with a customer service smile and offered them refreshments while they waited. Jaiju asked for water. Lee Saeha requested cocoa, surprising the viewers with her unexpectedly adorable drink choice. Glasses appeared, and both of them quietly sipped their drinks. Lee Saeha eventually broke the silence and asked what Jaiju planned to buy. He replied that he was looking for a mana crystal to repair his glove, which had exploded the last time he used it. She took a thoughtful sip of cocoa, remembering the incident which made the situation awkward. Commentators dramatically complained about the unbearable awkwardness, with one rage quitting the stream. Then, out of nowhere, Lee Saeha thanked him, clearly referring to something from the past. Jaiju grew flustered and tried to wave it off, insisting he had only done what anyone would. Wanting to defuse the moment, he changed the subject and asked why she still wore a school uniform. Lee Saeha explained that it carried important memories, and holding on to those memories gave her strength. Jaiju nodded in understanding, realizing it wasn't just a fashion statement. She wore it even in her videos, so of course it meant something. He then recalled how strong she would become after the 5th floor. Her man-packed punches were no joke. It might be a good idea to stay on friendly terms with her. Smiling, Jaiju asked if she'd like to be friends. Lee Saeha turned bright red. A system tablet appeared in front of her, asking her to confirm the friend request. Commentators lost their minds. One joked about how sudden it was. Another asked if this was friends with benefits territory. Jaiju clarified that he didn't mean anything weird, just that he hoped they could support each other going forward. Lee Saeha hesitated as she bit her lip, and then accepted the request. Cue more chaos in the chat. Some viewers joked that she was too low-ranking to be friends with someone like Jaiju. Another commented that she seemed jealous of Popoi, but her fully read fave suggested something else. The moment was interrupted by an announcement echoing through the building. The auction was about to begin. Everyone was asked to proceed to the bidding hall. Lee Saeha, now visibly irritated for some reason, stood up abruptly and walked off without waiting for Jaiju. He scratched his head, confused. Commentators concluded that she had returned to her normal tsundere mode. Jaiju followed, saying to himself that he didn't want to be late. One user noted that it had been a long time since a 10th floor auction had appeared, and not everyone could afford the 30,000 coins needed just to participate. Inside, the auction hall was packed. A grand red stage rose above the crowd. One commentator couldn't decide whether it looked classy or just chaotic. Jaiju found his seat number 71 and sat down, and then the silver bell rang. A man named Raiden took center stage and welcomed everyone to the Solanan midday auction. With a hand over his heart and the energy of a motivational speaker, he explained that this auction brought together royalty, nobles, commoners, and even travelers. Everyone was equal here. Fairness, powered by capitalism and magical artifacts. Jaiju sat quietly, holding up his paddle while viewers in the chat started roasting Raiden for sounding like he was about to read from a school textbook. One even begged him to talk about his first love just to spice things up. Raiden continued, explaining the rules. A base price would be announced, and people could bid higher. If no one topped the bid after 3 rounds, the item went to the highest bidder. The first item was revealed, a brown egg, specifically, the egg of a red earth dragon, freshly retrieved just yesterday from the perilous Rafna volcano, where 3 magical beast hunters had lost their lives securing it. Commentators speculated, was it for combat or just a collector's flex? One viewer joked that riding a dragon could at least help you swat flies in style. Another asked if Jaiju would be bidding, and just like that, the auction began. The auction was heating up, and Raiden was practically beaming as he announced the opening bid. 10,000 coins, from traveler number 71, which was Jaiju. The crowd, especially the commentators, were floored. All of them were flat out shocked because they were under the impression that Jaiju is there for some mana crystals. So this unexpected bid is a twist. Jaiju's expression turned serious. He realized the bloodstone wouldn't register as a precious gem to the stone appraisers. It had too unique a makeup for standard evaluation. The red necklace at the center of all the fuss was practically radiating energy. Raiden called out the next bid. Minimum increase was 1,000 coins, and slammed the gavel. Suddenly, sign 47 went up. A woman with elegant white gloves bid 11,000 coins. She was none other than Grey Tell, a well-known noblewoman famous for her obsession with rare jewelry. She gracefully hid her face behind a fan, but Jaiju noticed her, and she noticed him right back. He recognized her as the youngest daughter of a powerful jewelry business family. Rumor had it she never cared for the trade. Now here she was, winking at him like she wants his attention. Jaiju was baffled. Was she just playing around? One commentator thought Jaiju must have insulted her somehow. Another joked that winking like that in front of the emperor was bold. Jaiju's demeanor shifted. He went from being playful to locking in due to his male ego. He raised his sign and upped the bid to 12,000 coins. Then the numbers exploded. 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, 20,000. The number kept going up. Raiden looked like he needed a nap. Even he couldn't believe the bidding war unfolding. Jaiju hesitated. He admitted to himself that the bloodstone was powerful, but not irreplaceable. If it slipped away, he'd live. With a resigned look, he decided to fall back and just buy a regular mana crystal later. But then, plot twist, sign 70 appeared. 21,000 coins. It was Lee Saiha. Calm and unreadable as always, she silently joined the fray. The crowd and commentators were stunned. Grey Tell shot her a death glare, and Lee Saiha returned it with the energy of someone who absolutely wasn't here to make friends. The bids kept flying. 22,000, 23,000, 24,000. Commentators started joking about how deep Lee Saiha wallet must be. One even brought up how she had a massive following on her live streams, implying she was basically being carried by donor money. Raiden, drenched in sweat, kept pounding the gavel in the most pleasantly stressful situation of his life. Finally it ended. Traveler 70, Lee Saiha, won the bloodstone necklace for a whopping 30,000 coins. She looked smugly at Grey Tell. Raiden bowed and thanked everyone for attending, clearly ready to collapse. Meanwhile, Jaiju sighed as he looked at the mana crystal he did manage to snag, for a much more modest 6,000 coins. Not the bloodstone, but still useful. He began heading out when he ran into Lee Saiha, who was casually leaning on the doorframe to try and catch Jaiju on his way out, like a stalker. She twirled the necklace on her finger and looked at Jaiju with a familiar expression. Apparently, she'd been waiting for him and was wondering why he took so long. One commentator jokingly guessed she'd been camping at the exit. Another was baffled that she was treating a 30 Auzeran coin necklace like if's a cheap knockoff. Then, without much warning, she offered the necklace to Jaiju. And that left him stunned because getting that necklace as a gift is an unreal situation. But Saiha wasn't kidding. She got visibly annoyed at his hesitation, forced the necklace into his hand, and then jumped back like she'd just handed over a cursed artifact. She asked if it was a mana crystal. It obviously was. He'd only shown interest when this particular piece came out. Jaiju nodded and wondered aloud if she'd really spent so much just for him. Saiha laughed it off and reminded him. They were supposed to be friends. And friends give each other gifts, right? Before he could say anything else, she turned on her heel and walked away, telling him not to pretend he didn't know her the next time they met. Jaiju, meanwhile, was spiraling into an existential crisis. He stared at the necklace and wondered, why? She didn't seem like someone who'd throw around 30,000 coins lightly. Was she trying to pay him back for helping her during the trial? He thought maybe she just felt indebted. 30 grand was a steep price, but perhaps not too much for saving a life. Still, he couldn't figure out what was going through her head. He sighed, looking completely drained. Meanwhile, Lee Saiha walked through the quiet streets. She stretched and closed her eyes, thinking Jaiju probably didn't get any of it. Her thoughts drifted back to an old memory. A younger Saiha stood in a wide alley, frustrated over how expensive her school uniform was. Clutching a piece of paper, she was clearly fed up. A man in a suit exited a nearby door and told her to listen to the principal. It wasn't hard. She agreed, and stepped forward, curious about this unfamiliar guest she'd never seen before. Inside, a middle-aged woman greeted her and asked why she'd come. Saiha explained that her new school had sent a notice requiring a uniform, but she couldn't afford it. The woman smiled and reassured her. Someone had already left money for students in need. He had asked for it to be kept secret. On the table sat a plain white envelope among coffee cups. Saiha was stunned. As she pieced things together, she realized the suited man from earlier might have been responsible. Saiha snapped back to the present, let out a deep sigh, and quietly thought to herself, he doesn't need to know. With her hands in her pockets, she kept walking, her thoughts hidden and her expression unreadable. Sometime later, Cray passionately works on Jaiju's mechanical glove. As he looked up excitedly, holding a sleek metallic glove and a red bloodstone, Jaiju walked in to see his equipment glowing in an upgraded light. Viewers wasted no time. Some called the glove ugly, others called it too old-fashioned. Cray thinks otherwise, as he folds his arms proudly over the amazing creation he came up with. Jaiju handed over his bloodstone pendant, casually commenting on the good timing. Since the bloodstone turned out smaller than expected, he'd intended to ask for a tweak, but the pendant practically landed in Cray's hands like fate itself. Without missing a beat, Cray slipped on his glasses and assured Jaiju that adjustments weren't needed. He already knew where to fit the stone, having built in a modular design for different crystal sizes. Using tweezers, he removed the stone from the pendant and grinned at its shape because of how well of a fit it is. Then, in true show don't tell fashion, Cray pressed a tiny button. A click, a bright gleam, and the glove's core transformed. 5 tiny pins snapped into place, securing the bloodstone perfectly. Cray explained the glove had an eject system too. Press the same button twice, and damaged mana crystals would pop out automatically. He handed the glove to Jaiju, who went red-faced, clearly impressed. Not having to worry about stone size or compatibility makes it so convenient for Jaiju in pressure situations. Naturally, Jaiju asked about the cost. Viewers instantly chimed in. He's got 50,000 coins. What's the problem? Others defended his budgeting instincts. This was no ordinary glove, and the color change alone was worth a price hike. Cray waved it off, saying he'd been more than paid and actually had fun with the project. Blushing a little, Cray rubbed the back of his neck and handed Jaiju an extra crystal, asking him to wait outside for a final touch-up. Jaiju thanked him and stepped out. Viewers groaned. Some felt he should have celebrated the completion more, maybe flexed it a little. Others just wanted a 10th floor tour. One fan even pointed out the entire floor seemed different now. Just then, a glowing blue object full of mana popped into view outside a fortress. Jaiju casually mentioned he'd head to the 11th floor tomorrow. Later that night, Jaiju was knocked out on a rooftop under a cozy blanket, until a popoi screeched and launched itself onto his chest. Surprise! It had been hiding under the blanket the whole time. Other popoi joined the ambush with varied expressions. One even showed off its sharp teeth and tongue like a goblin. Jaiju woke up covered in popoi drool, shrieking as the creatures licked him like he was a mana-flavored popsicle. He groaned, asking if they were hungry, and they bounced with joy. One even perched on his shoulder. He started cleaning himself up and noted he had to begin his stream. Sure enough, the info board confirmed it was live, 200 viewers already. Jaiju practically screamed in disbelief because it felt weird to see so many people instantly turning up for his streams, making it seem like he has hundreds of stalkers patiently waiting to get their eyes on him. With 227 subscribers now, Jaiju assumed most had been anticipating the broadcast. He pulled out a mana crystal, and the popoi went full loot goblin, eyes wide and tails wagging. He tossed it like a dog treat, and they devoured it happily while he got dressed. A viewer asked if he'd named the glove yet. Jaiju glanced at it thoughtfully, still undecided. Later, Cray emerged and handed over the fully finished glove. Jaiju slid it on, and it fit him perfectly, like it was made only for him. Cray, grinning like a proud dad, said it seemed to suit him. Jaiju insisted on paying at least for the materials, but Cray refused again because he considered the opportunity to work on such a masterpiece as a sort of payment itself, which makes Jaiju extremely touched. Cray added that even the greatest item is just a tool until it's given a name, so Jaiju promised to think of one. Viewers jumped into philosophical debates. Some mocked Cray for being sentimental about feelings, while others liked the idea of naming a glove. Holding it tightly, Jaiju felt something shift inside. The popoi popped out of his bag, and he reaffirmed he'd take his time naming it. After all, slapping a random name on something meaningful felt wrong. Meanwhile, a crowd had formed near the portal to the 11th floor. It was a bright day, but tension was in the air. No one from the Asteroid Empire could see the portal. Only awakened users could. Jaiju, hooded, scanned the crowd. Even though he'd left his old clan, plenty of people were still watching him. Viewers speculated, was he going solo? One suggested pulling stuck players from the 10th floor. Another warned about slowing down with randoms. Starting from the 11th floor, Coop challenges became more common. Players used the community board to recruit for party quests. Jaiju approached the portal, stating plainly that he was going in. Background characters huddled around, clutching their weird good luck charms as if the Emperor himself would guide them. One viewer joked that if it got rough, weaklings would suddenly act like gods. Jaiju recalled the first floor and thought about teaming up with longtime viewers. But the memory of the administrator and that smug pigeon haunted him. What if the admin pulled the same tricks again, this time dragging innocent players into it? He clenched his fist. Better to confirm things first. The info window popped up with difficulty choices: high, medium, and low. Strong users from earlier floors usually picked high, nervous ones low. Jeju tapped high difficulty without hesitation. No fear. The system confirmed his choice. A viewer sarcastically praised his confidence that fits an emperor. With that, Jeju stepped through the portal that brought him to a small sandy island. Someone cursed loudly. A few players were trying to solve a puzzle, arguing about whether the answer had fallen from the sky yet. Then the portal shimmered, and Jeju appeared. The other players noticed immediately. He calmly brushed back his hair. The info window displayed the 3 players total, enough to trigger the test. The objective? Defeat a magical beast. Difficulty would be the average of everyone's choices. 20 minutes until it started. A cheerful girl asked if he was a mage, based on his outfit. Jeju greeted them. One guy waved, saying he arrived just in time and suggested they chat. Jeju noticed weapons. 2 swords and a spear. So, 2 knights, he thought. No wonder they looked excited to see a mage. Viewers analyzed the scene like commentators at an esports match. Someone noted that with 2 knights, they were doomed unless they had a support type. The guy pointed at Jeju's glove and asked if he was really a mage. Jeju corrected him. Nope, he was a magical engineer. The guy who asked screeched, thinking that they are doomed at this trial because of the lack of ways to clear it. The chat finds him irritating, knowing that he is the one that is going to be useless at the end. The girl, still trying to stay polite, asked how many support items he had, saying she'd heard you could equip up to 20. Jeju, confused, replied that he only had 1. Her soul visibly left her body. The chat knew Jeju's actual power level, like the forest he cleared with 1 powerful beam. Then an info window popped up in front of Jeju. He could feel it. The test was about to begin. The knight barked at Jeju, calling his warning nonsense, but the moment Jeju tightened his grip on the axe, the knight flinched. The viewers loved the shift, from calling him rude to now quietly respecting him. One viewer remembered how terrifying Jeju looked when he wielded Latanto's hammer, while another admitted they thought it was kind of cute. Right then, the enormous turtle let out a deafening roar from his huge mouth. Without wasting a second, Jeju pulled his arm back and told everyone to get behind him if they valued their lives. The female knight anxiously grips her spear and demands clarification. In chat, viewers joked the turtle looked irritated for being ignored, so one user from the chat claims that the frog is his old buddy from the 2nd floor. The turtle snapped its mouth toward Jeju. A massive explosion shook the ground, leaving a cloud of dust. When the turtle looked again, Jeju had vanished. Meanwhile, the knights ran back in fear. From the side, Jeju watched the scene unfold, thinking the 2 knights unintentionally became bait. Not a bad setup for him. Suddenly, blue flames flared to life around Jeju as he charged straight at the turtle's front paw with the axe raised. His face twisted in determination as he brought the glowing weapon down in a mighty arc. A loud crack echoed. The axe snapped in 2. The top half flew off into the distance. The turtle recoiled with a roar, its balance thrown off, and the remaining axe piece stuck into the sand. Jeju stared at the broken handle. But then, without hesitation, he reached out again. The broken fragment lit up in cold blue light. The head of the axe came back toward him, reattaching itself perfectly. Viewers went wild about this cinematic scene and couldn't wait for Jeju completing the Latanto set. The turtle collapsed again, howling. A piece of its paw glowed green. It was healing. Viewers immediately noted the difference from the 2nd floor. There was water here. If it reached the water, it'd regenerate instantly. This wasn't a fight Jeju could drag out. The turtle's shell began glowing intensely. It retracted into it with a blinding flash. Jeju quickly realized the beast wasn't heading for the water, it was simply hiding. If it managed to dive in, he wouldn't be able to follow. As Jeju stood ready, the male knight suddenly shouted that he'd assist. Jeju didn't even look back, he warned the guy to stay put. The chat cracked up, saying the knight should just grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. Another viewer teased that the knight was trying way too hard to look heroic, and everyone kind of agreed. With a few agile jumps, Jeju landed squarely on top of the turtle's shell. Axe in hand, he scratched the back of his neck, amused by how easy it was to climb the turtle, unlike last time. Viewers wondered if this really was the same turtle from the 2nd floor, or if only Jeju understood what was happening. The turtle began to thrash, sensing an unwanted guest on its back. Jeju wobbled but stayed up. Viewers dubbed it the turtle disco, seeing how clutching the spike on the shell helped Jeju to keep his balance. With a precise swing, he sliced it off. The spike bounced away, and the turtle, clearly in pain, began scanning its surroundings. The area around it glowed an ominous red. Jeju stayed calm, a bit too much for the chat, who joked he was going full kamikaze mode. He needed to get off the shell fast. If the turtle exploded and he survived, the knight sure wouldn't. He recalled their terrified faces and pushed forward. The axe glowed once more. Jeju flung one fragment forward, catching the other with expert timing, then sprinted forward with the spike in tow. Leaping into the air, he twisted into a somersault. Both hands gripped the axe tight, and then he drove the spike straight into the turtle's shell. A shockwave tore across the beach as the spike glowed red-hot. The turtle's body convulsed one last time, then went limp. Steam billowed, blood pooled in the sand. Jaiju stood still from exhaustion but came out victorious. Behind him, 2 portals shimmered into view. His axe began to dissolve. The chat went nuts. This guy's on a different level now. Someone noted that using the Lotanto set like this was totally busted. Another warned anyone inspired to buy it was getting baited hard. The gloves began to fade. Then someone called his name. Jaiju turned to see the 2 knights bowing deeply. They were gushing with gratitude, visibly relieved to be alive. The male knight confessed he really thought it was the end. The female knight kept thanking Jaiju. Jaiju, flustered, quickly pulled his hood down to hide his face. It wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to pass the test. Nothing more. Viewers called him adorable, one saying he was acting like a shy action figure. The knight, still grateful, asked for his name. Jaiju froze because he is embarrassed, so his answer was an immediate and stern no. The chat burst out laughing. One user joked he could have just said Jaiju too. Another asked if he was that embarrassed by them. Jaiju watched as the knights walked into the red portal, slightly annoyed. Not because of the name thing, but their jokes really hit a nerve. He bit his finger, sighed, and muttered it was finally reward time. The 11th floor had a standard reward setup, but the 9th had been tampered with by the administrator, so expectations were high. Looking ahead, Jaiju didn't want to draw attention with flashy loot. He quietly pressed 2 buttons. 2 giant boxes materialized. One viewer called him a psychic. Another joked people's jaws would drop if they saw this in real time. He opened the first box, 11th floor rewards. Inside, a pouch of 1,000 coins, a normal rank rename card, and a voucher for more backpack space, raising his weight limit to 500 kilos. Also included was a basic mana crystal, a small sphere used in magical engineering. Jaiju found the rewards unremarkable, as expected for a non-admin floor. He turned to the second box, the one from the 9th floor. As the first reward vanished, he grabbed the new one, which had a flashy red ribbon. Inside, a 5000 coin pouch, normal rank, which auto-deposited into his account. The nosy chat that has to comment on everything Jaiju does nitpicked on him getting 1,000 coins, when he already is rich. Jaiju reached back into the box, then paused. He pulled out something confusing. A purple cloth. His face said it all. The stream chat was buzzing with mixed reactions. Some viewers were surprised, while others acted like they'd seen it coming. Jaiju carefully unfolded a mysterious cloth that radiated a dark energy. It turned out to be the leather cloak of the master of the Lotanto family, ranked heroic. The cloak had unique properties, crafted from the skin of a mother snake that died after giving birth. It retained her defensive instincts and snake-controlling powers. The moment he put it on, the chat joked about how it makes him look like a boomer. The oversized sleeves hung awkwardly, making it clear the cloak didn't fit properly. But then, the system recognized that Jaiju now had 4 items from the Lotanto set. The set effect kicked in, granting him features like zoom vision, boosted mana, adaptive camouflage, spell immunity, and self-defense. Viewers debated the usefulness of the set, some dismissing the gear without the full bonus. Others impressed by his completion. Jaiju quietly modified the coat's appearance, reducing its length and adding a hood until it fit perfectly. The makeover got compliments from viewers, with one pointing out that he'd missed an item back on the 11th floor, likely referring to the floor's administrator, whose interactions had gained their own fan following. Jaiju packed up his items, pulling something unknown from his back. Although unsure of what it was, he decided it warranted another trip to the 11th floor. Viewers speculated wildly. Some suspected the administrator was messing with him again. Others were just bracing for more chaos. Jaiju, ever cautious, mentally quoted an old proverb about knocking on a stone bridge before crossing. He activated the portal and returned to the 10th floor. What followed next was less conversation, more carnage. Jaiju stood over the corpse of a massive dragon turtle, blood pooling beneath its shell. The test had been cleared, but Jaiju remained stone-faced. He'd tried again, but the difficulty hadn't changed. 2 fellow challengers tried to be considerate towards him, with one even offering a reward, but Jaiju brushed them off, packed up his equipment, and quickly left for a quieter place. He reappeared near a large fountain, keeping his hood up and posture low. This was where he'd first met the 11th floor administrator in a rather peaceful location. Though viewers found it unimpressive, Jaiju seemed to prefer it that way. Then his backpack wriggled. A popoi popped out with its signature chirps, followed by the rest tumbling out like popcorn. They scattered playfully, and Jaiju, now acting more like a reluctant parent than a streamer, tried to control them. Viewers were loving it. Some joked that the stream had become a live documentary on popoi behavior, while others admitted that they are unsure of their likeness of the popoi when they open their mouths. Jaiju crossed his arms, visibly amused. After a moment, he removed his hood and decided it was time to give the popoi proper names. This surprised viewers since he'd never cared about names before. Perhaps a certain someone's influence was finally rubbing off on him. He confessed he'd grown attached. After all, there were 3 of them, and calling them all popoi was getting confusing. The system showed a donation notification. User Anpan Sweetbread dropped 1,000 coins and offered a bizarre name trio. Jaiju was clearly unimpressed. Other viewers tossed in suggestions ranging from numerical labels to cute nicknames. One user joked that they weren't naming kittens. Another pointed out that Jaiju, with his experience handling magical beasts, could surely do better. Jaiju opened the system shop and scrolled through magical beast-related skills. Several cheap options were available, things like the history of magical beasts, bonding tips, and mana stone relationships. Slightly annoyed at himself, he bought all three, muttering internally about spending real money to name his pets. The books materialized as blue data tablets. Jaiju closed his eyes as knowledge flooded in, his body glowing blue. His magical beast subjugation level hit 1, and his understanding of magical beasts deepened. Despite skipping the reading process, the data dump left him mentally drained. The popoi gathered around him looking concerned. As he spoke softly to them, something shifted. The popoi now felt more familiar to Jaiju, even more attachment than before. When he petted one, it responded not just with joy, but with more unique expressions. Jaiju suddenly stood up as realization hit him. He decided to name the first popoi Laha, inspired by Palaha, goddess of love. He remembered a beautiful blue-haired girl who cared deeply for others, but Laha glowed green, seemingly rejecting the name. Jaiju gave it Palaha's blessing anyway. The second popoi was named Koden, after Raskoden, god of courage, a muscular red-haired warrior wielding a golden blade. This popoi lit up red and chirped approvingly. Koden had always seemed like the brave one, often protecting the others. The third was named Baron, after Tabarin, goddess of wisdom, who was often depicted with starry eyes and a gold-embossed book. The popoi radiated blue light in response. Jaiju described her as the most nurturing and perceptive of all deities. After naming all three, the popoi gleefully leapt onto him. Jaiju opened his arms and smiled widely, clearly proud, like a parent who can now finally identify his triplets without any problems. The stream chat was going wild. One viewer was moved, while another pointed out that Jaiju had named the popoi after gods from the Asteroid Empire. A few sarcastic voices chimed in, joking that Jaiju now walked among the divine, though realistically, it was clear only he believed the popoi actually understood him. That awkward moment hit hard when Jaiju realized he was still live on stream. But there was no turning back. He'd gained a level, the popoi had calmed down, and now that he'd named them, it was time to hit the 12th floor. He called each popoi by name, gave them a firm squeeze, and gently packed them into his backpack. Chat kept firing off comments. Some joked the popoi had made the bag their new home. Others wondered how long Jaiju would keep them tucked away like that. The popoi usually just hung around his shoulders, so the bag life was new. Jaiju then pulls up his hood and grabs his backpack to move to the next floor, because blending in was the plan until at least the 15th floor. The popoi would have to hang tight in the bag for now. Mixed reactions followed. Some called him heartless, others called him smart. He did feel bad for the popoi, as the bright sun and vibrant green field would be good for the popoi, though this might just be an effect of him gaining the new skill that makes him closer to them. The portal had dropped him at a checkpoint, and the info board showed 4 participants join with him. 2 had selected high difficulty, 1 medium and 1 low. Jaiju stepped through the portal, landing in the field. One of the other participants announced his arrival. His name's Alan. He introduced himself with the kind of energy you'd expect from a golden retriever, as he comes across as a kind soul who is happy to meet Jaiju. But peace was short-lived. Kim Jae-yoon flinched, convinced he'd hurt a snake. Lee So-hyun walked up behind him, hands on her hips, clearly used to his jumpy behavior. She greeted Jaiju next, noting how she and Kim Jae-yoon had met on the 10th floor and formed a team. Then she zoned in on Jaiju's cloak. Because she found it to be too long and unusual from the typical cloaks she has seen, she asked if he made it himself. Jaiju brushed it off casually. Viewers were quick to snark in chat, half joking that he'd literally manifested the outfit through sheer willpower. Jaiju's attention shifted when he noticed another party member quietly watching him. The guy wasn't just observing, he was staring, with tears running down his face and a look of disbelief. It was Young Sang-jun. The guy looked like he was seeing a myth come to life. His name barely squeaked out as he confirmed it was really Jaiju. Viewers watching the stream started asking questions, poking fun at the overreaction. Jaiju was just confused and annoyed. Was his name that weird? Things escalated fast when Young Sang-jun blurted out something about the Emperor. Jaiju went full panic mode, lunged forward, and clamped a gloved hand over his mouth like his war crimes are about to be exposed. His eyes flared with silent rage. The chat exploded with laughter. Young Sang-jun started kneeling, apparently ready to pledge loyalty or something equally dramatic. Jaiju, mortified, told him to just act normal and introduce himself. All the hard work he put in to stay low-key was about go up in flames. Turns out, Young Sang-jun was one of the unlucky few who had been kicked out of Jaiju's stream once he cleared the 11th floor. And now, here he was, reunited with the legend himself. Jaiju looked like he'd just aged 5 years in 5 seconds. Lee So-hyun approached, amused and curious. She asked if they knew each other. Chat was going wild, calling it a celebrity moment and demanding autographs. Jaiju, barely holding it together, flatly said they had crossed paths. Lee So-hyun accepted that explanation because it serves better for her to team up with fellow members, rather than complete strangers. Kim Jae-yoon joined the group next, dragging along the comedic rival trope. He immediately pointed out that Jung Sang-joon had been bragging about his gear, but was now acting awkward. Jung tried to explain, but Jaiju cut him off with an ominous glare. The guy shut up real quick. Chat caught on that Jung Sang-joon had been watching since the early floors, witnessing everything, from Jaiju's work as a magical engineer to his wild journey through the Astrode Empire. Some subscribers even joked that they knew his dark lore. Jaiju asked if the group had any clan affiliations. Lee So-hyun admitted that clan life didn't suit them. Kim Jae-yoon elaborated. They'd left their previous clan after it demanded constant donations, but offered no real help like a typical clan in MMO. Jaiju then asked if this was their first try on the 12th floor. They both nodded. He asked about their streams. Kim Jae-yoon shrugged. He'd shut his off long ago. With fewer than 20 viewers and 0 donations, it was just public humiliation at that point. Jaiju frowned. These two had pretty much given up on streaming. Without clan support, surviving the 12th floor would be brutal, especially for night classes like theirs. This floor was notoriously punishing for melee players. Their matching night uniforms only confirmed it. He turned to Jung Sang-joon, asking how he had reached the 12th floor. Jung explained that after getting booted from his clan, he wandered aimlessly, searching for a new comrade. That's when he stumbled upon Jaeju's stream. An expressive rookie, he called him. And then came the donations. Jung had essentially bought his way up with coins, imagining himself on a literal mountain of gold while sobbing tears of gratitude. He finally made it to the 12th floor, only to get stuck again with the baby adventurers. Back to business, Kim Jae-yoon extended a hand and suggested they discuss strategy. They had about 10 minutes before the test began. Jung Sang-joon, still clinging to his obsession, fumed at Kim for giving orders in front of his emperor. Jaiju gave the green light anyway. Jaiju turned the decision-making over to Jung Sang-joon, asking if anyone objected. Kim Jae-yoon hesitated, joking that Jaiju sounded like a young army officer. Jung took offense again, and decided to play the holier-than-thou soldier. Things got chaotic fast. Kim Jae-yoon suddenly panicked when he realized this run was set to high difficulty. He muttered about Jaiju being a magical engineer, clearly questioning his usefulness. Lee So-hyun had had enough and told him off. Chat called out Kim's annoying behavior and began death-noting him. If he reached the 20th floor, someone swore they'd delete him personally. Lee So-hyun turned to Jaiju and explained she was an assassin, though this location was terrible for stealth. Nowhere to hide. Jaiju figured assassins had it rough on this floor. Compared to knights, their toolkit was weaker, especially against magical beasts. Some viewers piled on, mocking the assassin class. One even joked that she must have seduced her way past the 5th floor. Harsh. By now, Jung Sang-joon had cooled off. He asked if he could put together a battle plan. Jaiju agreed, and Jung settled onto the ground, using stones and leaves to map things out. He places himself and Kim Jae-yoon on the front line, and Jaiju in the middle as the support for both sides. Lee So-hyun, as the assassin, gets to ambush the enemies. He adds one more thing. The party shouldn't rely too much on their skills, especially against enemies like the Yeti or venomous hounds. The reason being that they are fast learners, picking up on the techniques that took down their kin, so swordsmanship's repeated swings are ineffective. Kim Jae-yoon snaps at Jung Sang-joon, taking offense because the skills he learned at the 5th floor are now supposedly useless. Jung Sang-joon just sighs at Kim Jae-yoon's naivety and leaves him be, but Jaiju is worried that this might not be good for the team's synergy. Jung Sang-joon gets up in Jaeju's ear, confirming if his emperor can solo this trial, but Jaiju refuses to show off in a co-op mission and that Sang-joon can drop the honorifics. Jung Sang-joon backs off. The thought of his emperor showing off is preposterous for him. Jaiju warns him again about using his title so openly, so he immediately rescinds his words. The chat starts to suss him. Suddenly the timer shows up. 23 seconds left before the trial begins. Jaiju calls out to everyone in a hurry and tells them to get ready. The army of Yeti spawns and begin chanting their battle cry, Raku Kuha. Jung Sang-joon was visibly shaken and nervous to face the upcoming wave of enemies, with sweat dripping everywhere, making it hard for him to grip his sword. Facing a Yeti on the 12th floor was no joke. But Jaiju placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and calmly reminded him that panic only invites injury. No one's dying today, not on his watch. Sang-joon looked hopeful, wondering aloud if things would really be okay. Jaiju slung his axe over his shoulder and gave a relaxed nod. He wasn't about to push too hard yet. Meanwhile, viewers chimed in from the live stream. Some admired Jaiju's composure. One joked that his calm could make people's knees weak. Kim Jae-yoon was fired up. holding his spear and wondering why people feared monsters without even holding weapons. Jae-yoon and Lee So-hyun assessed the enemy. She counted 16 Yetis, but warned that the leader stood over 3 meters tall. Jae-yoon, in full main character energy, volunteered to take it head-on, joking they'd be swimming in money once this was over. He dashed forward, yelling that the boss was his. So-hyun, predictably, yelled after him, calling him reckless. Viewers were amused. One commented that this scene felt familiar, probably because they'd seen it in every gym bro anime ever. Back in the group, Sangjun worried their formation had collapsed, but Jaiju just sighed. He figured Jae-yoon was a knight and wouldn't die that easily, but he needs a practical lesson to learn actions have consequences. A swarm of Yetis approached Jae-yoon. Jaiju silently decided to let this play out. Better for him to learn now than on a higher floor where mistakes are fatal. The lead Yeti stepped forward, roared, and the battlefield filled with dust. When it cleared, Jae-yoon stood frozen, face to face with a towering, demonic Yeti. And for the first time, he looked genuinely terrified. The Yeti pointed at him, saying something unintelligible. Viewers joked about needing subtitles or a magical beast translation app. Someone asked if Jaiju could translate. He shook his head, not really, though he got the gist from emotion, much like when he named Popoi. Jaiju recalled that Yetis, especially the ones from the northern region of the 15th floor, fought fiercely as they aged. Losing their position as leader often meant death, so they fought not to conquer but to cling to life. As the Yetis stood strong, Jaiju noticed their determination. They weren't just wild beasts. They were proud warriors, desperate not to be seen as past their prime. Jae-yoon smiled nervously, clearly unwilling to back down in front of his party. He lunged at the boss Yeti with his spear, channeling all his bravado into a bold strike. The Yeti muttered something, Sumeha, before sidestepping the attack. Jae-yoon's eyes went wide. His spear missed completely, and panic kicked in. He retreated in confusion, wondering why nothing was working. The spear started to glow. Viewers noted that he was ignoring Sangjun's plan but clearly had something up his sleeve. His weapon glowed brighter until a pillar of light erupted forward. Internally, Jae-yoon refused to believe his attacks were failing. He figured his only option now was to go all in. His plan? Blind the Yeti with a dazzling aura and land a decisive strike. Viewers couldn't resist poking fun. One asked if this was the 6th Commander's signature move, while another said he just wanted to flex in high difficulty mode like the overconfident jock he is. But as the purple aura lit up the battlefield, something felt off. Jae-yoon started second-guessing. Was the Yeti just closing its eyes? Before he could act, his spear dropped to the ground. His jaw fell open. A chilling red aura surged from the Yeti, which growled and raised a massive fist. Jae-yoon muttered a silent no as the blow came crashing down. Blood splattered everywhere, but he was still alive. Jae-yoon looked up, dazed, and saw Jaiju, axe raised, blocking the Yeti's attack. He had stepped in at the last second. Jae-yoon backed away, scrambling in fear and awe. This was strength on another level. Jaiju knew he had to end it quickly. The Yeti raised another hand to strike, but Jaiju's eyes locked onto an opening. In a single motion, he drove his axe deep into the Yeti's chest, blood bursting out in every direction. The beast reeled and toppled. Viewers were stunned. One asked if this was the legendary Latanto, set at work. Another joked that they'd already bought it online. Jaiju's glowing eyes and bloody axe made for a perfect victory shot. The remaining Yetis were paralyzed with fear. Their leader's fall shattered their morale. Jaiju, now drenched in blood, pushed through their blows, with a calm demeanor and certainty of victory. As the axe dissolved from his grip, the system announcement triggered, "Test cleared. Path to the 12th floor unlocked. Return to the 10th floor unlocked." 2 portals appeared. The party hobbled over, supporting each other. Sangjun covered his mouth, stunned. Jaiju told them they did well, though viewers were quick to note he did 99% of the work. So-hyun joked about how obvious it was now that Jaiju had been to the 19th floor and come back down. She smiled, teasing Sangjun's earlier nerves. Jaiju, embarrassed, scratched his head, smearing blood across his face. So-hyun cheerfully added that thanks to him, they passed the test, while her partner had been good for nothing. Jae-yoon groaned at the jab. One viewer asked if this was what So-hyun meant when she said her teammate was trouble. Before leaving, Jae-yoon looked back and asked about the word sumaha. So-hyun told him to drop it, but he insisted. It haunted him. Jaiju finally answered. It meant child. The realization hit like a truck. Jae-yoon turned bright red and sprinted into the portal, leaving even his pride behind. Viewers laughed, one saying he was so embarrassed he left without his girlfriend. Another asked why he even asked in the first place. So-hyun waved at Jaiju before heading into the portal, suggesting they eat something nice if they ever crossed paths again. Jaiju was caught off guard, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Viewers, of course, immediately speculated, "Is this a ship now?" One asked if they were dating. Jung Sang-jung fanboys at Jaiju's charm that entices even people meeting him for the first time. He admits, embarrassed, that a 10th floor level player like him shouldn't be on his stream. He's too self-aware about their trolling, so he starts walking towards the portal. Before he leaves, Jaiju asks him if he was an OG viewer from level 1. Sang-jung turns around and claims to have only joined when Jaiju defeated the turtle dragon on the second floor. The viewers wonder if Jaiju is worried about Sang-jung revealing his secrets or his dark past. Before the admirer of the emperor leaves, Jaiju shows his appreciation for him by thanking him for all the donations and views, something not all 10th floor players with an ego can do. Sang-jung smiles suspiciously and returns the compliments. His journey was funded thanks to Jaiju, and also the fact he learned about real people living in the tower. He kneels down in front of Jaiju and wishes him well after he completes the 100th floor. The chat clowns him for his dedicated roleplay, but Jaiju gets embarrassed with all the importance he is being showed, so he tells Sang-jung to get up. Suddenly, something bewilders Jaiju as he screams in confusion. Sang-jung practically sparkled with excitement as he launched himself into the portal, as his dream of a lifetime came true. His dramatic leap was oddly reminiscent of Jaiju's attempt to befriend the Popoi back on the first floor. As the wind howled behind him, he even shouted "Popoi" to mimic what his idol went through back then. Jaiju just stood there, stunned, blankly staring at the portal because he couldn't believe what just happened. Viewers flooded the chat with teasing comments, some calling Sang-jung first floor energy adorable, others accusing him of rage quitting after fibbing. But Jaiju, after a sigh, cracked a smile. He wasn't mad, he was just here to collect the loot. The system confirmed his rewards, 1,000 coins and a skill book for basic sword art. There was also a glowing spatial backpack which lit up. Jaiju wasn't about to learn sword skills. He could barely wrap his head around magical engineering. And yet, this sudden evolution of his gear gave him pause. He looked up, muttering it was time to leave, as the items in his hands dematerialized. Some viewers noticed his serious expression and worried he was upset. Others joked that even if he was, they'd still support him, unless he started crying, in which case they'd mock him and support him. With his bag strap tightened, Jaiju calmly approached the portal. He wasn't flustered. He had a plan. Return to the 10th floor, switch clans, and move up to the 13th floor. Cut to a snowy forest. A cold wind slipped through the trees, and a new portal shimmered into existence near a bonfire where a few figures had already gathered. One man chuckled, welcoming the new guy. The atmosphere was cozy but oddly off-brand. Some viewers wondered aloud if this was an American channel now. Others speculated they were still one person short, since no test announcement had appeared. Jaiju walked into the firelight, nodding a casual greeting. Kuttner, one of the men, gave him a calm welcome and asked if it was his first time on the 13th floor. Jaiju confirmed it with a nod. Kuttner raised a brow, likely clocking the mismatch between Jaiju's mouth movements and his translated words. Though the system translated speech, it didn't sync the lips, revealing Jaiju wasn't some Korean American, he was just Korean. Kuttner laughed off the awkwardness with a bad North versus South Korea joke and introduced himself. They shook hands. Kuttner immediately asked if Jaiju was streaming. Jaiju said no, flustered. A viewer joked that hurt their feelings. Another assumed Jaiju must be ashamed of them. Yet another reminded everyone to touch grass. Kuttner offered to introduce the rest of the crew, but the other two just stared blankly at Jaiju, like NPCs that hadn't loaded properly. Their deadpan expressions screamed practically gave away the fact that they are a clan that is up to no good. Viewers saw through it instantly. 3 knights, 2 mages, 1 assassin. The chat knew that this is a suspicious lineup. Clearly a pre-assembled raid party from the Black Scorpion clan, infamous for their dirty tricks. Jaiju mentally replayed scenes from old horror guild dramas. Fake friendliness, backstabbing in tests, luring monsters, sabotaging teammates, and looting coins from the unfortunate. The worst ones didn't just betray their teammates, they made sure no witnesses survived. Classic villain guild behavior. Jaiju's face turned unreadable, his thoughts sharp and strategic. He was already calculating how to escape if needed. Kuttner, still wearing his friendly mask, noticed the shift and asked Jaiju's class. Calmly, Jaiju answered, "Magical Engineer." Kuttner raised his brows but quickly smiled, suggesting Jaiju could cover for them. Viewers caught on fast. They predicted the group would pretend Jaiju didn't help and guilt-trip him for not fixing their gear with magical engineering. Some even predicted a compensation shakedown, because they will come up with an excuse that Jaiju did not play his part as needed. Still, they hadn't made a move yet. For now, Jaiju was weak prey, and that made him useful. The info board flashed that all 8 participants gathered as the last 4 join as well. Test will begin soon. Teamwork is required. 30 minutes until start? Just then, a new portal appeared. From it emerged a worn-down man who looked like he'd gone 5 rounds with the Grim Reaper and barely made it out. His name, Jake. Kuttner jumped up in concern. Jake had apparently escaped from a violent sword brawl on the 12th floor. Kuttner asked why he didn't retreat back to the 10th floor. Jake, bloodied and shaken, revealed something disturbing. They were in on it. Kuttner's expression turned cold, furious that Jake had nearly been killed. One of the group laughed, completely out of line. Jake snapped at them for making light of his situation. Kuttner de-escalated quickly, reassuring Jake that he was lucky to be here, and this group would help him pass. Viewers rallied around Jake. After 2 awful encounters, he deserved a break. The timer hit 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Kuttner stood up, urging everyone to get into position. Jake, still on edge, asked if they should strategize. Kuttner waved off the concern. They had it all planned. Jake could just support the magical engineer. Jake insisted he was a knight, but Kuttner dismissed him with a "just defend yourself" line. Viewers were already sensing the setup. Right on cue, a monstrous roar tore through the forest. Trees cracked like matchsticks. A massive red paw, surrounded by an ominous aura, broke through the foliage. A pack of poisonous demon dogs, wild-eyed and slobbering green venom, charged at them. Jake panicked. These dogs were lethal. Kuttner, meanwhile, was planning his move. Take down 12, let the rest cause chaos, and then make his play. His sword gleamed under the cold sun. Jaiju, meanwhile, just stood behind the group. One dog lunged, and that's when Jaiju made his move. With a blur of motion and a splash of blood, he took the beast down. Hand resting on his belt, axe soaked in gore, he calmly questioned what everyone else was doing. The other dogs paused, visibly unnerved. Kuttner stared, confused. Wasn't he behind me? He thought. But Jaiju brushed it off. Did it matter now? Suddenly, 2 more dogs leaped at him. Kuttner lunged to help, but it was too late. Spears rained down, impaling the beasts before they could reach Jaiju. He hadn't even flinched. Viewers exploded with praise and memes. "This man's back is safer than a 4-star hotel," one said. Another noted that Jaiju didn't fight like a magical engineer, more like a raid boss in disguise. Kuttner looked at Jaiju's cloak, suspicion rising. What was this guy? Jaiju, ever modest, said it was just an item, and spread his arms, still completely calm. Some viewers joked that the enemy team would cry when they found out what the cloak could really do. Others said they probably didn't even know how to equip it properly. Kuttner finally snapped, yelling for everyone to focus. Jaiju ignores the clan and looks back at the dogs. He knows that they are most wary of him, since their intuition is better than humans. Suddenly, the clan aims their swords at Jaiju, so he asks them of their intentions. The chat knows Kuttner's gig is up, so now he is going to do what he does best: be evil. With an eerie look on his face, Kuttner asks Jaiju if he is a criminal hunter. The battle had only just begun, and they had no idea what kind of monster they'd let sit by the fire. Jaiju stood motionless while ignoring the poison-dripping dogs behind him. He calmly assessed the situation, knowing no explanation would be believed anyway. Then Kuttner snapped. His face twisted with rage that his veins start to pop, accusing Jaiju of lying about being a magical engineer. Kuttner shouted that the whole act had been a scam. Jaiju sighed and closed his eyes, disappointed rather than scared. He calmly stated that Kuttner had it all wrong. But Kuttner wasn't hearing it. He pointed out the Lotanto set Jaiju wore, gear known to emit a distinct hissing sound due to the legend of it being made out of a snake's skin. And apparently, Kuttner, though a criminal, was still genre-savvy enough to recognize top-tier loot. He raised his sword and whipped up a blizzard with a dramatic slash. Jaiju just gripped his axe tighter and coolly asked what any of this had to do with magical engineering. Kuttner, now fully in meltdown mode, declared that anyone not of knight class would physically collapse from wearing the Lotanto set. Clearly, Jaiju had taken them for fools. As Kuttner ranted, other participants began glowing ominously with dark energy. One of them, gripping his shield, looked ready to reenact a final boss fight cutscene. The tension thickened, as if this clan is of any match for Jaiju. Kuttner's smile twisted unnaturally as he claimed that people like Jaiju always cheated, but those who lived to tell the tale were standing right in front of him. The atmosphere grew darker, literally and metaphorically. Jake, watching all this unfold, did not know how to react because of the rising tensions in the atmosphere. Just then, Jaiju's axe started fading, dissolving into particles. Snow stirred around as he stepped forward. One of the clan members accused him of pretending to be a magic engineer, thinking he is onto something. Another guy approached Kuttner, eyeing the glove that had morphed into a Lotanto axe. With a warrior's calm, he asked if it was the real deal. Kuttner admitted it was, rare loot that only dropped from the 20th floor and above, valued in the thousands. It was heroic class gear. A mage in the background nervously laughed, and then stared at the axe greedily. He asked again if it was really heroic class. The rest of the crowd looked just as terrified. Jaiju silently placed his backpack on the ground with a heavy thud. Kuttner interpreted this as surrender and looked relieved, assuming Jaiju was finally showing some sense. But Jaiju rolled up his sleeve, revealing his glove, and calmly explained he'd show them proof with action, not words. The glove began humming, glowing blue. As energy flowed, mechanical parts shifted, shining brighter. Jaiju's slight smile was confident, almost cocky. He bent his arm and started channeling more mana. Someone watching muttered that this had to be magical engineering. Another commented that it looked like something from the Emperor's secret stash. A third wondered if they had tried to block Jaiju from using his skill before. The glove's glow intensified, wind whipped through the area, and the pressure in the air climbed fast. Kuttner, now visibly sweating, tried to act like Jaiju was bluffing. Before Kuttner could finish his next insult, dozens of poisonous dogs with glowing eyes lunged. Jaiju shifted slightly, kicking up snow. The dogs halted in confusion. One of them noticed a shadow. It was Jaiju. Jaiju clenched his fists, focusing a wave of blue mana into a single blast. The shockwave landed hard. One of the dogs exploded in blood. The rest snarled in panic but backed away, clearly reconsidering their life choices. One member, fearful at this display of power, realizes that Jaiju got a clear hit. Jaiju stood surrounded by a deadly aura. His glowing eyes alone were enough to make the demonic beasts quiver. Kuttner panicked, veins pulsing on his face, realizing that the prey this time around isn't anyone they can just loot and leave for dead. The rest of the group gripped their weapons, eyes darting everywhere. That's when everyone noticed the looming shadow perched in the tree. The figure gave off waves of dark mana and vaguely resembled a person. Even the dogs stopped to stare. Jaiju eyed the figure, suspecting they were gathering because they felt cornered. He calmly raised his hand, condensing energy into his palm. A massive bolt of light shot out, vaporizing several dogs in a whirlwind of snow and wind. When the dust settled, a crater remained. Bits of shattered stone and blood marked the aftermath. The dogs were gone. Jaiju grinned slightly. His eyes still glowed as he tested his gauntlet. It was stable. Compared to his earlier fight against the cleaners, the energy output was lower, but the mana consumption had improved. He estimated he could now fire the attack 3 times consecutively without exhausting himself. This version didn't even need him to plant his feet. He could stay upright just using leg strength. And judging by the untouched snow around him, he hadn't even shifted his stance. But danger wasn't done yet. That shadow from earlier sprang into motion, diving down from the tree with deadly intent. A red-eyed assassin holding a dagger aimed straight for Jaiju, assuming he had let his guard down. Before the attacker could land the hit, Jaiju's cloak sprouted tentacles, piercing both the man's arms mid-air. The dagger dropped uselessly into the snow. Blood splattered the scene like a horror movie jump scare. The system chimed in. The trial was cleared. Access to the 10th and 14th floors was now open. A portal appeared behind the stunned group. They turned and bolted toward it, panic spreading like a virus. Someone even screamed for the others to wait, but a wall of snow stopped them. Jaiju appeared in front of the portal in an instant, cape fluttering in the sudden breeze. Arms folded and fully embracing the nonchalant side of his, Jaiju questioned them about leaving so soon. Everyone froze like NPCs during a server crash. One of them muttered in horror. Jaiju then smiled and cheerfully pointed at the portal with both hands, telling Jake he could leave. The crowd immediately split into meme-level reactions, and the chat took the opportunity to fully capitalize on it. They joked about how movie-like this scenario is, enjoying the suffering this evil clan was going through. Jake bowed, full of panic gratitude, and shuffled off. Jaiju then turned back to the rest and offered to negotiate, so that they all may leave as well. The chat knew what Jaiju was up to, so they suggested that he put up terms that the clan deemed so unfair. They would understand how every victim of theirs felt when they cheated them out. But Jaiju's smile dropped. His eyes turned cold. He warned them, if anyone had an objection, now was the time to raise it. If not, he'd assume they were fine with what came next. He briefly wondered if he should just wipe them all out, save the trouble. Then he chuckled softly, hand over his mouth, and asked them about how many coins do they have. Clearly enjoying himself now, he pulled out his backpack and reached toward it like a tax collector. The group froze and their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. Jaiju ordered them to sit. One of the knights frantically waved his arms, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Jaiju wasn't buying it. He snapped that they weren't friends, and there was no misunderstanding. And let's be honest, if they were just random bandits, he wouldn't still remember the name Black Scorpion. While the clan is looting those left behind on the 13th floor, they eventually accumulate enough wealth and power to further their evil deeds to the 20th floor. One of the clan members claims to be joking around, but Jaiju uses his cloak to shut his mouth. He sets a few rules to make sure the clan cooperates, based on crimes that they committed, like arson and murder, but brush them aside as jokes. First, no one will say a word unless it's an answer to his question. Secondly, no one should lie. He then throws away the clan member captured by his cloak. As the man holds his gasps for air, Jaiju questions them about their clarity on the rules. To ensure obedience and no bad blood, Jaiju sets a few rules so that the mob knows to cooperate. First, opening their mouths for anything other than a direct answer to Jaiju's question is prohibited. Second, lying will most likely result in a painful punishment. as his cloak decapitates the already fallen foot soldier beside him to demonstrate how serious our boy is. The mob now views him as their worst nightmare, like they got hit with a fear toxin by Scarecrow from Batman. However, witnessing the live execution of one of their comrades was not enough for them to take Jaiju seriously. One more soldier finds his fragile ego hurt by Jaiju's dictator attitude and proceeds to rile up the mob behind him. He points out that Jaiju has unequipped his godly glove, so killing and looting him is not a problem. Having numbers on their side made them completely delusional, especially when Jaiju single-handedly protected them from the dogs without even batting an eye. Speaking of batting an eye, this random fussmaker should not have removed his eyes from Jaiju and abided by the rules, because instead of leading a charge like Erwin Smith against the Beast Titan, he became Reiner against Eren in the Marley arc. He sees the absolute horror on his comrades' faces and prepares to face the wrath of a pissed-off main character. He slowly turns over, reacting to nothing but Jaiju's menacing words as his tongue gets ripped out by the Cloak of Demise. The chat, however, downplays the horrific situation by calling Jaiju a tentacle deployer. He reminds every disposable person in the mob that they are not even humans to him, which is why he has enforced these rules upon them. The cruelty of Jaiju shines when he provides them a brief window to express their complaints, which the chat admires as they watch our boy grow up to be such a badass. The moments pass, no one dares to speak up, so Jaiju decides to continue on with addressing the entire mob. To give everyone a fair chance at consultation, he orders one of them to treat the one who got his tongue chopped off because he yapped too much. Then he politely calls forth Kuttner. The Baldy nervously walks forward as he questions Jaiju's intentions. Without hesitation, Jaiju tells him that people do not want to be around such a criminal like Kuttner, and his trashy character is unbearable. Moreover, Jaiju says all this to him in such a cheerful manner that it almost comes across as a compliment. Plus, the 2 nights Jaiju had to put down, he blames it all on Kuttner for commanding them to do shady business when our boy made it clear from the start that it would not be tolerated. Kuttner fully expected a punishment for his crime, but gets hit with a friend request from Jaiju instead. He is more shocked about his username Cuthead being found out rather than the fact he escaped punishment. Jaiju reminds him of the first rule of speaking out of line, so Kuttner has no choice but to accept the friend request. The chat is bewildered by this sudden friendship with a criminal as well, but they trust Jaiju enough to let him go along with this. Turns out, Kuttner's alias Cuthead was the name of a clan in the videos that he has, though if that was not it, his appearance makes sense for it too. Next, he orders the rest of the mob to turn around while he grills Kuttner with further questions about his leadership that these pawns so obediently followed. The Baldy hesitates to answer while Jaiju quite literally fires up and pushes for an answer, so the whimpering criminal has no choice but to agree, which the chat finds amusing. Jaiju further breaks down his leadership, guiding his men step by step all the way to the 20th floor and how to proceed with the finances of every single one of them. After dishing out this info, Jaiju simply orders everyone present to send the precise amount of coins they own to him using friends' direct messages, and he warns them not to hold back any amount as he would know after a thorough interrogation. The chat is weirdly obsessed with his Emperor Disappointment look. The system is structured in a way that prevents stealing of coins, but it does nothing to stop threatening people into forfeiting those coins willingly. The coins disappear when their original owner dies, which is why Kuttner was up to creative means to get to where he is. The Baldy speaks up, banging his chest and screaming like a gorilla, trying to make a case for himself and the mob who live on day-to-day paychecks like a 9-to-5 worker. Instead of refuting his plea, Jaiju simply whispers in his ear the future. On the 20th floor, Kuttner will express his regrets about rushing his journey all the way to where he is, especially missing out on the hidden gem in the 10th floor clan house. In utter disbelief, Kuttner is left stunned. The chat gives Jaiju whispering in the Baldy's ear an unnecessarily arousing air. Jaiju then proceeds to remind Kuttner of the gem's insane price, one which is not hard for our boy to acquire, as going through 100 channels is quite easy for him. Kuttner himself is quite a cunning man who thinks ahead, so knowing his coins were at risk of vanishing if any of the mob's members died, he went out of his way to purchase a magic stone that retains its worth, which he hid away under the pretense that it's for the safekeeping of the clan's money. Jaiju gives the cunning bald man an ultimatum: all of the clan's current coins, and he will leave the gem alone. Kuttner knows Jaiju is not bluffing, as he also figured out his username, and so he agrees to transfer all of the coins without much resistance. Jaiju then calls out to Jerry, the knight he made tongueless, but does not acknowledge the fact, so the chat calls him evil, except the Love, who gets offended for Jaiju. Unable to talk, Jerry is ordered by Jaiju to either nod if he has more than 2,000 coins, or shake his head if he has fewer. The now mute knight shakes his head. He thought Jaiju might let him go with lying, as he is now a special child, but our boy has his entire account opener in front of him. Kuttner reported that they should at least have 3,000 coins in the storage, even after leisure expenses. Jaiju then warns Jerry not to hide any information from this point onwards, because he may just ravage the entire mob. Everyone present happily obliged, and the total transferred coins accumulated to 12,000. However, 150 coins from Kuttner's recorded total were still missing, which our generous emperor overlooks as he understands that even vile criminals have to eat. Before moving on, he checks with the mob if they are sure every last penny is transferred over to him, to which they sincerely nod. Next, he orders them to put all the potions in one bag and hand it to him. They obey, even if it goes against every fiber of their being as criminals. Jeju grabs the bag and bids them farewell, but before he steps into the portal, he uses his cloak to slice off one ankle from each of the criminals in the mob. None of them could react to the sheer speed of the cloak, exactly like their victims whom they have assaulted, forced into obscene acts, scammed off their belongings, killed, and kidnapped. The chat is surprised to know that Jeju knew of the heinous acts these disposable criminals committed, as he uses a potion to literally wipe off the blood from his clothes. The entire mob writhes in agony and curses out Jeju, while Kuttner just screams in pain and disbelief. He expected the righteous emperor to spare his group of scum just because they gave up their assets. To add fuel to the fire, Jeju grabs a lapel of one of the scum and informs them of the 6-player maze on the 14th floor. So, to let them at least have a participation trophy, he takes it upon himself to pick out 6 of them from the entire mob. One of them clings on to him and begs for him to not go through with this. This criminal's first mistake was to get close to Jeju, as he just grabs and throws the pitiful dude into the portal. The mob whines about Jeju promising them a safe passage back to the 10th floor, but because they dared to lie to him about the coins, even though initially the deal was null, the hammer of justice in this scenario has been slammed, and the verdict is now to sentence the criminals to death. Had the criminals handed over the 150 coins, regardless of Jeju overlooking them, they would have been spared, but the greediness of a scum always gets the better of them. Kuttner is enraged as he realizes they were doomed from the start and calls our boy a scammer. The irony here is sharper than a knife off of a whetstone. Jeju corrects him. Because he is a just and fair emperor, he is only punishing them because they hid the last few coins. To completely devoid them of hope and currency, he checks the storage and brings out the prize box, which surely has the last of the coins. Jeju dusts his hand off for a job well done. The chat is curious to know the play he did to make Kuttner spill the secrets about the coins. However, he refuses to reveal it with a smug look on his face. A few moments ago, in the present box he summoned, Jeju revealed to Kuttner that he knows about the infinite coin glitch. Clearing the 13th floor gives the player at least 1 coin as a completion reward. The misery Jeju managed to cause Kuttner and co. puts him above Satan on the villainy scale, according to the chat. He grabs the hopeless Baldy and throws him straight through the portal that leads to the maze on the 14th floor. With the 6 of them gathered there, handicapped with a limping leg, Jeju is confident that they would much rather commit suicide. Kuttner's last words as he dissolved in the portal were a threat to curse our boy. Taking care of the trash, Jeju feels like rewarding himself. The chat is overinvested in this unboxing. He receives a pouch containing 1,000 gold coins, a common grade mace, and a common grade magic orb. Nothing too crazy. Disappointments all around. A person in the chat asks if Jeju plans on selling stuff on the 10th floor, but his backpack is not full enough for him to do so. He then packs his stuff and walks towards the portal of the 14th floor like the nonchalant king he is. On the other side of the portal lies the Labyrinth of Mischief, which grows bigger depending on the difficulty level picked by the user. The user can also pick the starting point in the middle of the layout. Jeju enters and stumbles upon yet another group of shady-looking members. The 2 dudes spot him and prepare to start the labyrinth as the number of members is fulfilled. The big dude in the armor cheerfully greets and commends our boy for making it alone to the 14th floor. He then proceeds to confirm Jeju's race, probably because he does not want to get cancelled in the big 2025. Jeju tells him that he is Korean, so the knight tries to be funny by calling him North Korean. He takes it back immediately though, probably because he does not want to experience the wrath of the great leader Kim Jong-un. The chat is offended by this foreigner's obnoxious laugh and humor, especially when it's by the most typical English name, Robert. He then introduces the rest of his crew. Fordman on the left, then Ricky, Cuddy after her, and finally, Chris. Jeju figures the crew has been together for a long time, as the confident atmosphere between them shows their experience, though it's weird to him that such a party would lack the knowledge that they need 6 players for this trial. Robert immediately switches up his boisterous demeanor to acknowledge Jeju's awareness. The chat's impression of the party is conflicted too. Robert then proceeds to explain to Jeju their current circumstances. They originally consisted of 6 people, but Fordman's friend had to be dropped due to injuries on the 13th floor. That person went to the 10th floor to recover. This makes it clear to Jeju why the party's equipment is in tip-top condition, and why they were just 5 people despite having experience and a good bond. The injured person took the liberty of sitting out to not cause trouble for his crew, a surprisingly sensible decision for a random character. Robert tries to ease our boy up by reassuring him that they are not a group of evil thugs, so he should not feel scared being alone with them. What the foreigner does not know is that this Korean is far scarier than the supreme leader of North Korea. The chat is divided on whether to encourage this behavior from Jae-ju or not. Robert is suspicious of Jae-ju's too nonchalant behavior, but it's better to have everyone on the same page before proceeding with the strategies. They talk about each other's class and capabilities, and then move on to the strategy to counter this labyrinth. Robert asks Jae-ju if it is his first time on the 14th floor, and our boy lies straight through his teeth because he cannot tell anyone about the videos. Robert takes charge of explaining how the labyrinth works. Jae-ju already knows the format. The labyrinth will change paths every time, so it does not matter if anyone has been here before. The labyrinth has a plethora of complicated paths that lead to dead ends and face-offs with either magical beasts or traps. He then points to the rhombus structure on the wooden desk, each corner lit up. These are the starting points which the crew can choose as their beginning, and then make their way to the center of the labyrinth, the one and only objective of this trial. It may seem simple, but the labyrinth was probably created by a lady, so the members have no idea how to reach the goal as it keeps changing its path like it has mood swings. Robert gives the crew two options: either split up or start at the same spot, as one of the 4 spots has lower-level beasts and fewer traps. Jae-ju heard about the spot that may be easier if they do land in it by chance, and decides to aura farm by asking Robert if he can solo it. Robert sincerely warns him that going it alone is a death wish because of the labyrinth's uncertain nature. However, Jae-ju's concern is still not the level of danger in his path. He is rather annoyed that the other crew members are going to get caught up when he starts blasting his glove powers in a narrow path. He proposes to the crew that he is going to go alone, while the rest can pick their spots in teams. Robert, fully embracing his knighthood, gets furious at this ignorant suggestion. Regardless of Jae-ju being a stranger, he is still part of the crew, which means they will not let him shoulder the responsibility and danger all alone. Jae-ju, instead of getting riled up, responds with a calm demeanor, reassuring Robert that he is more OP than he thinks. Robert acknowledges the fact that our boy managed to clear the 13th floor all on his own, but he still, in good conscience, cannot send him off on his own. Both parties stay firm on their stances, so Jae-ju has no choice but to present them an ultimatum. Either they leave him alone, or he refuses to move an inch from this spot. The chat suggests that he use intimidating techniques like a fireball to make them obey, like they want more people to hate our boy. In the end, Robert concedes and accepts Jae-ju's idea. He still gives him a potion for good measure and advises him to not be rash if he gets stuck, because there is a chance the 5 people in the other spot may make it to the center. Jae-ju happily complies and the crew makes their move. They start their journey from the west point, while Jae-ju picks the north point. Everything villain like Jae-ju has done in the past is the fault of this chat, as they suggest our kind-hearted protagonist charge the party a fee for carrying them through this level, like a politician. Meanwhile, the crew is able to get by just fine, slaying monsters and making their way through the labyrinth. Fordman presents his curiosity about Jae-ju's survival to Robert, who seems to be the first side character introduced that understood not to question his capabilities. He breaks down his intuition further when Cuddy asks him about picking up on Jae-ju's situational awareness so quickly. He then explains that guessing the kind of bond a party has, and whether they consist of sufficient members for this trial just from a few greetings, is akin to a psychic. Though this wise knight knows through his years of experience that there is something hidden under the covers, and it's not just the cloak and equipment Jae-ju has on, the crew collectively worries for him being on his own, because being strong typically creates blind spots, so they make haste to reach the center. They march ahead knowing Jae-ju will just halt his journey if he gets stuck somewhere. Suddenly, after making significant progress in the journey, the crew faces trouble. They manage to defeat the threat, which is a good thing under normal circumstances, but a bloodsucker decides to pay them a visit. The crew's cautious approach to the labyrinth painted them as fearful, rather than wise, which tempted this bloodsucker to attack them instinctively. Robert manages to guard the attack using his shield, but now it's disintegrating into nothingness after impact. Unfortunately for them, they now face the strongest monster that could have spawned in this labyrinth on the 14th floor. What's more, Chris's sword also cracked during the fight with the bloodsucker. Its corrosive body is quite the poison to the crew's equipment, making it useless for further encounters. Robert fears that it may be inevitable to lose a crew member going forward, because the knight's equipment is in shambles, so no one can handle the offensive anymore. As the situation turns hopeless, Fordman says out loud what Robert thought. He has accepted their demise already, but he also thinks that Jae-ju on the other path may also not make it alone. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire labyrinth, which strikes fear in Fordman as he warns his crewmates. Before they know it, the wall in front of them explodes. Bright light escapes through the hole in the wall, and the sound of the cutest thing known to man is heard. The crew braces themselves to fight another monster, but all they find is Jae-ju as the dust settles and the cute noises go away. With an extremely guilty look, Jae-ju nervously asks the crew if they are alright so far. After Jae-ju picked the north point as his start to the labyrinth, One of the Popoi called Baron jumps out of his bag, unusually excited. Jaiju asks the cute little monster why it came out of hiding, but the chat has other questions. Why has he named a creature that brings joy to people Baron? He plays with it a little, thinking it is bored, but Baron gestures for him to put it down. Confused by this, Jaiju just follows the adorable furball as it scouts the area. The scouting leads them to a wall. After a moment of pause, Baron suddenly goes from a cute pet to a devourer of worlds as it chomps through the stone wall with its mighty fangs. Jaiju's chat of weirdos still finds it cute, however. Seeing the Popoi munch through the wall like it's no trouble tells him that the walls of the labyrinth are made up of black stone that has magical powers, also known as black mana stone. This is news to the chat too, and they wonder if this is a cheat way to go through the labyrinth. The other Popoi jump out of his bag too and start munching on the debris. The chat accuses Jaiju of starving the poor babies for them to be acting like this, but our boy made sure to feed them plenty of rocks during any type of break. Baron sees Jaiju confused and thinks that he is upset, so it brings a tiny piece of the debris and gifts it to Jaiju to cheer him up. He gladly accepts the peace offering and reassures Baron that he was just thinking, so there is no bad blood. Jaiju decides to use the small piece of stone that Baron gifted him as fuel for his mechanical glove. He does this to confirm if it actually is a mana stone, and places it on top of the gem already inserted in the glove. The chat makes fun of Jaiju's rational thinking because he does not let sentiment come between his path to glory, which means that he will stop at nothing to get what he wants. Unfortunately, the rock is not a mana stone, and if Jaiju never heard of a black mana stone before, this is exactly why. He exhales a disappointed sigh, but the insensitive Popoi keep jumping around with joy, glowing blue as if they pranked him. The three of them hop on Jaiju like the Power Rangers joining to create Megazord. One positive out of this otherwise filler scene was that Jaiju gets to walk straight through the labyrinth toward the center because of the hole in the wall. Even if there is a penalty for climbing or flying over the wall, Jaiju is playing on a technicality by walking through them instead. He may have found a way to cheat the system, but it is not much of a help when the labyrinth hits you with the pick one of the two routes trope. The chat, again being absolutely unserious, suggests an old-fashioned way of walking straight with his hand on the wall, which got one of the members in the chat stuck here for 3 days. Suddenly, Jaiju sees a huge red lightning bolt reaching the heavens coming from where Robert and friends are. He instantly recognizes it as a bloodsucker, and chooses to just smash through the labyrinth using Popoi to get there faster. He asks one of them to chew through the wall, and it happily jumps at the opportunity, blasting a hole using its monstrous jaw. This Popoi is called Laha, and it is more strengthened than Baron. Without pause, Laha keeps moving with its rampage on the labyrinth walls, so Jaiju has to keep up, leaving the chat hanging for a while. Not long after, Laha's rampage leads them to the final wall which stands between them and the crew. He tries to stop it from recklessly blasting a hole in this wall, but Laha just ignores the command and bumps into it headfirst, like Trucken sending a main character to an isekai world. Realizing he has not long before the dust settles and Robert gains vision again, he collects the Popoi and hides them behind his back. To divert their attention, he immediately asks the crew if they are all right. Robert is shocked to see Jaiju emerging from a series of holes in the walls, but since he cannot give away the Popoi, Jaiju just shrugs it off with a general statement. He then expresses his relief about none of the crew being hurt, even after encountering a bloodsucker. Robert corrects him. One of the crew members did get injured while all of their equipment broke. Instead of making the situation less awkward, Jaiju just made it seem like he is not as observant as Robert thought him to be. To recover, Jaiju happily offers to aid them with the predicament, with just the thing for the occasion. Robert wonders what he is talking about, but he just skedaddles out of there, leaving the crew confused. No one else but Cuddy picked up on the Popoi noises when Jaiju smashed through the wall and wonders why they came from Jaiju. Reaching a safe enough distance, Jaiju takes a breath of relief that he was able to warn the crew without ousting the Popoi. Now that he knows the cheat code, he lets the Popoi go ham on this labyrinth. Like Ash telling Pikachu to abuse his Thunderbolt, he orders the Popoi to blitz through the walls until they reach the center. The chat, being the party poopers they are, keep reminding Jaiju of how this is not right, as if they do not support his every other evil action. The destruction settles down after the Popoi break through the last wall, and there it is. The Pillar of Light, at the center of the labyrinth, the final piece of interaction that ends the trial. He goes on to touch the pillar, but remembers to hide the Popoi first because he does not want them to be seen when the crew gets teleported to his position once he touches the light. The chat accuses our boy of caging the Popoi at this point, only because they do not get their daily serotonin without them. With the Popoi stored away, Jaiju touches the Pillar of Light, and the confirmation of the trial being completed shows up. The pillar starts to go haywire, strong winds gush from around it. The light's brightness goes up a notch, which makes it visible to the crew that still did not reach the center. Everyone is engulfed with bright blue flare, and the portals to the 10th and the 14th floor open up. Everyone gathers at the wooden desk where they picked their starting point for the labyrinth. Immediately after stepping off, Robert goes on to squeeze Jeju so tightly his eyes start to pop out and his chest almost closes. It was a gratitude hug for saving them from trouble and clearing the labyrinth. On the outside, Jeju gently pushes Robert off of him. But on the inside, he thanks the Lord that he strengthened his body with mana stones beforehand, because he would have had a case of broken ribs otherwise. Robert thanks our boy once again for saving them the trouble of losing yet another member to this trial, and he would like to repay him with gold, had he had any. Chris and Cuddy jump in with their version of appreciation as well. The crew then decides to depart the labyrinth to check up on Fordman on the 10th floor as he got injured. They ask Jeju his plans, but he just sends them off without a worry. The chat, who seemingly hated Jeju for cheating the labyrinth, now glazes him like crazy, scaling him to be at least 20th floor level. Fordman, embracing his Eastern traditions, takes off his straw hat and bows to show his own appreciation for Jeju. The chat, however, stays debating about where Jeju stands currently. They want him to at least make it to the 15th floor without a worry, especially when the administrator seems to be out of the picture. Jeju knows that the next trial is located in the northern part of Astrode, the kingdom he was crowned emperor in. That place is for players to level up in all departments, basically. It should be a walk in the park for our boy here, unless the administrator tries to meddle in his affairs again. What scares Jeju more than just the administrator messing with him is the fact that the petty admin already showed him a video of a giant worm-like monster almost devouring Jeju in the near future. And it could very well be at the 15th floor where he might drop his guard since it is way too easy. While Jeju worries about the potential risk on the 15th floor, the chat worries about him suddenly freezing up. He realizes that and diffuses the situation by saying that he was just thinking. His next course of action is to collect the rewards from this trial and leave. He tries to make himself feel good by thinking that the admin may not interfere, because he has not been involved in an incident since the 10th floor. He then claims the reward for the 14th floor, and out comes a poop box. Irritated, Jeju opens up the box and collects a very, very low-level loot from it. A two-handed sword of an average knight, a pouch containing 1,000 gold coins, and the lowest grade mana stone. If the admin has not halted our boy in his journey, he surely has shown his pettiness through other ways, like this reward. The chat complains about the absurd rewards as well, so before Jeju moves on with the disappointment of a reward, the chat takes it upon themselves to make him happy. Everyone donates a hefty amount of coins to Jeju, which makes him extremely grateful for such a dedicated army of Hyungnims. After the shower of coins, the chat is excited to see our boy step into the portal that leads to the 15th floor, but Jeju has other plans. He would like to first visit the 10th floor to equip himself with appropriate stuff before he can jump to the next level. While the chat thinks he can do the same at the 15th floor, because it is supposed to give the players a break, Jeju has a certain item in mind that he would like to grab before proceeding. With a grin on his face, Jeju steps into the portal of the 10th floor. He steps off at the Astrode Empire's Traveler Management Center. He goes in and inquires about the residents of the Black Scorpion clan, the mob he just humiliated a little while ago. The receptionist is shocked to see some mysterious hooded figure inquire about such a vile clan. So he hands Jeju an identification form and asks him to remove his hood, because nodding to questions and not answering is shady as hell. Jeju complies with a smile, and even fills the form like he asked. The receptionist wonders whether this initially shady traveler is a noble that wants to conceal his identity, but cannot help but be elegant with manners. Jeju fills the form and waits for confirmation while the receptionist goes through it. He reads aloud the name Kim Jeju 2, and makes Jeju embarrassed because he actually is the real Jeju but cannot prove that. The receptionist confirms the identity and tells Jeju that he will be recorded for the inquiry of the address he asked. Jeju complies and carries on towards the residence of the Black Scorpion clan. He reaches the central area of the story and walks down a flight of stairs to reach the northern entrance of the Traveler's area. He will get there as he approaches the end of the path he is on. The chat is split into two groups, one that wants him to move to the 15th floor already, while the other just wants to see where this is going. Jeju lets out a sigh because he is getting tired of asking the same question repeatedly. However, the reason why no one reacts to this is because the channels are ever-changing, so the channel they are currently in is the only one that matters, wiping off any memory a person had of the previous channel they were in. Jeju had to repeat this procedure 87 times to find that one channel where he gets the Black Scorpion clan's residence. After going through his strange kind of plan, Jeju reaches the dark alleyway where the residence is located, a crime alley where the gloomy criminal leader chose to live, and Jeju is the Batman who's going to clear it off for good. Jeju reaches the door of the residence and knocks, to fulfill the obligation as the hero, though he immediately kicks the door open because no one responded the instant he knocked. The chat reminds him of the master key he has, but Jeju does not want to go through every house in the alley by unlocking doors. He did not gain good rewards from the 14th floor, but he did gain the knowledge of the Popoy's hungry nature. He lets out the Popoi and shows them a low-grade mana stone, while the chat simps on the fluffy fur balls who jump around in excitement. He tells them to find a mana stone hidden in the residency. One of the Popoi immediately finds it and starts to hop on the spot. Jaiju uses his kick to smash the floor open as quickly as it was found, and there lies a huge pile of mana stones. The chat finally realizes what Jaiju whispered to Kuttner, for which he gave away the location of the mana stones. There are enough for them to accumulate a price of at least 20,000 coins, so our boy wastes no time in collecting all of them in his bag. He even gives a share to the Popoi to munch on, which they graciously accept. Outside the kingdom's entrance, Jaiju walks towards the portal to the 15th floor after selling all of the unnecessary items he had stored: orb, mace, swordsmanship skill book, two-handed sword, and everything low-rated. He also got some mana stones to power up his glove because he is rolling in coins now. 87,430 is enough gold to buy the Latanto items at the 20th floor without a sponsor. The chat is excited to see Jaiju make progress on his journey when he reaches the 15th floor. He figures that the Lotanto items will come in handy when he has to control the temperature control robe in the cold of the northern islands. The spare mana stones for his glove also just came to him on his own. Lastly, he decides to switch back to the Korean channel from the US one because he does not want to miss out on the follower rewards. Before he is an adventurer, Jaiju is a streamer, so he has to keep in mind his viewership count before he makes such decisions. One of the members of the chat says that Americans do not really like Asians unless you are someone like IShowSpeed. The others only care about his plans on the 15th floor. Jaiju reveals that he is planning to learn some knight skills. About time, considering he has to carry every other knight he meets. To increase his durability so that his body can handle the Latanto items and magic engineering equipment, Jaiju has to work on his physical attributes, which he can do by training to become a knight on the 15th floor. He steps in the portal and gets transported to an entrance of a castle. The weather seems to be extremely cold, with strong snowfall. The chat wonders if he is exiled from the kingdom already for causing havoc on multiple channels. Jaiju immediately figures something has been tampered with because users at the 15th floor are supposed to spawn at the Fountain of Trials at the center of the city. The trial also does not start until a select number of players have arrived, so you have to spend time interacting with the locals while you wait for them to do so. The architecture resembles the Northern District, hinting at the fact that the admin messed our boy up. The time seems to be frozen, making the circumstances all the more severe. As Jaiju walks around in the heavy snow, the 50-player requirement is met when all the relevant users enter. The trial is to begin shortly. Jaiju is unable to handle the strong cold gusts further, so he rushes towards the door of the giant castle fortress. Before the trial begins, the users are introduced to the setting. The place they are in is the country that fights against the magic beasts with their strong and dependable warriors on the front line. Taruha, the land of the frozen warriors. Kingdom of the Northern Lands. The users have to find a power. They want to receive a mission. A portal at the Fountain of Trials will spawn when the mission is completed. Jaiju enters the castle to find a way to the Fountain of Trials, while the chat still finds the situation funny for no reason. Suddenly, an absolute beast of a guard appears in front of Jaiju. He guards the path with his giant and dominant stature and demands to know who Jaiju is. The guard figures that our boy is a traveler by judging the imperial clothes he has on. Nervous, Jaiju has no choice but to comply with the absolute unit in front of him. The guard introduces himself as Palaham and shakes Jaiju's hand as the two exchange greetings. The chat could have realized it sooner, but they label Palaham as the warrior chief and are too late to warn Jaiju to make a run for it. As soon as the hands of both men meet, Jaiju realizes the kind of trouble he is in. The grip strength of this behemoth in front of him is immense. The terrifying monster immediately gets to the point. How can Jaiju be already here when the trial has just begun? Our boy tries to formulate a sentence in this pressure situation, but feels the grip tightening and succumbs to the pain of his hand being stuck inside a press. Palaham realizes that Jaiju is no pushover, and instead of locking in, he grins from ear to ear. His eyes glow red, his aura turns into blood, and while claiming that he likes Jaiju for being so strong, charges up a very strong kick. Jaiju could all but catch a glimpse of the kick coming his way before his hand gets disoriented in a way that should not be possible by the kick. However, with the dozens of mana stones he has consumed like narcotics, Jaiju is able to withstand the kick and assume a fighting stance, though his body keeps trembling from the impact. Palaham is rather impressed that a pipsqueak like Jaiju is still standing after the kick, whether it be due to the weird outfit he has on or not. The chat knows this guy is a bad deal for our boy, but now that the fight has begun, there is no stopping it. Jaiju complains to Palaham for giving such a violent greeting for their first meeting, but instead of taking offense to that, he just glares at our boy more intently, with a bigger grin on his face as his eyes turn into red sparkles, looking for a juicy beatdown. Hands on knees, trembling feet, and out of breath, Jaiju commends Palaham for such an exhilarating greeting. With his sadistic smile, Palaham calls this little encounter an initiation, meant to toughen up the players that come from the Empire. Jaiju refutes this by pointing out that the kick just now was strong enough to kill him. This strikes a nerve in Palaham, who claims to have held back his kick just enough to not kill Jaiju, so he better fix that tone of his. Jaiju had already equipped the Latanto set before entering this fortress, and it came in clutch, but it was neutralized with just one kick, making Palaham's strength stupidly outrageous. The behemoth of a man gets his strength and rough demeanor from the hatred he has for the Empire. The hate brewed in his heart when a small dispute with the Empire led to the death of his son, taken from him when he was at his prime. Unable to cope with the grief of cradling the lifeless body of his son in his hands as tears rolled down his face, Palaham projected that pain onto subjects outside the Empire, including all the travelers passing by the fortress. Jaiju never expected the warrior chief of the sun, the most powerful warrior in all of Taruha, to be residing in a corner fortress like this. The chat knows Palaham really well, and they also know that this initiation is just an excuse for him to kill, or at least cripple, Jaiju. However, they stop. Jaiju surviving just one kick was enough to give Palaham an idea of his capabilities. He still refuses to let him pass though, but agrees to do so if Jaiju does him a worthy enough favor. Our boy gladly accepts the terms, which gets Palaham all fired up as he takes back comparing Jaiju to all those other players from the Empire. The favor is for Jaiju to repeat after him a phrase, but not just say it. Instead, he has to scream it out loud and with confidence. Meanwhile, the chat is obsessing over Palaham's incredible body that's strong enough to break these twigs with just a wave of his finger. Unsure of the nature of this request, Jaiju complies, while Palaham is oddly excited about it. Turns out, the war chief he expected to have the most difficult personality happens to be an easygoing meathead. Palaham inhales a very, very deep breath, and at the top of his lungs, screams out the word, Lachanta, causing the sound waves to literally manifest from his mouth and break through the solid stone roof of the tower of the fortress. This causes Jaiju's eardrums to come very close to exploding out of the openings, inducing strong ringing vibrations in his head that bring immense pain. The phrase Palaham used is something akin to what the Yetis say, but it's something Jaiju has to scream out loud too. Palaham confidently hands the stage to Jaiju for his turn to scream the words, gesturing like he's the lead singer. His kindness truly knows no limits as he offers to demonstrate it to Jaiju again, in case he somehow missed the word physically going from one ear to the other. Before he destroys his voice box by screaming the word, Jaiju requests Palaham to at least tell him what it means. The bootleg Jason Momoa refuses to do so, demanding Jaiju just carry it out without being a pain like those from the Empire. Jaiju stays firm on his stance, which in turn overrides Palaham's stubbornness. The chat wonders when the roles switched so seamlessly between the two. Jaiju is now the one making demands while Palaham agrees to them. For someone who just almost kicked his visitor to death, Palaham leads Jaiju to the knowledge of why Taruha is so great. The chat tells him that now is a good time to run, but the situation is pretty chill all of a sudden. The reason being, the warriors who did follow Palaham before Jaiju came along all turned out fine. So, regardless of how his own journey began, it's better to meet such a giant at the beginning rather than later. Becoming close acquaintances with one of the strongest warriors of Taruha is a blessing, because now he will be able to learn how to break a skill's form. If a skill's form is broken, the body of the user is in full control of the skill, rather than being controlled by it. Jaiju follows Palaham to a terrace where a mana cannon is placed. Jaiju already knows of it, so Palaham doesn't beat around the bush and tells him this isn't even fully developed in the Empire. He proudly admits that he wiped out the pursuers from the Empire with this very cannon during the last war. They learned of the destructive power of this cannon and tried to replicate it, but failed. The snow conveniently stops at the right time for Palaham to demonstrate the power of the mana cannon by shooting it into the distance towards a huge black thing that emits a purple aura around some sort of swamp plant. He adds that this thing wasn't always so big, it only looked like a mole from where they currently stand. Though he adds that he hadn't seen anything like the monsters guarding it when he got closer. Jaiju asks if this meathead actually retreated when faced with the unknown, which he surprisingly admits, but only because he had men injured at the time. As he picks up a mana stone from a crate to charge the cannon, Palaham asks Jaiju if he knows about the origins of those monsters. Before he can answer, distress takes over Jaiju as he panics after hearing this story, but doesn't let Palaham know about it. Regardless, Palaham loads the cannon with the mana stone and reveals that the black thing spawns these monsters, and furiously aligns the cannon towards it. The shot in the cannon starts to charge up, its energy overflowing. The chat is confused to see such a reckless way of firing a cannon, but they were wrong to doubt the war chief. The shot finds its target and is released with precise aim and overwhelming power behind it. It hits the black thing dead on and obliterates everything in the surrounding area and the target itself. He calls the black thing poop that wiped out the Taruha family, feigning disappointment. The world has stopped making sense to this war-driven chief as he witnesses the same cycle repeat over and over again, leaving behind faint memories of the past that just remind him the war is coming back. Jaiju realizes that unlike the people on the 5th floor, the people of Taruha remember the fall of their kingdom every time it repeats itself. The black thing that Palaham just shot at is an organic creature that feeds off the life force of everything around it upon sprouting. When the petals open up, demonic monsters infinitely spawn from it and lead Taruha to its demise. Palaham laughs at the history of the once great Taruha, taking back everything he has rambled on about. Jaiju realizes that the man in front of him remembers the pain of losing to mindless demons and the destruction of his kind, yet still chooses to be a bright chap. Our boy cannot help but admire him for his character. Palaham then tells Jaiju to basically screw off, his business in the tower is concluded, which shocks Jaiju because he was still waiting for the results of his initiation. Palaham passes him with flying colors, this time with a smile still ear to ear, but one of approval rather than that of a psychopath. Taking the gamble, Jaiju outright tells Palaham that his actual business is with him rather than anything else. The chat just gives up on bro and starts to pray he makes it out alive and in one piece. Palaham is impressed to know that Jaiju is well versed in who he is, so he grants him permission to request the thing he wants. With determination in his eyes, Jaiju musters up the courage to directly ask Palaham to teach him the ways of a warrior. The mountain of a man starts to hysterically laugh at the request and teases Jaiju by calling him a victim of bullying. But in the next instant, he gets sincere, his sadistic nature showing on his face again, with red eyes and a grin so wide, warning Jaiju that the rigorous training is not just for anyone, as most cannot last an hour in it, let alone a day. Jaiju is not intimidated by this fact and questions Palaham if he is rejecting the request. He tries to lie through his teeth, calling himself not such a hard-hearted guy, but someone in Jaiju's chat exposes him for making them fight 20 Yetis at the same time and only helped when the chat member was about to die. Palaham accepts Jaiju's request, but tells him to get familiar with Taruha before he gets involved in the training regime, because bravado will lead to his death rather than progress. Before Jaiju shakes Palaham's hand to lock in the deal, he wants to make sure that Palaham remembers their deal even after the destruction, because if faint memories are all he retains, he might forget this deal was ever made. Palaham reassures Jaiju that such an oddball like him is already imprinted on his mind, but to leave more of an impression, Jaiju asks if he can start training right away. Nothing makes this gorilla happier than someone willing to suffer by his hands. His eyes glowing, his teeth trembling with excitement, Palaham agrees to train our boy right here and now. The user from chat that had to fight 20 Yetis gets PTSD from this look and realizes Jaiju is doomed. However, our boy backs out. The look was enough to bring him to his senses, and he decides to complete the mission first and then come back after. Palaham changes his stance once again, like pop culture entities jumping ship whenever something starts to trend. He tells Jaiju to approach the red molar white boar hunt at his current skill level. It would be a good starting point for our boy. But Palaham notices that Jaiju is already on a mission. This comes as a shock to Jaiju, and he finds it to be true. From an unknown person, he is already appointed to the 15th floor trial mission, which is to remove the heart of the organism. Only by doing that can he get off the 15th floor. If he fails to do so, the destruction of Taruha is all on Jaiju's hands. Suddenly being handed the weight of the world's destruction makes Jaiju incredibly nervous and anxious. For the first time in a while, he has been completely blindsided. Jaiju knew that the admin was an insane person, but to go to such devastating lengths just to get back at him is nuts. If Jaiju cannot leave the 15th floor before Taruha falls, he will be caught up in the destruction and get wiped along with it. He grits his teeth and face palms at the sheer absurdity of the situation, and the chat joins in with him to slander the admin for making such an impossible quest after staying quiet for so long. Palaham sees Jaiju distressed and asks if something is wrong, and Jaiju just gives him a tired nod. He tries to think up a way to defeat the organism, but at the current level on floor 15, all 50 of the players combined are not capable of even scratching the heart, let alone destroying it. The chat claims that this is possible only after the 25th floor, even then just barely. Keeping the monsters the organism spews is a different story, but to actually destroy it is too much, even for Jaiju. Palaham offers his help, even though he does not understand the situation, but Jaiju refuses it and requests some time before he gets back to the training. Before he leaves, he asks Palaham about his whereabouts when he returns again, so he tells him to visit the place where the light is the brightest when the sun sets. As Jaiju walks away looking determined, Palaham observes his calm demeanor and wonders if stress-induced situations get him to lock in. Jaiju walks out and returns to the center immediately. While he runs around looking for a way out, the chat speculates that the admin got pissed off because they were trolling him left and right, but going to such lengths for just a little fun still does not sit right with any of them. Jaiju gets more and more nervous as time passes, knowing full well the culprit behind this pettiness. He has less than a month before the organism's heart fully blooms, and if he is unable to kill it before that time comes, he, along with Taruha, will cease to exist. The chat has already accepted defeat and complains about the admin's hatred going so far at such a late stage in the game. If it was going to be like this, why even let Jaiju move past the first floor? Doing his best to ignore the chat's pessimistic remarks, he plans his next course of action. It would be impossible if he was the only one with such a mission, but it may be possible to come up with something if the rest of the players got the same mission. He walks towards the Fountain of Trials to find someone that would listen. As he walks past one of the residences, a mysterious figure in the window with red eyes observes him. Suddenly, the door in front of him bursts open and a sickly man comes running out, calling Jaiju the savior. He drops to his knees and grabs Jaiju's legs, begging him to save everyone from the destruction that is just around the corner. Jaiju is startled by this unexpected interaction and moves away a little. He turns away, puts on his hood, and starts walking the other way, leaving behind the begging man. He did so because of the uncertainty of the situation and the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. The chat understands the reactions of that man, but they also know that the entire scenario is hopeless. To save Taruha from destruction, the absolute madman of an admin did actually put in a setting. One day, a traveler is destined to appear to prevent the destruction. This prophecy was given to the locals under the guise of a god and a brilliant halo worn by a herald. The locals found hope and awaited the day they would escape this hellish cycle of chaos. This hope was the only thing keeping them sane, but it could only last so many cycles of horror. Jeju wonders if there actually exists a traveler that is going to defeat the organism on just the 15th floor, because all of them actively avoid it under the impression that this is just a part of the tower that they have to clear. Anxious and hopeless, Jaiju tries to cope with the situation by reminding himself that the locals must also know of their artificial existence. Yet they cannot help but stick to that glimmer of hope because, at the end of the day, they are human. All of these thoughts just make him feel more pressured, so he stops thinking and moves on ahead with the current goal of recruiting travelers for his mission. He finally reaches the Fountain of Trials, a strangely contemporary building standing in between a ton of villages of huts. Two players on the scene wonder why they have only met 49 travelers so far, and not the last one yet. The dude tries to make small talk by flexing how he does not feel cold in this weather, but the girl shuts him down by calling him a meathead that does not feel it when she is actually freezing. Jaiju gets close to them and tries to initiate a conversation, but the two of them suddenly put their guards up as they feel a dark aura emanating from him. The dude tries to play tough and confronts Jaiju, but our boy immediately de-escalates the situation by removing his hood and introducing himself with a smile. He tells them about something he has to ask, while the two travelers also become glad to finally meet the 50th person who had to show up. The dude's name is Kim Sang-hyuk and the girl is Lee Ju-sung. Kim Sang-hyuk tries to be funny by mocking our boy when he reveals his name, but Lee Ju-sung immediately shuts him down and calls him immature. She then curiously asks Jaiju if he ventured from the outside, and happily accepts to answer the question Jaiju has for them. He tells the two of them to check their log and see if they got a mission just now. She checks her notifications, and not so surprisingly, it is empty. The chat figures out that this world-saving mission is exclusive to only Jaiju because the admin deemed it so. Jaiju's situation just got worse, and it shows on his disappointed face. Lee Ju-sung worries if our boy is okay, but he puts on a brave face and reassures her that he is fine. To be nice, Lee Ju-sung sends off Jaiju with a smile and an offer to help if he needs her, but our boy can read faces and accepts that no other traveler is in it to help him this time around. Kim Sang-hyuk, however, offers to add Jaiju as a friend because everyone else has done the same too. Jaiju considers this offer to get more viewership in his stream, because killing the heart is a secondary objective that can be put off till he is ready. The chat finds the obviously good Two Shoes travelers nice and wants Jaiju to go along with it. He asks the two if their username is the same as their real name, but when they ask him the same, Jaiju gets flustered and tells them that he will be the one sending them a request later, so they do not have to search up Kim Jaiju too. The chat does not realize how embarrassing it is to be referred to as number 2 when you are actually the original with a secret to hide and make fun of him. Kim Sang-hyuk wonders why he needs to put it off for later, but Lee Ju-sung has good social awareness, and she lets our boy go and do his mission, because the meathead with her has no sense of self. The chat tells him to just change his username if he is always embarrassed whenever it comes up, but Jaiju just turns around and walks away, ignoring the remarks. Before he leaves, he sees another local now jumping onto Kim Sang-hyuk to save the world, hoping that at least one of the 50 is their actual savior. The chat asks Jaiju about his next course of action, but he is still thinking about it. Unlike the usual, Jaiju is at a loss. He has no direction, and the situation is getting worse by the second. He decides to go to Palaham again, to train and get stronger to maybe have a chance against the organism in a few days' time. Jaiju reaches the fortress tower and finds it vacant. He remembers what Palaham told him, to visit the place with the most light when sunset happens, and so he sets off on his path to search for the giant that is about to become his teacher. The chat has conflicted opinions on his going to Palaham. Some know that even he is unable to kill the organism, while others think that Jaiju likes to be bullied and suffer if he wants to be trained by someone like Palaham. He looks over from the tower's terrace, towards the mountains where the horizon line illuminates with the sun's departing rays. Amongst the forest full of snow-white trees, he spots a land with a raging fire tall enough to be spotted from where he stands. That fire turns out to be a residence, one that shines brightly when the sun settles, marking the spot which Jaiju has to reach. He quickly makes his way over there and reaches the residence, finding it much more huge than when he looked at it from a distance. A dog in the shed spots Jaiju trying to sneak in and immediately starts barking to protect the place. The chat is surprised to see a dog after so long, even more so when it's a guard dog, so maybe a shepherd. One user shares his sob story about the pet dog of his that lived for 16 years and then passed on after he entered the tower, and when someone tries to console him by giving him hopes of his dog finding a new home and a girlfriend in heaven, the owner says that he got his dog neutered, and the person consoling cusses him out. Jaiju tries to calm down the dog by petting him, but he is too late. Palaham hears the disturbance outside and smiles, knowing his prey has come back to him on his own 2 feet. He gets up, crosses his arms, and puts on his sadistic face yet again, curiously asking Jaiju if he is done with the problem he was facing. Palaham pets his dog and calms it down. He asks Jaiju if he has been able to figure out his problem, but our boy just puts it off for the time being and gets to the real reason he came back to Palaham. Before he can say it, the now gentle giant grabs his dog like a puppy and asks Jaiju if he has eaten yet. He puts down the dog and invites Jaiju inside the residence for a nice little treat. His belief that food comes first before everything else is quite relatable. Jaiju follows him inside and gets pleasantly surprised to see that a rough and tough war chief keeps such a tidy, organized, and homey place. Before he steps on the rug, his inner Korean makes him think about his shoes indoors. He knows that it is not in Palaham's culture, but he just cannot betray his ancestry. The chat loves to see him rattled by minor problems like this every once in a while. The two walk into the dining area and the chat comments on the contrast between Palaham's personality and the living space he keeps. In the service kitchen, a beautiful woman with blonde hair, wearing an apron and cooking food in a pot that's fit for a giant, spots Jaiju and happily asks Palaham if this is another traveler he brought. The chat starts to simp for her, but they also understand why Palaham would go for her. Jaiju takes off his hoodie and introduces himself, and so does the pretty lady. She is Chalet, a very cheerful wife of a very energetic giant, who is excited to serve food to a traveler for the first time. She even compliments our boy and then serves up a healthy dish of eggs and sausages. Upon receiving compliments and a hearty meal, Jaiju gets flustered and loses his composure. The chat catches on to the fact that our boy may be into older married women. Instead of calling him out on it, they start to wonder if Palaham is a good fighter in a 1v1. If the chat caught it, so did Palaham, whose eyes roll back so far that they become pitch black, and veins start to pop out from everywhere on his body as he tells Jaiju to sit down and eat. Charlotte continues on like that altercation didn't just occur. She explains that the food she made is what the travelers typically like to eat, and seeing the consideration, Jaiju thanks her and digs into the food. While they eat, Chalet interrogates Palaham for his shenanigans at the tower from when he screamed Lachanta so loud it caused a rupture. Scared, Palaham tries to refute her claims of him messing around. Jaiju and the chat are shocked to see that even a man at the pinnacle of his human limits bows down to his wife's fury. To avoid further tarnishing his reputation, Palaham teleports in behind Jaiju and grabs him to go out for a little talk, away from his wife. Our poor boy still wasn't done with his meal, so instead of forcing him, Palaham makes a run for it on his own like he owes someone a ton of money. Speechless at first, Jaiju decides it's best to just follow the giant outside because if he is scared, then Jaiju has no idea what he is getting himself into. He thanks Chalet for an amazing meal, which makes her quite happy. Finally, he leaves the residence, and outside, finds the same dog who was barking at him a while ago. He sees Palaham petting his dog with loving eyes and soft hands. The giant's only way of keeping his sanity intact is because of Chalet and this guy. For such a man to be vulnerable in the confines of even his own home is a testament to the level of care he receives and gives. Jaiju throws in a compliment of his own for Chalet, which does not really help him beat the allegations of liking married women. Palaham claims that she is just perfect for him. But in the next instant, he switches to serious mode and asks Jaiju head-on if he is an actual adventurer or not. Jaiju sincerely claims to be one. Palaham then asks another question. What do the people living on the 15th floor look like to him when they live out their pointless lives that they know will be ending before they can do anything about it? He wonders if this is laughable for Jaiju. He thinks about how to respond to this query. It is obvious that our boy does not find their obsession with a savior appearing funny, nor does he think it's wrong for them to live out the same lives repeatedly until they get destroyed. He respects the tenacity it requires for one to accept such a fate and find a way to enjoy it. But instead of saying this out loud, he just answers Palaham's question with a straightforward answer that he does not find this laughable. Palaham asks if that's all he thinks of this, and Jaiju just agrees. The giant starts to laugh. He is amused by Jaiju's tendency to speak in few and direct words, disregarding human emotions even in a situation like this. However, Palaham does not hate this side of him and puts his arm over his shoulder to show acceptance, like a friend. The chat is jealous of Jaiju being friendly with Palaham because when they tried it, the beast of a man punished them for it. Jaiju finally reveals to Palaham that he is currently undergoing a devastating situation, which is why he needs warrior training. Anything related to fighting must be a trigger word for Palaham, as hearing those words always brings out the sadistic look on his face. Though he manages to control his urges here and allots Jaiju a time for the training, he would like to see our boy tomorrow morning after he has had a good night's rest. Jaiju is surprised to see Palaham agreeing to it without asking the reason for it, but he just tells him that all of this can be settled when the training begins and offers him a room in his residence. A misunderstanding, Jaiju gets to sleep with the dog, and even it got a house to sleep in, but our boy got the garden. Normally Jaiju would not tolerate this disrespect and would buy a mansion just to shove it in the other party's face, but he just does not have the time to do so, and he wants to remain on Palaham's good side. Everything he does is to level up as quickly as possible to not end up dead. The mission details and warnings pop up in front of him again, and he cannot help but get even more nervous than before. The night passes and the next morning arrives. Palaham wakes up Jaiju with his boisterous nature. Before our boy can even open up his eyes, he has to answer Palaham about the kind of training he wants. Either the great techniques of Taruha, or just plain old skills of the Empire. Eyes still closed, bags still formed without food or water, Jaiju has to force himself awake to train first thing in the morning. At least he got to sleep inside, unlike the chat's assumptions. Palaham, energetic beyond human comprehension, claims that shower and breakfast hit harder after one is done training. The chat claims it to be more of an army camp. Jaiju tells him that he would like to learn the axe skills of the Empire because that is the warrior he is most familiar with. Plus, the warriors of Taruha are also most skilled with an axe. Moreover, it also happens to be the weapon Palaham specializes in. It is either a calculated decision or a series of coincidences to further the plot, no one knows. Palaham gets curious that Jaiju wants to jump the gun like that, so he assumes that he has learned the Empire's skills. Much to his surprise, Jaiju has not learned those skills as of now. Palaham does not like the fact that he wants to learn the skills of the Empire without actually knowing the basics. Plus, he hates the clothes he is currently wearing. He orders Jaiju to strip right this instant, and the chat cannot help themselves into making even this another case of gooning. What Palaham actually meant was that Jaiju cannot wear a piece of fabric that protects the owner on its own accord, which Jaiju understands because the cloak has a tendency to react on its own regardless of Jaiju controlling it or not. Palaham is impressed by seeing Jaiju's sleeper build and adds a snarky remark that Jaiju might be famous with the ladies, but our boy, shy he may seem, does not want to comment on this topic any further. The chat urges him to reveal some of his interests from the past, but he is much too startled to think up any. Anyways, Palaham does his pre-workout stretches and gets ready to fight Jaiju again because the first time they fought, it ended in disappointment. Jaiju thought he would get time to get in some warm-up too, but all he saw was a lightning-fast hammer strike heading his way, and all he can do is either avoid it or meet God. He somehow manages to dodge by a strand of his hair and takes a step back to create some distance between them. He starts to complain about not even receiving a heads up before a punch that can rip his head off came flying. But that time would have been better served preparing for the next strike because Palaham instantly goes for his legs next. Jaiju strengthens his legs using mana and blocks the kick. Palaham commends him for being able to use the powers of nature without even learning the skills. But Jaiju is still unable to process if this is still training or if Palaham is preparing him for something. Getting annoyed by Jaiju's constant rambling, Palaham aims his next strike at his head once again. But this time Jaiju does not have the time to dodge it, so he puts up his guard. As soon as the blow connects, he manages to escape any fatal injuries, but his entire body starts to shake as energy dissipates from it. He compares this damage to getting hit by a hammer. Palaham, being the sadistic warrior he is, gets even more excited and continues to land a barrage of blows meant for specific areas on Jaiju's body. He at least does the courtesy of announcing the areas he is targeting so Jaiju can do something to defend himself. All of the blows connect one by one, pushing Jaiju back further with everyone. But at least our pure boy manages to endure the hits to some extent by guarding them correctly. An hour of violence passes by. Jaiju stands with his will to live exiting his body, bruises and sweat all over, as the poor boy gets completely exhausted. Unable to keep up with Palaham's insane stamina and agility, Jaiju gives up and drops to the snowy land. Without breakfast and a shower, Jaiju has already reached his limits for today. Palaham towers over him like a proud father impressed by his son, who still has to learn the basics but managed to keep up pretty well. Knowing Jaiju lacks the skills, he hints at something that is still possible for him to learn. But that is something no one, including Jaiju, knows. Turns out, after that long, hellish hour of violence, Jaiju has unlocked the skill Taruha Combat Level 1. This achievement makes him happy that the beating he took was worth it, as he gives an exhausted smile that portrays the glimmer of hope he just received.